some time ago? Countless races and demons invaded the Blue Star. And there became the battlefield of the Super Era. Humans began to awaken abilities. And to ensure survival, several lines of defense were created. And so, the greatest summons in the Empire's history began. And I returned from the dead to save my kind. Because the night is coming and humans have no way out anymore. I am ready. Even if it means bearing 1,000 curses. After 1,000,000 years, countless races and demons invaded the Blue Star, turning it into the battleground of the Super Era. At the beginning of the war, humans also awakened abilities and attributes. But as they were few in number, they were at a disadvantage. Humans then used bombs and nuclear weapons, managing to build only 10 lines of defense and barely withstood the attacks of the 1,000,000th year. During these 10 years, 2 human defenses had already fallen, and the defeat of the race was getting closer. In a desperate situation, humans could only resist the attacks of the 1,000,000th year with what they had. According to statistics, since the beginning of this war, more than 1,000,000 soldiers from the front line of the AOH, Eastern Human Alliance, had already died. Now, with weapons running out and the increase in attribute carriers, countries are starting to rely on them to support on the battlefield. And so, in the 1,000,000th year, the largest call-up of the Hua Empire began. In the business city of the Eastern Alliance's northern border, we heard about a young man named Chen Guohai, who at just 19 years old was killed on the 10th defense line against the 1,000,000th year. He was a level 2 electrical attribute carrier and died fighting a rotting giant. In addition to him, there were photos of several people, including another young man of 22 named Su Li from the 9th Defense. They had all died fighting the great enemy, and at that moment, all those who had died on the front lines last month were being honored. Speaking was the veteran mayor, and he emphasized in his speech, "These are our comrades and family, our brothers and sisters, and also heroes of our city." The emotion was so great that when mentioning this fact, the mayor kept his eyes full of tears, and his audience was also all crying. It had been several months since the 9th defense line had fallen, and if the 1,000,000th year continues to advance in this way, the business city will be one of the first to suffer, and against that, no one has a way to escape. The mayor, in front of a large audience of young people, informed that the AOH was currently launching a counterattack along with more than 1,000,000 attribute carriers, and then he asked, "What will you, young people of the business city, do?" With tears in their eyes and filled with inspiration, the young people shouted with all their might that they were going to defend their lands, mountains, and rivers, and with that, everyone in that place vibrated with a goal: to enlist. Quickly, a line of young people formed, all of them excited and feeling brave to enlist, to finally put an end to these damn creatures. And in the midst of them, there was our protagonist, a young man who to us is still as mysterious as his expression amidst the chaos of the place. All the young people raised their forms to receive the enlistment stamp, and so, with each name called, the line dwindled until it reached our boy. The officer then called our protagonist, Nanji Ying, 20 years old, who was currently studying architecture, and asked, "So, do you want to enlist and go to the front line?" And it was his answer that caught everyone's attention at the site. No one there was expecting a no. That's when he explained, "I prefer to stay in the rear and help with logistics." People still looked shocked, questioning why he didn't want to go to the front line, because those who stayed in the rear were usually old, women, or children. So to everyone, the young man was afraid of dying, and for the other boys wearing the same uniform, this was considered shameful. One of the young men next to him frowned and said, "Nanji, you're healthy and have good grades, and now, when the country needs it most, you want to hide in the rear?" The young man even pointed out if our protagonist had forgotten the atrocities these creatures were doing to their fellow countrymen. Coldly, Nanji turned to the man affirming that he hadn't forgotten, but this was the choice he was making. Another student shouted, "Hey, aren't you still the Nanji who saved colleagues during the wave of beasts? Are you afraid to join the fight for the country's survival?" But our boy couldn't take any more comments and put an end to it. The slightly older man suddenly appeared and emphasized that this wasn't something mandatory. It's more a matter of personal will and sense of responsibility. He then took the paper with Nanji's information, stating that he could stay in the rear, but that would be a real shame because the grades were really good. "Take the paper and get out of here," said the man with a suspicious look at the protagonist. and so he left with several judgmental glares and insults from all the young people at the site. To the students, it was because of people like him that the human race was in this situation, and even leaving them behind, you could still hear them cursing him as a coward. The next day, several helicopters flew overhead in the sky following a convoy of troops on the ground. The soldiers were all excited, shouting war cries and motivational phrases. Who said we are defenseless? As long as we unite, we will win, because defending the homeland is what matters. They shouted this, and wherever they went, the bravery and courage of everyone infected the other citizens there. Amidst this chaos, our protagonist was lurking, observing the movement of the population for those who believed they were the true heroes. Then, he sighed heavily as he saw the main news on his phone. One of them spoke of the largest attack in AOH history, but right below was a piece of news about him. The recruit from the business city who refused to enlist. Within these news articles were several comments from various people, and he read each one of them. There wasn't one that didn't call him a coward, but the phrase that hit him the most was, "The real heroes on the front line are carrying the weight for you." Nanji had already thought about this. He agreed that everyone was a hero, but to him, this battle was like a moth heading towards the flame. What good would it do to gather 1,000,000 troops if they still underestimated the enemy? That's when he revealed, "In my past life, just like them, I enlisted early and went to the front line. In the end, I ended up joining the battlefield headquarters and became a respected tactical commander. While humans retreated, I used my life to explore the 5 great talents, and eventually, I put the 5 talents into myself. If the 5 talents reached their maximum level and were combined, our protagonist would change the course of the war. However, before he could finish his plan, humans were defeated, and he died at the hands of the most powerful in the 1,000,000th year. Nanji couldn't accept it, because if he had maximized his talents earlier, he could have protected humans. In the present day, Nanji was sitting on a park bench, surrounded by the heavy snowfall. For him, the reason for his return was due to his determination or just destiny, and the talents he had previously placed in himself were also brought back from the past, exactly as they were. About the 5 talents. The first was the talent of taming beasts. In addition to taming them, he could control blood and increase strength. The second was the elemental talent, which could summon forbidden elements like fire, water, thunder, among others. The more elemental points consumed, the stronger he became. The third was the berserk talent, which reveled in death. The more deaths, the more amplified his madness, becoming a berserk at the extreme of murderous fury. The fourth was the formation talent, where various formations could be used continuously, having infinite power. And lastly, the undead talent, with the power to resurrect and control the dead from the underworld. The greater the consumption, the stronger the invocation. Nanji's biggest problem was that leveling up these trees required a mountain of origin stones and time. However, our protagonist was certain and convinced that if he could maximize the 5 talents and plan this fight from a distance, even if all human defenses fell and he was the only survivor, he would still fight against the 1,000,000th year and thus protect the human race. Therefore, now it would be futile to go to the front line, as he wouldn't be able to do much and wouldn't obtain the necessary resources, so it would just be a waste of talent. Nanji wanted to quickly obtain the origin stones to put his plan into action, so he decided to go to the test arena, as there were many mutant beasts there, and he could get what he needed to improve his talent tree. Our protagonist headed to the test station in the rear of the business city. At the location, some people were working, pushing a dump truck to a truck, commenting on how unexpected it was to prepare the arena for attribute carriers, and since the young ones had already left, no one would be using it at the moment. They removed some bloodied bags from a truck, affirming that killing the bodies of mutant beasts and then using them to supply the soldiers on the front line had been a great idea. One of the women even said that this was a contribution to the country. However, a woman with crutches asked for attention and care so that she wouldn't get hurt, but with a tense smile she affirmed, "Don't worry, these scratches are nothing. The important thing is not to delay the soldiers' supplies this month." Another woman lamented the fact that they were aging and, as a result, could barely hold the knife and steel. The mutant beasts were strong and voracious, which could only be faced one at a time. The girl named Xiao Liu looked at her crutch with a sad expression at that moment, but her daydreams quickly disappeared when Nanji arrived asking to train in the test arena. Scratching the back of his head, he said, "You need help here, right? I can handle these mutant beasts." The girl gave him a cheerful smile, affirming that would be great because they were really worried about it, and then she asked him to follow her to change clothes. But the other women, looking over their shoulders, just wondered why there was a boy in the test arena at that time, but soon their expression changed. "Wait a minute, isn't this..." Then, he paid something from his pocket, remembering where the young man was so familiar, and then showed on his phone that he was the guy who didn't want to go to the front line. The other woman looked scared at the phone, asking what he was doing there. However, they decided to draw their own conclusions, stating that it could be to make up for running away, but the reality was that they shouldn't care about that because they needed help, and these creatures were tough, but then they really wanted to see how long the coward would last. It didn't take long for a sword to pass, scratching the ground and causing an annoying noise. Awkwardly, the girl holding it couldn't bear it anymore, but had brought it for him. She emphasized that the mutant beasts were dangerous, and he needed to be very careful. Holding the sword, Nanzi thanked her for her concern and headed towards the gate opening, leaving Xiaoliu a little more at ease as now they could pick up the pace. With a shy face, she admitted that the young boy didn't talk much but was very cute. The old woman, noticing this, asked her to stop sighing, revealing, "He may be cute, but he's still a coward. He's that Nanji who didn't want to go to the front line." But realizing who he was and seeing him move forward, the other woman asserted that he wouldn't have the strength to deal with the beasts and that he would easily give up. When the door opened, plunging everything into darkness, leaving only his shadow visible, the system quickly informed him that he had selected the Class A test and that none of his previous tests had been found. Nevertheless, our protagonist confirmed the start of the test. Then, the room that was dark turned red, while the system continued to prompt him to be prepared. Seeing one of the doors open, bringing with it smoke and mutant beasts, he knew that night had fallen, and humans no longer had an escape. Now he needed to be ready to be the shadow of the night defending humanity. The beasts were surrounding our young boy, all with thirst and a desire to devour him, and even if it meant carrying 1,000 curses with him, he was ready. Nanzi closed his eyes, sighed, gathering all his willpower, and when he opened them, he was transformed, resembling a Sharingan. He raised his blade, waiting for them all to come a little closer because there he would begin training the talent of taming the beasts. Nanji had begun his training in the testing area after the invasion of the 10,000 races. Many animals underwent mutations and evolved due to the spiritual influx. In Nanji's past life, besides facing the 10,000 races, he also had to deal with mutant beasts. The avian guard is an example of this. It possessed incredible muscle memory, but its weak point was behind the head. Nanzi began to strike blows, trying to hit exactly where he could easily kill it. In a short time, 2 of them fell, allowing him to extract a source stone. Nanzi recalled the talent enhancement mechanism from his past life, believing it would be the same now. He needed to kill a beast to extract the source stone, and at the same time, enhance his talent to be able to dominate more beasts. After cleaning himself of blood, he prepared to face the various creatures in front of him. Aiming at the vital points of each attack, it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate them quickly. He proceeded, ignoring the shrill roar of one of them as he advanced with his sword. He kicked one that tried to bite him, and then kicked another in the head. Crouching, he strategically planned to deal with the creatures, starting with the ones interfering from above. He walked before them, beheading them one by one. The system counted 5 more monsters subdued, and he realized his efficiency had increased. Suddenly, a loud roar caught his attention. Looking back, he saw their leader, the avian guard Empress, swiftly approaching him. The monster's beak was closing in fast, and Nanzi knew that in his current state, dealing with her would be really difficult. He dodged, knowing he couldn't face the creature head-on, but rather aim for its vital points. He struck again with force, but it seemed in vain. "Haha, she's tougher than I remember from my past life," he said, still facing her. He paused, prepared himself, and ran again because he needed to catch up to her once more. Outside, the 2 women still waited for the break to end. Xiaolu noticed their expressions and asked why they hadn't gone to the cafeteria, but one of them asked her to relax, as they would see how long he could last inside today. They were certain he would try to escape, expressing their frustration that such behavior couldn't go unpunished, especially since they were already in the 8th front line while his city was in the 5th. So, their goal was to catch him if he tried to flee. Xiaolu, between the two, knew that the Class A test wasn't easy, but shortly after, the system announced that participant Nanji had won, and the Class A test had been completed. Wang was satisfied, believing that the quick completion of the test indicated he had given up, something that had never happened so quickly. As she spoke, the other 2 women were wide-eyed. Then, Wang was struck in the face by something heavy, causing her to fall to the ground and scream in shock at seeing how Nanji was. He had won, eliminating 2,000 units. His body was exhausted, his face bloodied, and his clothes torn. "How did you end up like this?" the women asked, still shocked. "Did you pass the Class A test?" He lowered his head, confirming it, and the dirt on his face was visible. He kept walking and said, "The bodies of those magical creatures can now begin to be processed." Xiaolu looked back and asked the women to start organizing the processing, all surprised by the quantity. After some time, the sound of the shower was heard, along with Nanji's thoughts aloud. Under the shower, he thought, "The speed is more or less. The experience I need to level up has more than doubled. It seems that facing just the first floor of the test arena won't be enough to reach level 3 Beast Tamer." As he showered, the war bulletin was announced over the speaker. The new round of attacks was about to begin. He let the water run down his face, cleaning all the dirt from the arena, and thought, "The level 7 Lightning Sun and the level 16 Flame Giant are already on the front line. In my past life, these guys died as soon as they arrived, intensifying the battle on the front line and increasing casualties. The 8th defense line won't hold for long." Turning off the shower, Nanji knew he needed to pick up the pace because he was now racing against time. He couldn't rest because he needed to go to the second floor of the testing arena right away. Meanwhile, the process of the beasts' bodies was underway in the arena, and Aunt Wang commented on her doubt about Nanji passing the test. "But did you see those injuries? It will take a lifetime to recover," the other woman with her commented. She affirmed that he gave his all and that the Class A test wasn't for just anyone. Annoyed, Wang observed that wanting to do everything at once was pointless and that it was better to take it easy because with so many injuries, no one would know for sure how many days it would take for him to recover. While they were talking, Nanzi appeared again, dressed in new clothes, ready to start another round. The girls were embarrassed and tried to speak more quietly, but Wang shouted, "Hey, haven't you finished the first floor? Why are you here?" He replied about his goal and passed by, leaving Wang intrigued. "Second floor?" The surprise came late. "With such severe injuries, why do you want to go to the second floor? Are you crazy?" He didn't pay attention and continued to follow until he found Xiaolu, who welcomed him and explained that the second floor only had large beasts. She suggested that when he got better, they could find help to defeat them there. However, he took his blade, thanked her again for the concern, and assured that he was used to doing everything alone. Wang didn't miss the chance to shout, "If you're so skilled, why didn't you go to the front line? Why are you hiding here?" To Xiaolu, the young man's behavior now seemed very strange. He always seemed fearless and wasn't the type to flee danger and hide. Thus, Nanji began the Class A test on the second floor. As he opened the doors, the mutant beasts concentrated, ready to attack him. He felt that the floors were quite different and that the pressure on them had increased significantly. Nanzi was so fast in his movements that he left only red trails, but one of the minotaurs hit his back, throwing him to the ground. He rolled until he stabilized, lifted his head, and thought, "I have no size advantage, and I'm injured. I can't fight head-on." The beasts stared at him as if they knew he was a strong opponent, but Nanji wasn't the type to play without planning. The beasts roared loudly, and everything around them was engulfed in a sinister aura. Nanji's eyes glowed against the shadow, and as the beasts advanced, he jumped so high, dodging and plunging his sword into the creature's skin. Several bloods began to spurt as the creature fell to the ground. The other creatures felt fear as Nanji showed a bright sphere in his hand. "Since the beasts are within my control range, all I have to do is dominate them, and the problem is solved." He walked towards them, activating his tamer talent, and in moments they were all surrounded by the red aura emanating from him. They roared loudly at his command, but soon all the minotaurs enchanted by his power fell to the ground, and he, with his heroic pose, stated, "This time they will behave. Oh yes, they will, and I will keep killing them, until I reach level 3. 3 days had passed, and in the training camp, all the people who processed the meat were working hard due to the amount of supplies they had acquired in such a short time. In the distance, looking exhausted, Nanji was sitting, reflecting that everything he had done that day had been enough. He was already at level 6, with a total of 12,000 beasts killed. In just 3 days, he had done much more than the front line. With his talent level increased to 6, Nanji was certain he could go into the jungle that night. There was a place where even a level 5 skill holder couldn't easily escape. The beasts rarely attacked the city directly because of the threat of firearms and super skill holders. But taming those beasts was the key to their strategy against the 10,000 races. An old man approached him and asked, "Do we need to work overtime today to move another batch? We can work overtime any time to send supplies to the front line." However, Nanji stood up, saying he didn't need to because he needed to leave early today, which was certainly seen by Wang as a sign of giving up. A man at that moment raised his voice and said, "Even though he chose to stay behind, our test tower's progress has increased greatly thanks to him. I think that guy is doing really well." Wang didn't like the man's defensive interference and claimed he wasn't even talking to him, but to Nanji, all that talk made no difference, and nothing affected him. As he was about to leave, Xiaolu called out to him and said, "We've caught up with the test tower delay. You can probably take a break now. You've been working hard lately." He smiled, thanked her, and then informed her that he needed to go. Awkwardly, Xiaolu wished him a good rest and said she wouldn't hold him any longer. After a while, at the large defense walls, several trucks were passing by. A man yelled, "Make way, don't block the road. We have wounded people from the front line and they need medical care." And so some trucks broke through the blockade set up by various people. Our protagonist noticed all the commotion and, seeing the number of wounded being taken to the city of Ye, in the 5th defense line, suggested that the situation at the front line was not good. Two women who were passing by pointed to the sky, all happy, saying, "Look, rockets. Wow, it looks like we're gaining an advantage." In the sky, 2 rockets passed by, and when our protagonist observed this situation, he knew it wasn't a matter of gaining an advantage because the situation was critical and needed long-range support from the rear. He knew that the collapse of the front line was not far off. Some time passed, and our protagonist put on a protective mask, strapped his sword to his back, and equipped himself differently, stating, "There's no time for distractions." Everything indicated that he headed towards a place where snow was falling heavily. Meanwhile, elsewhere in this world, a convoy of trucks was making its way, but one of them had to stop at a very dangerous location due to a breakdown. One of the passengers got down to check and discovered the problem. A woman inside one of the trucks suggested leaving the vehicle there and resuming the journey in the morning since there were many mutant wolves around, and the priority was to ensure safety. The man agreed and mentioned that he would get the gear and pay for the ride with her, but suddenly saw something running towards him from afar. The person was moving swiftly past all the trucks like a shadow. The blonde woman from the truck immediately asked, "Who is that? Who's leaving the city at this time of night?" Worried, she warned about the great danger he could face as there were giant wolves ahead, but he continued on. The short-haired brunette woman beside commented, "Little sister, the director has been calling multiple times. The city hospital is full of frontline casualties. They urgently need our medicines." In response, the other said, "But even driving may not guarantee our safety. Leaving that person there could be dangerous." The girl explained how that area was a den of giant wolves, and how it would be risky if the wolves attacked, as the medicinal herb collecting team didn't have any defense equipment. She emphasized that they had over 10 years of experience in this situation and had seen many crazy and delirious people, and now they couldn't deal with that. Accepting her argument, the woman prepared to resume the journey when they heard a strange noise. She turned to the side and heard a loud cry for help. Through the rearview mirror, she saw a wolf closing in on the man they were supposed to give a ride to. Her companion immediately shouted, "Drive the truck! There's a giant steel wolf behind us." However, it seemed to be too late, as on the glass, about to shatter, there was a creature resembling a wolf, with red eyes and a mouth full of large teeth. The woman positioned herself, holding her weapon, and asked her little sister to act quickly and drive. Focusing on her aim, she then opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed in the distance, catching Nanji's attention. He thought, "Gunshots? They're coming from the direction of the collecting team." But the shots didn't just attract his attention because as he turned around, he saw shadows approaching, revealing multiple red eyes. "They're not only attacking there, but also have a pack ambushing me here. This works in my favor as it saves me the trouble," he thought, staring directly at the pack. While being surrounded by several beasts, he noticed they had become more cunning with the increased concentration of spiritual energy. Back at the convoy, smoke from the gunfire escaped through the cracks in the glass, and the wolf remained intact, growling loudly. The woman reloaded her weapon and warned her friend Xiaonan to be very careful. Zhao positioned herself again, ensuring she was okay but would take the opportunity to escape. Next to our protagonist, he wielded his sword against the attacking wolves, realizing that the alpha wolf was on his side there. "If I deal with the pack, the medical team can be saved," he thought. The alpha wolf was even more intimidating, with a single horn in the middle of its forehead, even redder eyes and steel teeth, advancing towards Nanji. Bravely, he positioned himself, saying, "Since the boss has shown up, our battle must begin." He activated the beast-taming talent, and a strong blue aura spread throughout the environment, beginning to hypnotize the wolves. The blue aura enveloped the creatures as if disciplining them, but one with still red eyes maintained its own will, growling defiantly. The aura concentrated on a tree in the center of the ice, and the blue light extended like a tunnel towards our protagonist, while the alpha's eyes fixed on him. Nanji was surrounded by the blue aura as he recited the words, "Shoot the horse before the rider, capture the king to subdue the servants." The blue aura began to intensify, like a rising mountain, throwing debris into the air. Some wolves were thrown as if carried by a wave. Nanji's priority was to tame their leader, who now stared back at him. Gathering energy in his hands, he leaped toward the wolf, exclaiming, "Steel Wolf King, be tamed!" The light began to intensify over the great alpha wolf, whose red eyes now turned blue, the same color as Nanji's energy. As the alpha was tamed, the other wolves bowed in reverence to their new leader. From afar, it was visible as a complete aura of a tree, commanded by Nanji. Meanwhile, in the convoy, the gunfire didn't stop. The woman urged her friend, "Drive! Quickly, let's go!" As Xiao tried to maintain control of the truck, she pressed the accelerator, but something was wrong. The vehicle wouldn't start, leaving them in an even more precarious situation. Terror filled the brunette's face as she stated that they were in trouble now. The wolves continued to strike the truck and growl loudly, terrorizing everyone. With constant impacts, the vehicle's glass broke, revealing the mouth of a huge mutant wolf. Fearful for their lives, the two women saw the creatures invade the truck. However, the brunette woman noticed something strange. Despite the invasion, they weren't being attacked. With astonishment, she exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Why do these mutant wolves look cute?" The wolves had blue eyes and closed mouths, as if asking for affection. Then, they began to move away in the opposite direction, as if being called by someone. The two women, perplexed, watched the scene. All the wolves were responding to Nanji's dominion call. In the distance, they saw the strong blue light, and Zhao commented, "The person who just passed. Did they tame those huge mutant wolves?" Her friend widened her eyes and replied, "A single person tamed thousands of wolves? This beast mastery is incredible." Meanwhile, Nanji sat down, analyzing his stats. He had reached level 7, with 27,000 kills. Recognizing the value of source stones, he decided not to waste them on taming. With a smile, he addressed the wolves beside him. "I don't expect to have pets anytime soon, but you all seem well behaved." He petted the great alpha wolf and instructed, "For now, disperse. I will call upon you when needed. And remember, no attacking humans." Alone in the vast area of snow and strong winds, Nanji still had 3 uninhabited areas near the city of Ye and others farther away, where he needed to subdue all mutant beasts. As he put on his mask again, he reflected, "For the grand battle plan, I need to find a way to gather an army of over 10 million mutant beasts." His phone suddenly rang and he quickly answered, seeing an urgent message from the factory. "Emergency meeting!" He wondered what could have happened. Meanwhile, people began to gather at the test field in the Ye City branch. Someone in the midst shouted, "All of you at the Ye City branch, you've truly been a disappointment. We thought that with your rapid progress, you could alleviate more pressure from the front line." Xiao Liu ran forward to where the person was speaking out. The one shouting was a slightly older man, accompanied by 2 security guards. He wiped his mouth before continuing, "But it seems you struggle even with slightly higher-level mutant beasts." Another man tried to justify to the officer, explaining that it was the first time the city had dealt with level 4 or higher mutant beasts, and that the factory was currently filled with elderly from the rear. "Handling these advanced mutant beasts may take a bit more time for us to get used to," he said, before being interrupted by the officer. "Time?" questioned the officer with an irritated expression, then shouted at the man, asking if they understood the gravity of the situation, stating that frontline troops were nearly starving. The officer, raising his voice even more, pointed his finger and exclaimed, "The stock of mutant beasts in the rear is dwindling. To supply the frontline military needs, we must start with these higher-level mutant beasts." Everyone there was shocked by the officer's rudeness, but the one receiving all the scolding affirmed that they understood, albeit with apprehension, and then said, "We will soon send more people from Ye City to continue this difficult task." However, the officer no longer felt there was a need for this, as he had monitored the Ye City branch for part of the day himself and knew none of them were of any use. It was then that he asked, "Still want to do this? You're not trying to delay military supplies and have the whole Ye City punished, are you?" At that very moment, Xiao Liu had managed to reach the spot where the officer was and spoke. "Officer, these high-level mutant beasts are almost at level 4, which is already beyond Ye City's capacity." But he didn't care. stating that the city was slowing down the entire progress, reminding that even our protagonist, known as the Deserter, had also come to this city. With a mocking and authoritarian expression, he commented, "Ye city truly lives up to its irresponsibility. You are incapable of taking any significant responsibility." However, this kind of arrogance was not well received by Aunt Wang, who angrily stated that she couldn't stand to hear such nonsense properly. She pointed her finger and shouted, "I've heard enough from you. Do you think you're special just because you're an officer? You call us irresponsible? My husband and 3 sons died on the front line for our country. Is that what you call irresponsibility?" Wang had tears in her eyes, a mix of anger and memories of her family's loss. But she didn't back down and continued, "We work non-stop shifts just to meet the supply schedule. How dare you belittle all our efforts with a single contemptible comment?" In response, the officer just snorted, finding it all very boring, and then called for one of his guards, "Sheru." Instantly, the big man with glasses stood in front of the crowd, radiating energy in his hands and asking how she dared to disrespect an officer like that. But the courageous woman challenged him, "What are you going to do?" The bodyguard clenched his fists ready to strike when suddenly our protagonist arrived with all the force in the world and punched so hard that the guard's head lifted, glasses fell, and drool dripped. The officer was completely shocked by this outcome. Our protagonist was responsible for this while asking, "Officer, let's avoid violence because of an argument." The city people were excited because finally, Mr. Nan was there to defend them. The city leader turned to our protagonist thinking, "It's him, Nan Ziying? What is he doing here? He took down a level 5 ability bearer with a single move? Has he also awakened his talent?" At that moment, the officer stared at our protagonist, questioning who he was, quickly pointing a gun in his direction and saying, "You have a lot of courage to disrespect your superior. You, people from Ye City, are you planning a rebellion?" Ziying stared back at him intensely, recognizing that officer. So it's him, thought our protagonist, starting to remember a traitor who had profited from the war. With vivid memories, he said to himself, "He was identified and globally executed after I spent 12 years in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. The bloodsucker of the supply line, Lin Yukai." In his previous life, Yukai had been smuggling various military supplies from the rear to the front line, causing significant losses when he was discovered. The officer must have noticed Ye City's processing speed, intending to take down more high-level mutant beasts through the city's efforts, filling his own pockets in the process. So it was no surprise to Ziying to see him there. Our protagonist, seeing a gun pointed at him, thought, "I need to deal with him, but before that I must exhaust all his resources." It was then that he said, "Officer, there are no rebels here looking to cause trouble." People began to voice their support for his words, starting to shout about how everyone was hardworking and no one there was irresponsible as they were being accused. Some couldn't understand why a gun was being pointed at them, questioning if the sacrifices of their family members on the battlefield weren't enough. Everyone's relatives had been recruited and sent to the front line less than a week ago, in addition to the large deaths that occurred last month. Hearing all the murmurs from the people, Officer Yukai gritted his teeth as he was questioned about what he really wanted from the population there. "This won't end well. I thought they were just old and weak, but it seems they still have some youth," he thought, irritated. However, the officer stared, seeing our protagonist and how familiar he seemed. That's when he shouted, "Right! You're that deserter from Yi City in the news, Nan Ziying. You coward was hiding here, refusing recruitment and daring to attack and injure a soldier. We could execute you right here." Ziying approached one of the guards with a sly smile and affirmed that he really didn't care about it. But the guard should know that he processed tens of thousands of mutant beasts in the testing tower, and if he died, the supply progress would slow down even more. This information surprised both the city official and the officer, who had similar thoughts. What? So it was Nan Ziying, the ace of slaughter. In a serious tone, our protagonist then began to speak. "These high-level mutant beasts can interfere with human minds with their malicious energy. Other test fields also struggle with them, which is why you came to try your luck in Ye City, right? I would even like to take on this task, but since the officer wants to kill me, there's not much I can do." The officer couldn't help but notice that the cowardly deserter was really familiar with mutant beasts. And with that, Ziying had managed to turn the tables against him. The officer looked at the city official thinking, judging by everyone's reaction here, what he's saying doesn't seem false. Why not go with the flow? Seeing that our protagonist was willing to take on the challenge, and that this would be perfectly convenient for him, the officer gave a slight smile and said, "Very well, I hope you're speaking the truth. Let's make a military oath. Tomorrow I'll send 5,000 level 4 mutant beasts to Ye City's testing fields. If you can process them in a week, I'll let you go unharmed. But if you fail, we'll settle all debts, old and new." And then Ziying didn't even need to think twice, agreeing. One of the people at the scene exclaimed, "Nan Ziying, a military oath! Are you serious? If you fail, you might just—" But this conclusion was interrupted by our cute girl, who slowly approached with her crutch asking, "Can you really do this alone? We can help." Ziying, with a gentle smile, asked everyone not to worry about him, as he would handle it, although it might be tough for everyone. He recalled one of the beasts in his thoughts and commented to himself, "Even among level 4 mutant beasts, this type is among the strongest, with high defense and strong mental disruptions. Not just as supplies, but the materials are also precious. Lin Yukai, that dog, he would really do anything for money. But thanks to him, these beasts are the perfect material to enhance my Asura talent. First, I'll slaughter all the beasts, enhance my talent, and then exterminate Lin Yukai and his connections once and for all." The next day, the logistics group people were at the port, where there were several containers, and one of them stated that Officer Yukai's 5,000 level 4 mutant beasts had been delivered, and the Ye City branch needed to verify and sign off on it right away. So, Xiaolu took her notebook and began to inspect the containers. The chubby guy, responsible for the delivery, was accompanied by a guard, and he started reading the work order. The logistics soldier of Ye City Division, Nan Ziying, has been tasked with processing 5,000 level 4 mutant beasts. He must complete this task within a week. According to wartime regulations, Nan Ziying, as a logistics soldier, will be subject to the authority of military supply officer Lin Yukai. While the chubby guy read the mission given to our protagonist, Xiao Liu tensed up, and others stopped to listen. However, our protagonist remained with his back turned, listening to the chubby guy say, "You are being charged with insubordination, inciting worker riots, and attacking an officer. Any delays will result in combined charges without the need for higher approval. You will be executed immediately. By firing squad." Finding it all amusing, the chubby guy stretched his arms, formed a finger gun, and laughed, making a bang, ha 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 sound. Xiao Liu was surprised by the information. "What? Firing squad?" But the chubby guy, not seeing much of a problem with it, commented that he had agreed so easily when they made the military order the day before, and questioned if today he would be scared. He smiled, commenting, "When the time comes, it will be my duty to personally execute you, Ziying." Since our protagonist hadn't shown much confidence in him, the chubby guy, with a malicious smile, poked him with the clipboard and affirmed, "I'm sure I'll enjoy this process very much." At that moment, Ziying grabbed the clipboard that the chubby guy was tapping on his shoulder, turned to him with an intense and terrifying look, and stated that the chubby guy was talking too much for just a messenger. The bodyguard found it to be a challenge and was already moving towards the insolent kid when the chubby guy just laughed, saying it was all fine and that they should be more indulgent with those who were about to die. Then he said, Hey, Nan Ziying, let the show begin. I'll be here waiting for you." Not long after, the city official arrived, informing that since the monster levels were higher, handling these mutants required the use of anesthetic smoke, so everyone put on their masks at that moment. However, the main components of the anesthetic had been sent to frontline field hospitals, and they didn't have many at the location at that moment, even expressing uncertainty if they would have enough doses. So, he asked our protagonist to be extremely careful. With everything understood, he headed to the location along with Xiao Liu. One of the bodyguards, seeing Ziying's confidence, commented to the chubby guy, "Hey, don't these mutant beasts trigger mental attacks? Most test fields would avoid them at all costs. How come he seems so confident? Could he be a psychic?" However, the robust man warned that he had already tested his psychic abilities on that kid before, and he showed no reaction to mental power. However, level 4 mutant beasts have strong mental powers. Even the chubby guy found them overwhelming, so the only thing they could do was wait to execute Nan Ziying. The mere idea of this execution made the man laugh, thinking about the pain it could cause, and then he commented, "But he'll probably be insane by then, unable to consciously feel the fear of death approaching. What a pity. But come to think of it, the boss is really petty. He didn't like that I took a little more. To think he would trust a deserter, what a waste of time." The man looked at the guard with all his monstrous aura, his intense gaze as if he was pleased with everything he would do, and said, "After I execute this kid, all that loot will come to me. The boss sent him to oversee everything. You know how to report back to the boss, right?" The bodyguard, understanding the whole situation, assured him that he would faithfully report everything that happens there. While this discussion was going on inside, Our protagonist was in the testing arena, observing the various red eyes of the monsters, exactly as expected from level 4 mutant beasts. Even when physically immobilized, their mental power was still formidable. He stared at them for a while, until his calm gaze turned surprised, even a hint of tension appearing on his face. Not bad, he thought. He stood before a large skeleton image that was bigger than him, and recognizing that the beasts could conjure such vivid illusions, that image opened its mouth and let out a loud scream that suddenly materialized into a skeleton. It lunged at our protagonist, who instinctively dodged, completely surprising it. That image dissipated into red smoke, revealing the monster responsible for the psychic power. Ziying hurled his sword at the monster, and amidst the illusions, our boy slowly approached the monster. He leaped and struck its head, asserting, "Nice try, but save your efforts. They're just illusions." With several monsters already fallen around him, he withdrew his sword from the monster, saying, "Until you can control me mentally, you're just stationary targets to me. I need more dark energy to enhance my Asura talent. You better show your true talents." At that moment, something caught his attention. Next to him, a kind of dark smoke began to form, leaving him surprised. "I like this," he said as he prepared for the newest assault. However, his eyes widened in surprise as he heard a voice say, "You're too tired. Let it all go. Life should be lived more easily. Think of the price you've paid. Think of those who died." The monster had triggered the memory of Ziying's father's death, but the voice continued. "Is it worth it? Given the immense power of the 10,000 races, how can you seek revenge? Protecting humanity is a joke. Haven't you seen the future of humanity? Instead of resisting fate, why not? Why don't you rest?" However, Ziying proves to be even stronger in his convictions and goals. He takes the smoke and crushes it in his hand as if it were nothing, asserting, "My revenge against the 10,000 races must be settled, and as for the fate of humanity, it is for us, humans, to decide." He holds the smoke, pulling that translucent thread of darkness as if he were holding the monster's power in his hands. The talent tree begins to appear, enveloping him, and when it was fully formed, the monster asks, "How can you withstand all this dark energy? Do you want to end up like a madman consumed by it? Give up now." It was then that Ziying, with his hands pointed at the monster, replied, "When I activate the Asura talent and enter its state, it will exponentially strengthen my body and mental power, and this dark energy will be the fastest shortcut to enhance my talent." A reddish aura began to emanate from his hands, running through the entire tree, causing our protagonist to assert, "Become my power obediently." Ziying's face begins to merge with the smoke, making him scream. The dark energy starts to appear in his eyes, turning them red, and all that power reverberates even more in a terrifying scream. The Asura talent had been activated. Meanwhile, in Yukai's quarters, he was shouting into the phone, "What? They're still pushing for the product delivery? Where are we going to get so much material now? Give up? You fool! Do you know how much money we're making from these materials? Keep the other party under control while I figure something out." The woman serving the officer a glass of wine asked, "It seems like the boss is working hard even with the end of the world. How about spending more time with me?" However, he, watching the wine pour into his glass, began to think about how the demand for products was becoming more urgent, as if not only the country of Hua but also other countries were in worse situations on the front lines. He thought it would be best to make some quick money while he had the chance. Otherwise, all the mutant beasts he had worked so hard to prepare would go down the drain. At that moment, he thought about his subordinates and how they had a big appetite, which was already annoying him. He still needed to be careful in dealing with the secret investigations of those military dogs. Yukai drank all his wine in one go, thinking that all this was actually giving him a headache. His phone rang again, and the woman with a mischievous smile picked it up to hand it to her boss. However, Yukai's mind was far away, thinking, "Damn, where can I find a stable place to deal with high-level mutant beasts?" The woman sensually approached Yukai to return the phone, and the person on the other end of the line said, "Sir, about the military order placed on the Ye City branch regarding their task." Yukai, losing what little patience he had left, asked, "Are those useless idiots so unreliable? Has that guy Nan Ziying been taken care of?" But in response, the man said, "No, sir. We just returned to the Ye City branch today from elsewhere. It's only been 4 days and now they're almost done." At that moment, Yukai remembered when Xiao Liu had stated that these high-level mutant beasts were almost at level 4, which is already beyond Ye City's capacity. Yukai, surprised by this information, didn't have much of a reaction other than saying, "What did you say? They finished this?" The bodyguard repeated again, "Yes, sir. The task of dealing with 5,000 level 4 mutant beasts has been confirmed as completed. All of this was done by soldier Nan Ziying. He carried out the slaughter. Yukai was taken aback so much that he couldn't even enjoy the moment with his subordinate and yelled into the phone, "How is that kid named Nan holding up? Is he still hanging in there?" The man on the phone informed him that Nan seemed tired and worn out, but was okay overall. However, Yukai asked him to keep an eye on the boy for him, and if he did anything other than killing mutant beasts, the bodyguard would have permission to do what he was assigned to do. Meanwhile, the chubby man had a stern look on his face, not believing that our boy had really completed the task. The chubby man watched our protagonist being taken care of by the team, and remembered that last time, he had clearly investigated our boy and knew that he had no psychic abilities whatsoever. So the big question that remained in his mind was, how did he manage to do this? Meanwhile, Ziying was analyzing his system screen, which provided details about the talent tree. The current level of Asura was 5, with the skill Malevolent Blade of Binding unlocked. The description added a level 1 cutting property to the weapon, ignoring defense to some extent with a duration of 5 seconds. Seeing this information, our protagonist couldn't stop thinking, in these past few days, both my physical and mental strength have increased. Even though I haven't reached level 6 yet, I've got my hands on the first skill of the Asura talent. Now I can venture deeper into the forest to tame higher level beasts, accelerating my plan. Suddenly, Tia Wang pointed at Ziying, who looked tired, and said, "Comrade Ziying really earned us some respect. Otherwise, our city would have been scorned by certain people." She was speaking to the chubby man, who started getting irritated with the whole situation, hearing further, "It's clear they couldn't handle this on their own, so they used us. They act like they're the big shots." Ziying observed people saying all those things that he was already starting to forget. He knew someone wouldn't be happy about him completing the task, remembering that the chubby man had ended up being a holder of abilities. Meanwhile, the chubby man thought, "They cut off my source of income, and yet these nobodies have the audacity to insult me. This kid seems suspicious. I need to investigate him again." At that moment, the bodyguard touched his shoulder and said, "Hey, you forgot. As long as he can complete his tasks, we don't care about the means. You're going against the boss's rules now. You know the boss's methods. Even if something seems suspicious, we should wait until the boss is done using him before getting rid of him. And there's a lot of residual mental power from the monsters here. You'll be interfered with if you act hastily." Still dissatisfied with it all, the chubby man just ordered to end the nonsense because he would personally report to the boss when the time came. At that moment, the chubby man was so irritated that he started emanating an aura toward our protagonist, who instantly sensed this presence. "It's a trick from the psychic ability. Is he trying to attack my mind? Too bad you miscalculated." Ziying knew this could be the perfect moment to test his Asura abilities. So, he allowed the invasion into his mental system, which left the chubby man completely surprised. He found himself in a dark place, as if there was only water below him. But what's going on here exactly? He thought as he looked around. After invading someone's mental system, I should be able to see mental entities. Why can't I see anything in this total darkness? It was then that he turned around, seeing something that left him perplexed. A voice was heard calling out, "Hey, over here!" It was like a living flame that formed the face of our protagonist. The flame was much larger than the chubby man, who was astonished when he realized it, saying, "Mental entities condensed from dark energy." Still surprised, he asked if that entity also had psychic abilities and what level of skill it possessed, because he had investigated before. So how could it have increased so much in such a short time? It was then that the man, filled with rage, and shouted, Who the hell are you?" But that fiery figure started laughing, asserting that it didn't matter who he was, and turning the tables, questioned him, "Weren't you the one who wanted to spy on my mental world?" It was then that energies began to emanate from him, and the chubby man realized there was a high level of dark energy in him. Unable to withstand so much power, he begged, No, please spare me. Spare." But our protagonist's mental entity only wanted to put on a good show for him, so it exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Outside, people started to realize that something was spiraling out of control as they heard the chubby man's screams. He kept shouting, "All of this is mine, and the money is all mine too. Don't even think about taking a cent from it." He was truly unhinged, running in circles, saying, "Lin Yu Kai is an idiot. I could have handled all of this by myself. Yes, I could handle it all alone." Tia Wang was confused by the man's actions, thinking, "What's going on? Is the pressure of being a leader that intense? No way. Couldn't he handle just a few sentences? I won't be held responsible, right? The chubby man was still in a frenzy, shouting in every direction, "Die! Anyone who dares to touch my money dies!" It was then that the bodyguard thought he might be influenced by the mental power and had simply gone mad. The man needed to do something, because if he continued like this, he would tarnish the boss's reputation. The bodyguard snapped his fingers, preparing to take action, and then delivered such a strong punch to the man's face that blood immediately spurted out, shocking everyone and leaving them surprised. The bodyguard turned around, blood still dripping from his hands, and said, "Sorry for the disturbance, folks. He was influenced by the mental power of the monsters. He could have hurt all of you, so I had to take him out." The bodyguard approached our protagonist and saw him still unconscious. Analyzing the whole situation, he thought, "He passed out. It seems like he really was mentally affected." Seeing Ziying immobile, the bodyguard couldn't help but curse him. Now he needed to report the chubby man's death, and also inform that this kid couldn't be of any more use. Then he turned, leaving everyone in the testing arena, and said, "Someone will come to sort things out here. Everyone else, keep up the good work." Ziying maintained an unwavering smile in his mind as he looked at his current level of Asura ability. He had just reached the 6th level. Gradually, Ziying began to open his eyes and slowly started to see Aunt Wang and Landlady Xiao Liu, along with the others, happy because he had finally woken up. One of the excited women commented, "Mr. Nan is awake! Everyone, come quick, he's awake!" Ziying got up, still feeling a bit dizzy, and holding his head, wanting to know how long he'd been unconscious. It was then that Landlady Xiao Liu replied, "You've been asleep for over 2 days." Aunt Wang didn't want to worry him with too much, so she was just happy he had woken up and asked everyone to return to their tasks, or they would never finish things on time. However, Ziying couldn't help but worry and soon asked, "Has Lin Yukai sent more mutants?" Wang, with a downcast expression, affirmed that no, and that half of the branch employees had been withdrawn to help in other factories and in the military needs of the front line had doubled. Ziying was surprised as the woman continued to explain, "The battle on the 9th defense line ended, and humanity was pushed back to the 8th, completely defeated. The situation is extremely serious. Whether on the ground or in the air, our troops stand no chance against the mutants of the 10,000 races. The expected leader of level 7 ability holders, the Son of Thunder's punishment, barely survived with a missing arm, and the powerful level 6 ability holder, the Giant of Flames, made the ultimate sacrifice for our country." Ziying seemed surprised. Even knowing that defeat was inevitable, he always hoped that something could happen. He never thought the collapse would come so soon in his life. Wang approached our protagonist, who was still lying down, and said, "Oh yes, Ziying. Regarding the conflict among the officers during the special mission 2 days ago, the superiors have already made their decision. They said the officer who was killed was influenced by a monster's mental manipulation. Our test grounds are completely blameless." But her aura shifted the atmosphere as she, a bit more serious, commented, "Compared to what I just mentioned, what is to come is even more crucial." Surprised, Ziying wanted to know what else could be looming. That moment was interrupted when Xiao Liu entered calling for him. She seemed happy, as did the others accompanying her. She held a paper in her hand as she spoke. "Including those who went out to help, everyone unanimously elected you as the head of our Ye City Test Tower branch." Then, the paper she held in her hand was an appointment letter, and she handed it to him, stating that this was the official appointment from the superiors. This left him a bit flustered, but soon Aunt Wang, with a kind smile, said, "Ziying, this is everyone's recognition for you. Your Aunt Wang here has offended you a lot in the past, so please, you'll have to put up with me from now on." "All right, we can't keep calling you Ziying. We should call you Chief Nan Ziying." No, that's not right. It should be Chief Nan." And so, with shining eyes, Xiao Liu called him Chief Nan, as did the others, affirming that everyone would work hard and always give their best. However, Xiao Liu approached with a more serene look and informed, "But the leadership tasks are much heavier than before, with our team reduced by half and the need for military supplies doubled. How many of us will be standing after a month without eating, drinking, or sleeping?" It was clear that Miss Xiao Liu was concerned about these issues, so she asked, "Chief, you decide. How should we handle this workload?" Ziying remained seated, still analyzing his talent tree and thinking, "Our workers' efficiency won't change much, so it's all on me now. With mastery of level 7 beast control, level 6 Asura talent, and proper use of beast taming abilities, along with some attribute cutting techniques, efficiency can be doubled. This way, even with regular shifts, the new tasks won't affect the schedule. And with this chief position, dealing with Lin Yukai after draining his resources just became much easier." His reverie was interrupted by Xiao Lu's complaint, who indignantly said, "The task is completely unfair. We have to appeal to the leadership. However, Ziying asked her not to worry too much because he had already come up with a solution, which surprised everyone. Then, he began to try to get up, prompting Xiao Liu to approach and say, "Chief, I know the pressure has been immense since you took office, but your body has just recovered. You can't be as reckless as before." But these warnings were of no use. His 2 feet firmly stepped on the ground, and he stood up, saying, "I know everyone is concerned about my health, but trust me, we can complete this task." This attitude filled everyone with hope and confidence. Everyone believed in Ziying's leadership. It was then that everyone encouraged each other to get back to work and make up for lost time. But just as everyone was supporting him, the shadow of a person quickly passed through the door, catching Ziying's attention as he noticed their speed. This couldn't be one of his employees. Quickly, he was already out of the hospital room, wondering who this person was. He began running through the corridors, knowing they had gone in that direction. Suddenly, he was outside the hospital, wondering where they had gone. Without waiting, Ziying felt the pressure of a gun pointed at his head and a woman saying, "Bold of you to chase after me. You really have a lot of courage." The situation was a bit complicated for him. The woman was blonde and was threatening him. "From now on, don't take another step. I ask, you answer." In Ziying's mind, he was only wondering when she had gotten behind him, believing she was a true expert. The beautiful woman then asked, "When you received Lin Yukai's order, how many in the next shipment? Are they delivering, or are you going to pick them up?" However, all Ziying replied was that she should ask Lin Yukai and his gang that question. But the woman continued to insist, "You're not an accomplice? Cooperating with them? Answer my question seriously." Ziying focused his energy on his hands, trying to seize a moment of distraction from them, and when he noticed she was off guard, he activated Asura talent. The woman skillfully managed to dodge at that moment, and then she fired at Ziying, but what she didn't expect was that he blocked the shot with his own hands. Ziying said, "Who said I'm an accomplice of that trash Lin Yukai? Did you get the wrong guy?" She adjusted her position, not believing Ziying's words, and questioned why he was helping him then. Our protagonist backed away from her attack, stating that he wasn't helping. He was just completing the tasks assigned to Ye City. He then remarked, "Even if he's a worm, a scoundrel, or even a traitor, technically he's still our superior for now." The woman found this strange. Ziying was very well informed about Yukai's affairs. It was then that she seductively extended her hand, offering a partnership to deal with Lin Yukai together, and introduced herself. "I'm Jiang Yuan from the Supply and Intelligence section of the 8th Defense Line." However, he looked at her hand with a serious expression, then back at her and stated, "I refuse." The woman did not appreciate being confronted in that way. She frowned and said, "So, you're choosing to be part of the problem?" He affirmed that he wasn't. He knew Liu Yukai needed to be stopped, but it wouldn't happen now or by her. Her gaze became even more intense as she stated, "Why didn't you consider the consequences of eliminating Lin Yukai?" This surprised the woman. She couldn't understand what he meant by that. Ziying began to explain, "If you're thinking of getting rid of Lin Yukai, you're only considering 2 options: murder or internal reporting. When it comes to murder, if there's more than one person on the other side, how would you ensure everyone involved stays silent? Also, don't forget who you are. If the murder attempt fails, what do you think will happen to you?" At that moment, the woman was speechless. All she could do was widen her eyes. Ziying continued, "As for handling it internally, investigations will drag on, and humanity has just suffered a new defeat. If rumors of fights over supplies leak out, outsiders will interpret it as discord within our ranks. This will inevitably trigger a chain reaction, throwing the entire rear into chaos." In Ziying's mind, he could vividly see people trying to flee with their belongings. The woman placed her hand on her waist, took a deep breath, and sighed. She didn't want to say anything, and only grumbled a bit. Then she looked at him and asked, "What do you think we should do?" It was then that Ziying affirmed that he would take care of it. Of course, the woman was astonished. "What? You?" Then she approached Ziying, touched him with her finger and said, "Rest a bit, okay? Don't think I don't know who you are. You're just a deserter, and I can't even deal with them. Yet you..." Not wanting to take this insult lightly, Ziying interrupted the woman by activating his aura in his hands. Then, his eyes turned black, and his body emitted a reddish glow as he said, "Are we not fighting right now? Maybe I didn't say much a week ago, but now, what are your chances of defeating me?" She looked at him, startled by how unusual his reaction had been at that moment. It was then that she thought, "A week ago? Hold on." Jiang Yuan began to recall the information she had about him, from the moment of his desertion and choice to stay in the logistical rear, to the time he was in military supply dealing with mutants. That's when an idea clicked. Could it be he has the ability to continuously strengthen himself? Then, Ziying noticed her immersion and interrupted her. All right, I've said all I can. You're a smart girl, so don't act rashly. He looked at her intensely and asserted, that trash Lin Yukai, I will take care of him. Zhang Yuan looked at him and laughed, saying, since you're so insistent, I'll reluctantly agree to your request. But in this matter, success is the only option, understood? And there they made an agreement, with Ziying affirming that he would keep his word. Then he said, but once I deal with Lin Yukai, I'll depend on you for the mutants we need. She was surprised. What? You need more? How many mutants do you really need? Your current strength wouldn't be considered weak even on the battlefield. Continuously strengthening yourself but staying hidden. Are you planning something against humanity? At this moment, she even suspected which side he might possibly be on. However, our protagonist said she was overthinking things, as it was obvious he was on humanity's side, but to drive out the 10,000 races, he wasn't strong enough yet. He turned to her before bidding goodbye and then waved, giving a farewell. She stood still, feeling the wind in her hair. She found our protagonist a very unsettling figure, but his eyes didn't seem like those of a liar, so she felt she could trust him. A few days later, their group was walking among the containers with the bodyguard and Officer Yukai. Xiao Liu and Aunt Wang were talking about how Chief Ziying had managed to complete the last mission without any problems. They were going to assign a new task to Ye City and hoped for their good work again. Holding the information sheet, Xiao Liu stated that last time, they were all level 4 mutants, but this time they were almost at level 5. Wang emphasized that they had increased the difficulty level again. Then Landlady Xiao approached our guy and said, Chief, last time dealing with level 4 mutants left you quite injured. What are we going to do this time? However, our protagonist affirmed that it was fine. He could handle this task without any problem. The officer had stopped to listen to their conversation, and then started laughing, affirming that Ziying was always so straightforward. But then he stopped and thought, this Ziying guy isn't just more competent than that dead fatso, he's also crucial because he doesn't take bribes. And those thorns from the supply immobilization group have been behaving well lately. It's great not to have people causing trouble everywhere. His mind wandered about how much money he could make, imagining a rain of money as he said to himself, with the war going badly, military supply orders have doubled compared to before. It's a divine opportunity to make a fortune, haha. He then put his hand on Ziying's shoulder and said, work hard, and if you need anything, just ask. If you perform well in these upcoming batches of tasks, I, Lin Yukai, will be willing to personally award medals to Chief Nan and his team. Then, Ziying raised his hand and shouted, Aunt Wang, everyone to your stations, let's work! And so everyone followed as Ziying instructed. This batch here, send it to the first floor of the Judgment Tower. Hey, pay attention, these are level 5 mutants. Send them to the second floor. Observing this, the officer noted that the working atmosphere in Ye City was very comforting, but soon assured that he wouldn't bother them anymore, seeing everyone getting busy, and then bid farewell. Ziying, seeing him off, smiled, thinking, Lin Yukai, all these things you've been hoarding, they're all nourishment for my talent upgrades. Ziying was already within the testing area, and his whole body enveloped in a crimson aura, with his eyes modified and his whole demeanor different. He activated Evil Blade Alloy. Taking his sword and heading towards various monsters, he swung his sword and then activated the ability, starting the process of increasing his capabilities with each kill. While our protagonist battled monsters in the arena, news reached him every day he entered that room. On March 20th, at the 8th line of defense in Eagle Land, there was a brutal battle that lasted 4 hours. Over 800,000 soldiers fell, 50,000 died, resulting in the collapse of the defense line. On March 22nd, the 8th line of defense on the northern glacier crumbled, and the 10,000 races invaded the homeland, resulting in the death of 600 soldiers. On March 24th, the 8th line of defense on the southern glacier faced the Steel Massacre race, and in just 1 hour, 500,000 soldiers were completely annihilated. On March 26th, the 8th lines of defense in France and the nation of Kawasaki collapsed completely in just half an hour. But no one could think of anything other than annihilating the 10,000 races. After all these events, his moment arrived. His crimson aura still circulated through his body and sword, like a mere spark about to unleash all its power. It was after defeating numerous monsters that he was finally able to release the full strength of Asura Returns. His max level ability granted him a new appearance. It seemed like fire had consumed part of his clothes, leaving some parts of his body exposed and his hair completely spiked. The energy was so intense that everything around exuded this power, with the wind swirling and blending with the red and black of the environment. This was the hell on earth mode. There were still some creatures that dared to face him. Wolves that growled and drooled with the sole purpose of tearing a piece from that human. With eyes turned black and pupils glowing red, that moment was perfect for testing the wolves. Our protagonist pointed his sword at the creatures, seeing the number of glowing eyes on the horizon increasing. The tip of his blade glowed with flames, and it didn't take long for a massive strike to emerge from it, hitting a vast area and raising debris all around. From the small mountain where Nan Ziying stood, the damage caused was visible along the path. At that moment, he realized the power he had upon reaching the maximum level of this ability. "It's exponentially different from the previous level," he said. Satisfied, he deactivated his ability, making his altered appearance disappear. In the now empty place, only a few spheres glowed in the atmosphere. He murmured, "The source stones harvested these days can now be used to tame beasts. As for Lin Yukai, he will be rich, but without a life to spend it." Currently, only the Eastern Alliance, the United States, and Mao's country still desperately resisted. The Eastern Alliance issued another call for recruits, lowering the minimum age to 16. This information left everyone apprehensive, and our protagonist, already present at the scene, could only think about how the collapse happened too quickly. Even with his powerful Asura talent, he was just one person and knew he needed to plan something quickly. Aunt Wang was startled by Ziying's presence and the fact that he had finished so quickly. It wasn't just her who noticed this, but also Yukai, who arrived at the scene saying, "Chief Nan's efficiency has improved again. I am very satisfied. Tell me, what official position would you like?" Our protagonist just looked at him with an intense expression and stated, "I want yours." This, of course, left the old man surprised and puzzled about what he meant. Even the guard accompanying him was sweating at the thought of having to act against the young man. But then, Nan Ziying smiled and explained, "I want you to go to the northern jungle tonight and bring a batch of steel wolves. Let's deal with these beasts quickly." Yukai had a relieved and somewhat awkward smile on his face, but admitted that the young man had serious resilience, even stating that he had a good intuition, everything he admired. While he praised him, he was caught completely off guard and surprised when the young man bowed in respect, saying, "Then I'll leave this to Commander Lin," to which Yukai replied that he need not worry about it. Even with this friendly attitude, Yukai knew it could all be an act. If by any chance that kid was planning some kind of trick, he would finish Nan Ziying. The young man straightened up again, with a smile on his face and the thought, "With external enemies invading and you as a parasite in the rear, you are beyond redemption." Meanwhile, in the northern jungle, on a full moon night, Nan Ziying was there, wearing his mask as the wind whipped his cape. If I remember correctly, when high-level espers awaken, the 10,000 races will soon launch assassination plots. I must act even more discreetly from now on. For those who don't know, espers are individuals with psychic abilities in fiction plots. As he strategized, some wolves approached him, and at the moment Nan Ziying commanded, "You pups! Call the nearby wolf packs for me." All those animals howled as if responding to him as their leader. The full moon shone over the various red eyes surrounding the icy mountain. Nan Ziying realized, upon analyzing the system screens, that the requirements for a beast tamer enhancement were growing exponentially. He spotted 3 cars approaching his direction, and as they drew nearer, he realized it was Yukai with his entourage. Could this be a strategy to ambush him? The guard driving informed, "Sir, about 1,000 mutant wolves have been detected ahead, within spatial teleportation range." To Yukai, this was a reason to celebrate. While pouring wine over a rabbit woman's breasts and grabbing her butt, he said, "Excellent. Invade. Teleport them straight to Nano's cages. Let's finish this and go home to do other things." Not long after, a noise caught everyone's attention, putting Yukai on alert and the woman accompanying him scared. "What was that noise?" she asked the guard, who immediately put his head out of the car and was stunned by what he saw. All those wolves surrounded the 3 cars, making the guard shout, "They're steel wolves, an entire pack!" Desperate, Yukai clung to the window, screaming, "How can this happen? Why was there no warning beforehand? Quick, have the teleporter take me to a safe place." However, they faced a problem. The teleporter could only operate within 1 kilometer, while the beast wave spanned at least 10 kilometers. Their only option was to advance forcefully and break through the wolf pack ahead, hoping to find an exit. The guard shifted the car into gear, ready to put his plan into action, and sped off as the wolves pursued them. From a distance, Nan Ziying observed that this was the perfect moment. He looked at the moon, affirming that it would assist them. Then, he leaped and positioned himself in front of the cars, declaring, "Let's tame some wolves and exterminate the pests all at once." Letting a powerful energy flow through his hands to the ground and beginning to alter his appearance, Ziying activated his beast-taming talent and let out a strong shout, "Tame!" All the creatures present were enveloped by this energy, causing them to obey the command of our protagonist. At that moment, the guard inside the car noticed that the wolf pack had stopped and that there was possibly a beast tamer ahead. Yukai soon became excited, thinking this was great. Could he be there to protect them? However, his guard reminded him, "But we've never heard of such a powerful beast tamer emerging from Ye City." Even so, this did not diminish the man's hopes, as he stated it could be a hidden master. He needed to go there and meet him. Perhaps he could even be useful to them. Ziying was still standing in front of the 3 cars. He had just commanded over 100,000 giant steel wolves. The wolves began to howl, displaying their large red eyes and sharp teeth, while Ziying instructed them, "Tear this convoy apart, leave no one behind." And so, the stealthy wolves began to position themselves, causing panic in the guard, who shouted, "Sir, it seems the beast tamer has failed. We are surrounded by the beast wave." Realizing this could be true, Yukai immediately ordered everyone to hurry and unleash all their firepower. The soldiers in the other convoys grabbed their weapons and began firing at all the creatures that were increasingly surrounding them. However, it seemed that this was not helping much. The wolves were progressively gaining ground, killing those men one by one and overturning the cars, shattering their windows. The car wouldn't stay in place, rocking with the force of the creatures, and the guard knew this was too dangerous a place. They needed to hurry if they still wanted to teleport to a safe location. The man grabbed Yukai by the neck with his ability and got out of the car, seeing one of the wolves quickly approaching. However, a black and purple aura circled around them, protecting them from the attacks. Still, the wolf did not stop frightening them, opening its huge mouth ready to devour them. The guard stretched out and shouted, "You monsters! Today you will feel the power of a level 5 Esper." His power spread, covering everything in darkness, as he said, "Teleport from Nano's cage!" He had barely used an attack, and even more wolves were already surrounding them, causing Yukai to become increasingly tense, repeatedly saying, "Quick, they're coming again." The guard knew that the capacity of Nano's cage was limited, so they couldn't continue. He thought, "Teleport to the walls of the ancient city." Once again, that power circulated the area, making all the wolves disappear. The last thing they expected was a sinister figure to appear behind them, saying, "I've been waiting for you. You took longer than I expected." The guard turned around, teeth clenched in fear, asking who he was. Then our protagonist removed the mask from his face, revealing his identity, Nan Ziying. Yukai was perplexed by the appearance and asked if he was the beast tamer and if his intention was to kill them. But he didn't hesitate to answer the truth, a sinister look on his already transformed face. Bingo. Desperate, Yukai furrowed his brow, angry and trembling for his life, screaming, "If you dare touch me, I guarantee not only you, but your entire family will meet a terrible end." Nan Ziying believed his words. However, he easily passed by the guard, stating, "Too bad you won't have the chance." He grabbed Yukai by the neck, who, unable to breathe properly, tried to call for his guard. The guard promptly told him not to worry, stretching out his hands and generating his purple aura again, intending to teleport him instantly. Nan Ziying, however, was enveloped by his crimson energy and activated Asura Dragon Hunter. This ability was a lethal strike that condensed the essence of Asura, transforming the killing intent into a dragon. In his defense, it manipulated all lower-level mental and spatial beings. The clash of abilities became visible in the field, and the guard said, "I can't use teleportation? How is this possible? Are you a high-level Esper?" Realizing it could be something like that, the man was incredulous and couldn't believe such a thing could have happened. He let out a scream, "This can't be!" as he was pulled by the neck, and then Nan Ziying punched him in the face to shut him up. After dealing with the guard, Yukai, seeing no other way out, only begged to be spared. But the response was simple, "Sorry," and Nan Ziying extended his hands towards him, throwing him away, delivering the old man directly into the mouths of the wolves, leaving only one question in the air. Why would Nan Ziying, a deserter, do this? He couldn't hear the answer to his question. The wolves caught and devoured him instantly, while Nan Ziying stood under the full moon, his appearance altered by the Asura ability, bidding farewell to that unscrupulous old man. Meanwhile, at the Super Abilities Research Bureau, the wind was blowing strongly outside the buildings. A woman was taking her shower calmly when she noticed a powerful Esper aura once again coming from the city of Ye. She was a level 5 Esper named Su Leng, and knew that the sensations from a few days ago had not been an illusion. A supreme Esper had indeed emerged in the city of Ye. Quickly, she got up, grabbed her towel, and said, "I need to report this to the Super Abilities Research Bureau immediately." After everything was over, our protagonist spoke, "Everything is settled now. There's no need to be afraid. You can leave." The wolves were delighted, approaching like puppies seeking affection, licking their master. Nan Ziying returned the affection, but soon asked them to stop licking him, telling everyone to stay quiet and behave. This request had to be reinforced with his ability, as they were really excited. All the wolves quickly sat down as he had asked, staring at him. Our protagonist sighed, knowing he still couldn't do anything with them. He once again gently petted the animals, acknowledging that they had done very well again. As a reward, he gave each of them a pat on the head, saying, "Good boy." They all wagged their tails happily, knowing it was a reward even for their good behavior. After greeting each one individually, he jumped onto one of the cars, announcing that there was a new task for all of them. He turned to his followers and said, "Head to the northern jungle and hunt down some origin stones for me." The pack then howled at the moon, promptly accepting their leader's command. Snow began to consume the entire city, and we find ourselves at Ye City's slaughterhouse. Zhang Yuan met our protagonist there, who was eating something on the stairs, and reported, "Nan Ziying, Lin Yukai, and their team encountered a tide of beasts next to the northern jungle yesterday. Their entire group was wiped out." His reaction was to keep eating, as if none of this affected him. Irritated by this behavior, she spoke assertively. "Did you do this?" Nan Ziying continued eating, but still replied, "Well, I did tell him I wanted some mutant wolves." Zhang Yuan put her hand on her hip, suspicious that he might have another ability, and asked, "Don't tell me you can control beasts too?" Our protagonist put a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture and commented, "Shh, some secrets shouldn't be revealed." This statement left the woman stunned for a moment. However, she turned to the side, closing her eyes, and informed him, "All right. By the way, I've already submitted evidence of Lin Yukai's embezzlement this morning. His assets should be seized soon." Ziying stood up, finding that to be music to his ears. As he was about to leave, she turned to him and with a smile commented, "Anyway, I owe you a lot. How about I buy you a drink tonight?" However, he turned down the offer, using the excuse of the nation's impending crisis, saying he wasn't in the mood for normal activities and continued walking. However, he abruptly stopped and turned to the woman, saying, "But if you really want to thank me, there's another way." The woman was completely embarrassed by this approach, but still asked what the way would be. Our protagonist gave a nod of approval and replied, "I would like to turn this place into the largest slaughterhouse in Ye City, receiving 10 to 100 times more mutant animals than other slaughterhouses." This wouldn't be a problem for her to make a reality, because given the scarcity of frontline supplies, such a request would make the superiors adore her, and then he could certainly count on her. The next day, at Workshop 4 of the slaughterhouse, Ziying was facing several animals. The place seemed flooded. He had crossed with his Asura ability activated, thinking that this idea had indeed been ingenious, because once that place became one of the largest slaughterhouses, he could harvest origin stones from mutant animals much more easily. With the capture of the giant steel wolves, he should be able to organize 1 million mutant animals soon. 2 days had passed, and the system reported that his beast tamer ability status was at level 7. Additionally, other information was provided. He had mastered 100,000 level 5 steel wolves and collected 1,900,000 indomitable origin stones. To reach the next level, he needed 17 out of 270,000 points. In the northern jungle, he activated his beast control ability again, and as his aura completely enveloped them, he instructed them to continue fighting, knowing that the fate of our world rested on his shoulders. Facing his wolves, he summoned them. "Today, I, Nan Ziying, invite all of you to hold the northern jungle and defend our blue star together." Gradually, his power spread across all creatures on the icy plains. Our protagonist raised his hands, emitting a kind of magical circle, as he said, "Level 6 blazing steel yaks! Tame!" His power extended to all creatures. Nan Ziying was still with his hands outstretched when a type of mutant buffalo surrendered to its master. He said, "You will hold the plains of the white bone and gather origin stones. Do not harm humans, do not attack cities, and await further orders." Thus, rising on 2 legs, he affirmed the given command. In the Rift Gorge, Nan Ziying walked on, going over everything he needed to do. With 1 million origin stones remaining, He could tame a group of unruly level 7 mutant monkeys from the Rift Gorge, and it was precisely these monkeys that were hidden, analyzing every move our protagonist made. It didn't take long for him to notice the various gazes those creatures started emitting towards him, but that was to be expected from beasts of level 7. His aura was on a completely different level compared to the wolves and yaks. It didn't take long for a monkey to take the initiative and attack Nanziying, leaping in a jump towards its prey. Our young man, with a fierce look, recognized that they had incredible speed and surreal ferocity, but still managed to dodge that potentially devastating attack and commanded, "Tame!" causing his aura to penetrate that monkey, which instantly fell to the ground, while Nanziying said, "Luckily, they're still within the taming range." But things weren't over yet. Several monkeys began leaping at him, and upon realizing this, Nanziying kept a close watch, hearing a loud roar coming from somewhere as some of them approached. He turned in all directions, hearing one of them roar loudly with that huge mouth screaming, and knew that the worst could have happened. Did the taming fail? He thought. At that moment, he had no other choice. He activated his Asura ability, knowing that he would have to defeat all of you until submission before taming them completely. Nanziying delivered a strong kick to one of the monkeys, destroying one of its armors, which instantly crumbled, causing it to fall brutally to the ground. The impact raised smoke and debris. He was at level 8 of Beast Domination ability, so he focused his power on his hands, ready to be unleashed. However, once again, he heard the roar coming from a corner of the forest, breaking his enchantment. With the creatures free from his power, they seemed even more ferocious, aiming to finish him off. Realizing this, our young man spoke to himself. That roar again. It must be why the taming failed last time. There are so many unruly level 7 monkeys. Killing them would not only be a pity, but also a waste of energy. So, he left the presence of those creatures and headed into the forest. Knowing he needed to take down the leader behind it all, he leaped away, leaving the little monkeys confused, seeing only a red trail in his wake. In his jump, he managed to reach one of the vines in the area, holding onto it and moving like one of them, recognizing that they had impressive combat power, but unfortunately, not much intelligence. The two monkeys chasing him collided with each other, once again leaving Nanziying free. Enraged, one of them grabbed the vine he was on and, biting it, split it into two ends. Falling, Nanziying recognized that it was indeed a good reactive move, but one thing these creatures couldn't do was underestimate their new master. He landed on top of the monkeys' heads, making them roar, and then leaped again to a flatter spot, managing to land right at the cave where the boss was. Nanziying commanded, "Come out now," and facing an imposing figure, stated that it was time for a change in leadership there. As the creature began to move out, Nanziying started to realize how impressive its size was and commented, "Overwhelming pressure. I'd be on my knees in seconds if it weren't for my Asura ability. This Monkey King must have been at least level 9, or perhaps even higher." And then, swiftly, the Monkey King reached out its hands to grab him, and unable to dodge, Nanziying realized its speed was also impressive. The creature opened its mouth full of teeth and drool, wanting to make him its snack. But then, our protagonist grabbed his weapon, trying to escape and declaring, "Ah, you want to eat me? Too bad I'm not an easy meal." Nanziying struck the creature's hand, making it release him. His body fell until he landed back on the ground. However, seeing the persistent hand of that creature, he leaped again from that flat spot to the ground. The Monkey King, seeing this, wouldn't let him escape that easily and went after him. The boss's growl caused a strong tremor. Its aura was blue and enveloped its hairy body. It had fallen near where Nanziying had also fallen and was trying to get up. The great beast growled, calling him, and he, in response, said, "Ah, you think I'm foolish? Looks like I need to show you who's in charge here." That's when he activated his Asura, Hell on Earth mode, causing all his energy to circulate in red. As he removed his tattered clothes, it became evident that he had unleashed his full power. The wind began to swirl around his body, mixing with his aura. Meanwhile, at the Paranormal Investigation and Monitoring Agency, someone asked, "Ma'am, are you sure about that feeling you had?" A woman looked through a large telescope while the other continued to say, "It's past 3 again. If you keep pulling all-nighters, how am I supposed to grow up like this?" That was Su Leng, manipulating that artifact and explaining, "That intense killing intent before, I can't be wrong. The higher-ups want us to keep an eye on Ye City in recent days. Just bear with it." Then, with much anger, she turned to the girl and continued, "And stop calling me older sister. We're the same age. Just because you haven't developed as much doesn't mean you're a child." However, the girl simply crossed her arms, responding, "Look at those hills on your chest. I'm being polite, not calling you auntie." Despite wanting to respond to that insult, something caught her attention instantly, making her turn back to her telescope and inform that something was approaching. Quickly, she instructed the girl, "Prepare for tracking. Southwest of Ye City in the Rift Gorge." The girl, named Chen Kier, was a level 5 aura perception esper and promptly focused, starting to concentrate something in her hands. Around her, there seemed to be various particles, as she said, "The universe is infinite, giving birth to all things. To observe, enlighten, track time." When she opened her eyes, instead of her pupils, there was the yin-yang symbol, enveloped in black energy. Through her eyes, she could see someone activating the Hell on Earth ability, causing a rupture in the earth and a strong red aura that led them to the end of that hole. There was our protagonist fighting against his imposing creature, the Monkey King, displaying all his strength. As he struck, Nan Ziying smiled. His expression was completely altered, his eyes dominated by red, his forehead with several veins showing, and his teeth sharp. Chen Care, upon seeing his expression, instantly lost contact, falling to the ground. Sue approached worried and began calling her, asking her to wake up and say what she had seen. The girl trembled in fear, tears streaming from her eyes as she said, "So terrifying. He's an Asura demon." Meanwhile, our protagonist was completely transformed. His entire body was enveloped in an intense crimson aura, and his eyes displayed a unique color. Staring intently, he said, "Have you had enough fun?" The Monkey King remained silent, with a panicked expression, immobile and sitting amidst the rubble. The smoke intensified the drama of the scene. Placing his sword by his side, our protagonist added, "If not, get up and fight. But I can't promise I'll go easy on you if you do." The little monkey turned to the side, letting the bloody saliva drip to the ground as he prepared to get up. Noticing this, Nan Ziying recognized that there was still a bit of fighting spirit within him. It would be a shame if he died without exhausting all his strength. So, he said something that caught the Monkey King's attention. "How about joining my ranks? Let's face these 10,000 races together." The king remained silent, observing the courageous and valiant young man who was making the proposal. The protagonist stared at him as well, not knowing what the response would be. Suddenly, the creature clenched his fists and directed a punch at Ziying, but the blow abruptly stopped. With a good boy, our protagonist smiled, sealing a partnership. Subsequently, Ziying deactivated his Asura mode, returning to his normal appearance. He sheathed his sword and turned to the small monkeys around him. "Listen to my orders, you unruly millions of monkeys. From today, you will be under the command of the unruly Monkey King. You must protect the Rift Canyon and harvest source stones." And he instructed them not to harm humans or attack the cities. There, in front of the Monkey King and surrounded by other baboons, he sealed the new agreement, concluding with, "Stay ready for new orders." The red night was falling, and the wind was blowing strongly in the area. The system notified him that he had reached level 8 of the beast tamer, and then reported, "Formation. 50,000 giant steel wolves in the northern forest, 500,000 blazing steel yaks in the Whitebone Plains, and 1 million wild monkeys in the Rift Canyon." This was the army formation he was preparing. At the Paranormal Monitoring and Investigation Agency, Sue was lying on the sofa, lost in thought until she said, "Chen Care, last night, I felt another powerful energy signature, completely different from the first. But unfortunately," the girl soon interrupted, completing her sentence. "Unfortunately, I can only use my rewind ability once every 24 hours for only 3 seconds. Sue looked at her with an "you're talking nonsense" expression and said, "You know that's not what I meant. I'm just thinking, what if those two powerful energy signatures belong to the same person?" The girl's eyes widened, completely astonished. "Is that even possible? We've been monitoring these Eastern Espers for a long time, and the top 10 spots in the Eastern Esper rankings have been left empty for some of these mysterious families. They've never been publicly announced. But this Ashura, he instantly secured at least the 10th place. That's an insane level of individual power." Sue put her hand on her head, throwing herself back on the sofa, and replied, "True, maybe I'm overthinking it. Let's go ahead and announce the rankings." And so they did, announcing the rankings from 1 to 9, and then the 10th, informing that it was a mysterious man dressed in black with an unknown level ability. The 11th place was occupied by Lan Bingning, with an 8th rank elemental ability, and finally the 12th place by Chu Tian, with an 8th rank spatial ability. The next day, a post was published. A mysterious black-clad figure appears in the Rift Canyon of Yi City. With his destructive power, he has secured the 10th place in the Eastern Alliance Esper rankings. This caused an uproar on the internet, generating various comments. One commented that they had finally released the top 10 rankings. Another revealed that an Asura Esper had appeared in the West, and that now they could hardly believe there was one in the East too. 10 years of drinking ice would be something to be proud of if it were another type of Esper, but an Asura, exclaimed another comment. Another explained, the power of an Asura Esper comes from the will to kill, and they usually end up being consumed by it, turning into soulless killing machines. Another comment said, look, all I'm saying is, I hope this guy isn't from Yeah City. All the men are already on the front lines. That's when they remembered that our protagonist, labeled as a coward, was still in the rear, and when mentioned, the comment ceased with, don't talk to me about Nan Ziying. Meanwhile, Xiaoli was with our young man. She hands him a towel while saying, Chief Nan, clean your face first. Your phone hasn't stopped ringing. Then he picked up the phone and saw a news that said, the MI country, the MAO country, and the 8th Defense Line have fallen. To protect our homeland, the Eastern Alliance has fully activated the policy of recalling veterans to the 5th Defense Line. He had a tense expression as he was still drying himself, stating that they were not only losing faster this time, but the recall of veterans was also happening much earlier. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and this caught his attention, as it was none other than his father, sending a message. Hey brat, if you have time tonight, come home for dinner. Your mother and sister miss you. This was something neither you nor I expected. But our protagonist came from somewhere, didn't he? Meanwhile, an older man, dressed in an apron, was cooking something while apologizing to the reporter who was in his home. My wife, son, and daughter are all coming home for dinner tonight, so I had to cook some dishes. Sorry for making you wait so long. You're invited to join us if you don't mind a simple meal. She looked at him and responded, You're very kind. We just want a quick interview about the veteran recall. The man took off his apron, going to the living room and stating that she could ask him anything now that he was available. The reporter, Fang Shan, then asked to record while starting her interview. Mr. Nan Xiangshan, we heard that you immediately signed up for the veteran recall as soon as you heard the news. What were your thoughts at that moment? He completely changed his expression, becoming more serious as he spoke. It's my duty. Without a doubt. This was a gift for the reporter, who smiled ironically, and of course mentioned his son. Your son, Nan Ziying, became famous for refusing to enlist when he reached the appropriate age. What's your opinion on that? Mr. Nan was silent for a moment, understanding the point she wanted to make. His expression remained closed, but all this was interrupted when his family entered the living room. His wife, happily, said, Dear, I just arrived at the neighborhood entrance and found Xiao Ying and Xiao Shan. But soon after, she noticed that he was in the middle of an interview and became completely flushed, showing that she was extremely embarrassed. Mr. Nan got up, receiving his wife, and asked everyone to make themselves comfortable, saying that as soon as he finished, he would join them. Then he turned to the reporter, still looking proudly at his family and mentioning that, as she could see, this was his family, and they were rarely all together like this. His wife, Qin Shuimei, was a volunteer. His dear and beautiful daughter, Nan Zishan, was a medical esper. Then he looked at his son, who was at the table, and said, My son didn't go to the front lines, but he works hard in the slaughterhouse to support the frontline supplies. In my eyes, he's a good boy. As long as he doesn't go against ethics, I support his choices. The reporter didn't expect that response, and a drop of embarrassment passed through her head, leaving her in complete silence. His son, who was listening to everything, smiled and said, You old fool. Unsatisfied, the woman suddenly turned to the protagonist, shouting, Mr. Nan Ziying, the 8th Defense Line of the Eastern Alliance has fallen. Many of your colleagues sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. Don't you have anything to say about that? Seeing her shout, provoking his son, Mr. Nan bravely and firmly shouted back, Enough! Stop pressuring him. Who speaks what they want, hears what they don't want. Seeing that man becoming increasingly firm in his arguments, the reporter cowered when she heard him say firmly, Listen, when I signed up for the recall, they were going to put me on the 6th Defense Line, but I volunteered for the 7th Defense Line instead. Isn't that enough for you? My son may not be on the front line, but taking down those mutant beasts is equally dangerous. The city provides the maximum for the front line. Isn't that a contribution? You never report these facts, but you keep emphasizing those who stay in the rear. What is the purpose of the media anyway? Mr. Nan, these days, many of us ask ourselves the same thing. Nan Zishan interrupted at that moment and commented, If that's not enough, then I'm here. I just applied to be a medical volunteer on the 7th Defense Line. This surprised the reporter, but what surprised everyone even more was when his own mother stated, And if that's still not enough, I'll go in his place. The room fell into an awkward silence. Everyone looked at the mother, while the protagonist tried to control himself not to take drastic action. Then Mr. Nan, unable to bear it anymore, broke the silence, saying, "Sorry for the inconvenience." The reporter and the cameraman were amazed to hear him also say, "Get out!" The protagonist, already trembling with all the revelations and the prospect of his whole family going to the front line, clenched his fists, banged the table, and said, "Father, I'll go with all of you." He got up, leaving everyone a little surprised and scared. His mother asked, "Xiaoying, it's so late. Where are you going?" His expression was gloomy, but it was clear that he was deeply upset by the situation. He replied, "You all eat first. Something happened at the slaughterhouse." Even so, his mother insisted, asking what could be so important that it couldn't wait until dinner. However, his father, with his head down and visibly sad, just commented, "Let him go. He has his own responsibilities. We've already seen enough of him." The protagonist stood silently in front of the door, listening to what his father said. Even so, he left. In the submerged primordial forests, everything seemed very dark. The wind was blowing hard, and the protagonist was running there quickly. "I still have some time tonight. Let's tame the war elephants." Something in the forest caught his attention and made him stop immediately. He looked to the side of the forest, and it seemed like someone was watching him back. Then he shouted, "Come here, I know you're there." The silence was broken by a loud roar. An elephant was coming towards him, with a piece of tree trunk in its trunk. The creature was so big that it left the protagonist alarmed. The elephant tried to hit him with the trunk, but Nan Ziying quickly dodged. Then he pushed off the ground and jumped on the animal's head. He held his sword, and his overwhelming energy was remarkable. Then he said, "Listen, I'm in a hurry and I don't have time for games." He raised his hand and put all his power into the creature's head, which quickly surrendered. The elephant's eyes were taken over by Nan Ziying's red, who then said, "Go tell all your companions. Any dissent will be punished with immediate execution." The elephant roared loudly, raised its trunk, and struck the ground with both feet, as if calling the others to meet it. Thus, a herd began to approach, shaking the ground and raising dust. They all seemed brave and determined. However, their charge was interrupted by the black aura that appeared. Nan Ziying walked through the raised dust, his whole body enveloped in that energy, while saying, "Hear my orders, war elephants. Guard the submerged primordial forests, collect source stones, and await further orders." Nan Ziying stood before several elephants, who, without hesitation, allowed themselves to be led by the tamer, fully accepting his orders. The system then announced, "Beast Tamer level 8 with 3 million beasts tamed." He now had 500,000 giant steel wolves, 500,000 flaming steel yaks, 1 million unrestrained monkeys, and now 1 million war elephants. Seeing this information, Nan Ziying clenched his fists and said to himself, "I've finally unlocked the formation tree, and now I need to accelerate my leveling." With that in mind, he turned his back on the elephants, stating, "I'll go to the slaughterhouse to get some source stones." Returning to the slaughterhouse in the city of Ye, our protagonist had already done a great job of killing several mutant beasts. The system evaluated the availability of 100,000 source stones and 10,000 deployable formations, which was already enough for an upgrade. Analyzing the system screen, the protagonist said, "Let's see what this sword chi formation can do." And so he released a few more beasts, which let out various sounds in his direction. Nan Ziying closed his eyes and uttered the following words, "By the power of heaven and earth, I invoke 1,000 blades." In the next instant, various types of sword blades appeared as vibrant particles in a light blue. This dynamic energy whirled like a hurricane spiral above Nan Ziying. Then he finished saying, "Sword chi formation." The blades began to move in all directions, spinning quickly and hitting the creatures present without giving them a chance to escape. Nan Ziying, standing still, observed all that power and ability, saying, "It seems that a single level 1 sword chi formation is still too weak. So let's stack them, 2,000 sword chi formations." The blue around him intensified. A ray of the same color shot out of his eyes, and his hands emanated energy. The intensity was so great that his hair began to get disheveled. Suddenly, everything went black, and the only visible thing were the trails that this ability left as it cut through the air. As a result, our protagonist was in the center of a magic circle, surrounded by the dead creatures. "Once I set up the formations at each workshop, this place will practically run itself." Nan Ziying was now in the second slaughterhouse workshop, and he proclaimed again, "Among the weak, the strong shall rise. Let the thirst for blood feed your blades. 2,000 bloodthirsty formations. Activate." numerous blades formed like rain, cutting down all the monsters in the area. An hour later, the system reported the upgrade of the Formation Master. Formation Master. Formations deployed. 10,000. Skill level 2. Available formations. Blazing Flame Formation, Tenfold Amplification Formation, Elemental Sword Chi Formation. Note, each formation requires 20 Source Stones. Formation power can be stacked infinitely. Requirements for the next promotion: deploy 500 formations. Source Stones available. 0. Nan Ziying was sitting atop the building, waiting for dawn. He had spent the entire night deploying formations. Eating something unidentifiable but warm, he thought. It's daytime. I guess it's time to say goodbye to everyone and go to the front line. He closed his eyes, aware that this moment would come, and was ready to face it. Not too far away, Xiao Liu was coming behind Aunt Wang, cheerfully humming a good morning. However, she kept her eyes suspicious, looking at something. As we move away, we see that the door was open. Something strange enough for everyone to be curious. Did Chief Nan work all night again? She asked. She sighed and said, "That boy probably came back right after dinner. He can't keep doing this." Aunt Wang was clearly angry. "All because of those damn reporters. They are the culprits," she said, as the two wondered. "What reporters?" Aunt Wang turned around, showing the phone, and asked, "Didn't you see the news? I spent the whole night fighting trolls in the comments." She then showed a news article. Nan Ziying's father answers the veteran's call, heading to the 7th defense line. The funniest news she found had a total of 4,509 likes. Breezy Day said, "In ancient times, Mulan went to war for her father. Now we have a father going to war for his son." Aunt Wang, furious, replied that her boy was slaying monsters by the thousands every day. So, what had that boy in the comment done besides digging up shit with that keyboard? Another user don't like it. "Fight me," said, "I can't stand that spineless coward Nan Ziying. If I were him, I'd rather die in battle." Aunt Wang, the aunt of creative comments, replied, "Huh, so why aren't you dead yet and are still babbling here? Go get a life." These comments are the best. Another comment from Rational Hot Blood said, "It's all clear now. They've spoiled him too much. A cowardly son with a heroic father." With that, the aunt attacked again. "At least he has a loving family, unlike some people here." The irritation infected Xiao Liu, who quickly grabbed the phone, shouting, "Those idiots! They've gone too far!" But all this was interrupted when Aunt Wang exclaimed, "Chief!" The three turned around surprised, seeing our protagonist arriving, all in black and with a more serious expression than usual. Then he began to speak. "Ah, you're all here. Just in time. I need to hand some things over to you." Xiao Liu, embarrassed, repeated, "Hand things over?" For a moment, everyone was silent until she completed, "Chief, don't tell me you're going to..." Suddenly, a slightly older man entered the location, informing our protagonist that his father had asked him to deliver something. That moment froze Ziying, who thought, "Old man, you really..." The man handed over a letter, which he immediately took and read. The content was, "My dear Ziying, son, by the time you read this, your sister and I will be on the battlefield. I know that saying none of this is your fault would only make you feel worse and question everything. So I'll say this. We share the burden of honor and disgrace, whether it's a small family, a great nation, or all of humanity. Your old man may be a kitchen god, but I'm also a soldier. Never forget that, boy. Your sister feels the same. I may not know exactly what you're planning, what you're enduring, but I know it's something big. You've never shied away from a challenge. Just like me, ha 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 ha. You rascal. You can't fool your old man with that mask, you know? That mysterious Asura on the ranking board. It's you, isn't it? You thought you could hide that from me? All this time, you've stood firm. Don't let it be us who break you now, son. Don't listen to the whispers. Most people are full of contradictions anyway. Remember, boy, a rising tide lifts all boats, and a falling tide sinks all ships. You're doing something important, Ziying. Don't let them make you think otherwise. Oh, and take care of your mother for me. She's still in the city. With love and respect, Nan Shanchong." Our protagonist, almost crumpling the paper, remained silent. It was truly a great family support. Then Xiao Liu asked him not to stress too much about it, and the woman next to him said the same. "Yeah, you're already carrying the weight of those other cities with the whole beast slaughter process. They wouldn't last a week without you. They need those supplies on the front line. If we collapse, everyone collapses." Ziying just turned around, letting them talk, still in silence. Aunt Wang, irritated, turned to Liu and stated, "Exactly. And with Aunt Wang here, anyone on the network who dares to speak ill of you, I'll shut them up myself. Leave those trolls to me. Aunt Wang will protect you." However, he turned to them and thanked everyone, stating, "I'm fine, really. But there's something I need to tell all of you. You know that announcement about building that 5th reserve defense line?" Xiao Liu looked incredulous as he continued, saying that he would apply to be the engineering chief there. But Ziying smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let this delay the slaughter work." In front of a statue, several convocations were being assembled. Trucks and a crowd of people were there. Ziying, mixed in with that crowd, wore a hood while thinking about his father and how he was willing to take his words seriously. Immersed in his thoughts, he commented to himself, "You're right. Going to the battlefield now would be good for nothing but killing a few more monsters. It wouldn't change anything, and I'd be disappointing you and my little sister, leaving Mom unprotected. The Xenos aren't carbon-based life forms. We can't harvest source stones from them, which means no more improvements for me out there. They'll keep sending stronger and more powerful enemies. With my current power, humanity wouldn't have a chance in the end. I wouldn't be able to protect anyone." He sighed, put his hands in his pockets, and left that cold farewell, heading back in the opposite direction of the trucks that were following the front line. "If we want to win, I have to focus on that 5th defense line. That will be humanity's last stand. Don't worry, old man. I promise I won't let you down," he said. 3 days later, he had become the engineering chief, and on the platform, someone said, "Chief Engineer Nan, you are indeed one of the best graduates from the architectural department." The man talking to him was Senior Engineer Lee, and he continued, "The 5th Reserve defense line, according to your design, will be a 30-meter high and 10-meter thick steel wall. It will be electrified and stretch 300 kilometers along the northwestern border, connecting 20 cities. Not even tanks will get through that." Our protagonist smiled as he heard him say all this. As he walked through various stairs with the constructions and platforms, he reflected that all this was only possible thanks to him and his construction team, and then mentioned, "Unfortunately, an electrified steel wall is just a smokescreen. It won't hold those monsters. The real defense is in the formations." The wind takes us to a frozen place, where our protagonist was in the center of a location surrounded by various flat mountains. There, he said, "The formations require a lot of source stones." The system then informed, "Available source stones, 3,500,000 at level 1. Available formations, 175,000 at level 2, 350,000 at level 1. The area between Ye City and the 5th defense line was uninhabited, making it the perfect place for the formations he wanted to create. Ziying opened his hand, conjuring a red sphere, and declared, "By the fury of heaven and earth, by the power of the sun. Blazing flame formation, 50,000 formations per kilometer. Unlock!" At various points of the location, bands of lights appeared, creating red magic circles on the ground. He continued, saying, "By the light of the sun and moon, by the duality of creation and destruction, elemental sword chi formation, 50,000 formations per kilometer. Unlock!" Ziying, with his eyes closed and his red aura circulating through his body, commanded, "Stack 50,000 blazing flame formations per kilometer. Stack 50,000 elemental sword chi formations per kilometer. Stack 50,000 blazing flame formations per kilometer. Stack 50,000 elemental sword chi formations per kilometer." The system then reported, "More than 500 formations have been unlocked. Your skill level has risen to 3, and new formations are available. Earth Spike Formation, Frost Formation, Amplification Formation. Each formation unlock costs 30 source stones, and formations can be stacked indefinitely." Observing the system, Ziying reflected out loud. 10 kilometers in layers with level 2 stacked formations should delay any low-level Xeno. There's no need to spend source stones on level 3 formations here and delay evolution. Let's save them for the second layer. Tonight, I'll complete the first layer of defense formations around the city of Ye for 35 kilometers, with 1,025,000 stacked level 2 formations. The next day, at the construction site, Senior Engineer Lee rushed to find our protagonist, visibly concerned. He showed a cell phone to Ziying, displaying an alarming news headline. Trending news. The newly initiated 5th Defensive Line Reserve Plan in the city of Ye has been proven ineffective on the western battlefield. Commentary. Nan Ziying is wasting time and money. Shut it down before it's too late. The best defense is a good offense. We are marching to the city hall. Let's destroy this thing. With a desperate look, Mr. Lee stated that the public was in an uproar. However, Ziying placed his hand on the man's arm and asked him to calm down, saying, "Don't worry. Continue the construction as planned. I'll think of a new improvement plan. Ziying looked at the site, deep in thought. He reflected to himself that this defensive line was never meant to be the true barrier. The goal was to deceive the Xenos, lulling them into lowering their guard before reaching the main formations. He watched the men working, his mind racing. Besides deceiving the enemy, how can this defensive line be more practical? His eyes widened with a sudden idea. Without saying anything, he took Mr. Lee's clipboard, surprising him, and began to write as he thought, "My elemental command rune ability is not yet unlocked, but that doesn't mean I can't prepare the ground for its unlocking in case I need it." He then turned to the old man and said, "Engineer Lee, I need you to build 2 trenches along the entire electrified wall, one in front and one behind. We'll fill the front trench with water, fill the back trench with crude oil," and he handed the clipboard back to him. "Wait, are you saying?" asked Lee, confused. Ziying, feeling very confident and imagining what was about to happen, affirmed, "You got it. When those Xenos come, we're going to hit them with everything we've got. First, we electrify the wall, turning that water into a high-voltage trap. Then, once they break through, we light everything on fire. We're going to fry those bastards." The old man's horrified smile opened, thinking it was a brilliant idea. "I'll immediately take this news to the city hall," he said, climbing one of the exit stairs, leaving our protagonist alone. Ziying was still thinking, "Once I unlock the elemental command rune, this defensive line is going to get a lot more interesting." He began to recall the beasts he had recently taken down and the domination of the beasts, affirming to himself, "I have enough for a level jump. I'm now at level 4 to be exact." Not long after, he was back at the training grounds, telling himself that the cities of Kan, Q, and Gan now have a fortified defense line of 45 miles, with 375 stacked level 2 formations. He placed his hand on the ground, reflecting that the next upgrade might take a little time, when suddenly a noise caught his attention. Several birds flew away frightened from that location. "Wait, that familiar aura. A powerful Xeno?" he said, surprised. However, what shocked him the most was that there was also a powerful human aura. He jumped off the flat formation where he was, fearing that this could not be something good, trembling at the possibility that things might happen even faster than he expected. "The Xenos are trying to assassinate one of ours," he exclaimed, with a fixed and intense gaze. In the hidden Chu clan, in the depths of the mountains where snow fell upon the clan's castle, a cloud of dust rose. "Xinghe, why did you come out of isolation 2 years early? You should only come out of isolation after 12 years since the invasion?" Chu Changxiong, the patriarch of the Chu clan, an old man with a long white beard, declared before the young man. "I felt it, master. A powerful aura emanating from the northwest border. It resonated deeply within me. This helped me achieve my advancement early, and so I had to come out of isolation." Chu Xinghe, a young man with brown hair and light green traditional clothes, the 307th prodigy of the Chu clan, responded, emerging from the center of the dust cloud. "The northwest border, but that region is practically devoid of spiritual energy. How could?" Changxiong asked, to which Xinghe replied, "That is precisely why this is so significant. Master, I have decided to personally visit the northwest border." The young man turned and looked at his master with his curly hair, as the old man looked at him with concern. "But Xinghe, there are rumors of Xenopatrols searching for the ancient prodigies. It is too dangerous," he declared anxiously. The young man, however, floated in the air and said, "In this apocalyptic era, danger is inevitable. Flight domain. If I could even receive a little guidance from such an expert, this journey would be well worth it." An hour later, Xinghe was flying above the clouds, spotting red location markers. "These formations are incredible. Could they truly be the work of a single person? I have never heard of anyone in our nation with such mastery over formations. Indeed, the greatest masters have hidden themselves in the northwest," he declared, observing the formations, when suddenly a presence caught his attention. A winged creature with blades was quickly approaching him, flying in front of the moonlight. "Xenos, Iron Destroyer, Unit 3578. The creature was a fusion of different weapons, blades, maces, and armor. "A Xeno!" he exclaimed, evading the attack that nearly hit him. Xinghe landed, taking the battle to the ground, but when he looked behind him, he could see a second creature, a mountain of mass with a huge tongue and tentacles emerging from its face. Their aura, each of them is an elite. I just came out of isolation and they are already upon me. Clearly they have been observing our ancient clans for a long time," he thought, observing the mutant with tentacles and 3 eyes called Xenos, Rotting Colossus, Unit 1324. In his mind, the Xeno executed the following reading. Prodigy detected level 10, Esper, exterminate. The Iron Destroyer leaped towards Xinghe, attacking him, but the Prodigy activated his domain control, making a hand sign. A purple energy expanded from him and he declared, "Domain sword manifests, raging inferno, azure spirit." A large blue dome enveloped the two Xenos, trapping them, while Xinghe shouted, consumed by rage, "Those who transgress against me will face my eternal fury." Meanwhile, our protagonist continued his journey, facing the fierce snowstorm with a jacket and a mask suitable for those low temperatures. He advanced swiftly, thinking, so many things have changed in this timeline. The defenses are crumbling faster, my father is already in the 7th line, and if things are so different, I fear that even the prodigies may face changes as well. In the last timeline, the ancient human prodigies did not reveal themselves until the 12th year of the invasion. They united humanity and gave us hope when all seemed lost. Their combined strength gave us 8 more years of war. We fought tooth and nail, but the Xenos still exterminated us in the 20th year. I know for certain that the Xenos sent their best assassins to Earth last year, lurking, searching. They were waiting for the prodigies to emerge so they could eliminate them before they became a threat. This world needs my plans, but it also needs them. I will not let them fall before their time. Shungi continued his battle, and the Iron Destroyer unfurled its blade wings, launching projectiles, similar to Kaisa's ability from League of Legends. The Colossus, on the other hand, charged towards him using brute force as expected. Receiving the attacks head-on and serving as a shield, Xinghe spat blood due to the effort and the remnants of the damage that passed through. "Damn, fighting against 2 of these elite Xenos at the same time is wearing me down," he cursed. The 2 advanced together, attacking simultaneously. The Colossus charged a punch that sent Xinghe flying and broke the ground around him. Coughing blood and with difficulty, the boy said, "Could it be that I, Chu Xinghe, who has just entered the world, am destined to find my end here?" Then, as he fell to the ground, he knelt, faced the 2 great creatures, bit his finger and preparing a final spell declared, "No, even if I die here, I will take at least one of you with me." But before he could finish, Xing burst onto the battlefield, shouting, "Look out!" and scooped the boy into his arms, taking him away. "You are the powerful senior I sensed," Xinghe asked, leaning against the tree, looking at Ziying, who in turn was observing the creatures, and asked, "Are you all right? Are you still able to fight?" Xinghe stood up, supporting himself on the tree, and replied, "With your help, I can." Our protagonist turned to the beasts and declared, "Then let's do this. I'll focus on the Iron Destroyer. You provide long-range support and keep the rotting Colossus occupied. They are both elite assassins, so be on your guard." And he shot towards the destroyer while Xinghe went to the left, saying, "Understood, senior." In the Xeno's mind, the executed command was, "Unknown level detected, Esper, exterminate." Ziying quickly approached the beast with his crimson eyes glowing and his hands joined with the active energy, shining with a red aura, while thinking, "It's been a long time, Iron Destroyer. You're just in time for me to use you in my formation." Then our protagonist declared, "Level 3, Twisted Earth Spine Formation, activate." Several stalagmites emerged from the ground, cutting and immobilizing the destroyer. The earth and ice spikes rose, taking over the space around it. However, the creature still seemed able to move and was about to break free. Ziying then declared, "As expected, a level 3 formation alone is not enough against you. In that case," he touched the ground, merging his energy with the soil and creating an orange energy vortex, declaring, 50,000 Twisted Earth Spike Formations, stack R. 50,000 Frostbite Formations, stack R. More ice and earth spikes emerged from the ground, forming an ice mountain over the creature and trapping it. The snow continued to fall, and ice chunks rained down the area as the battle continued. Xinghe looked at the entire formation in shock and thought, "These formations are several times stronger than the ones I saw from afar before. What overwhelming power! And yet he has been hiding in the shadows in the northwest, laying down formations without being known. And his fighting style, it's unlike any of the ancient clans. Who is he? And what is his purpose?" Flying on a lavender sphere, the child prodigy observed the creature inside the ice mountain. "He froze it," Sherlock declared. The colossal Xeno took advantage of the moment of distraction and raised its tongue, preparing an attack. "Be careful! Don't let your guard down!" shouted our protagonist as he saw that Xinghe would be hit. The colossal approached with its mouth open, salivating for death, and a powerful explosion occurred. That's when Ziying had to intervene, running towards them and saying, "Asura, Berserker!" With his altered red aura, he unleashed a series of attacks driven by intense rage. "Asura!" Xinghe wondered from afar, seeing him fight with eyes burning in a vibrant red and with the aura burning. "Don't tell me he's that mysterious level 10 Esper Asura?" he thought in shock, with his outline intact. Ziying continued fighting while thinking, "Such a good live combat opportunity is rare. Instead of ending this quickly, why not use it to enhance the prodigy's experience? The potential of this prodigy is off the charts, but he hasn't fully grown yet. If I could just accelerate his growth..." Wait, the amplification formation. What if, instead of being an area of effect, I could apply it? directly to a person? Looking back with his black orbits and red irises, he saw the prodigy apologize, saying, "Sorry, senior, I held you back." Ziying approached him and ordered, "Don't move." With a red flame on the tip of his finger, he wrote something on his forehead. "Senior, what is this?" he asked. "An amplification formation, 10-fold amplification." The boy fell to the ground, screaming and holding his head. "Continue," Ziying ordered. However, the system interrupted him, notifying, "Warning, the human body cannot withstand more than a 10-fold amplification. Exceeding this limit will result in death." Ziying ended the amplification, and the boy fell unconscious to the ground. "As I thought, there is a limit to what the human body can endure, but a 10-fold boost should be enough to help him defend himself," our protagonist thought, clenching his fists. "It seems that even if I want him to train in his current state, it's too risky." The colossal approached, raising clouds of dust and making the ground tremble. Our protagonist adjusted his forearm protection, saying, "I guess I have no choice but to..." However, a huge explosion of purple light in the sky interrupted him. "What?" he asked, looking up. Behind him, Xinghe was floating with white eyes, flowing hair, and surrounded by a whirlwind of energy, his aura stronger than before. Making a gesture in front of his chest, he declared, "Domain, manifestation of the sword." The Xeno was trapped inside a large arcane circle, a purple dome that formed around it. Unexpectedly, the Iron Destroyer broke the ice mountain, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. "He's free?" our protagonist wondered, seeing the figure of the creature take flight among the shower of stones in the night. Still in active berserker mode, with black eyes and red irises, Ziying signaled in front of his chest and declared, "All right, level 4, lightning burst formation, 50,000 times overcharge." An overload of lightning fell from the sky, pouring over the Xeno. Blue lightning formed an energy pillar that discharged while the destroyer was electrocuted, and Ziying shouted, "Destroy that monster!" The colossal was dissipated by the overwhelming and amplified power of Xinghe, and our protagonist said, "Now that's what I call combat power." Xinghe approached him and knelt by his side with his head bowed, saying, "Senior, thank you. You saved my life. You opened my eyes. From now on, the entire Chu clan is in your debt. We await your command." Ziying looked at him and replied, "Wow, calm down, get up." Smiling, Xinghe said, "Senior, as the mysterious level 10 Esper Asura, secretly implanting formations and acting with a mask, you must be planning something big, right? But the timing is not right and it cannot be known to the world yet, as that would risk discovery by foreigners. As everyone knows, there is only one great issue in this world, and it is to resist the Xenos. Senior, by implanting all these formations here, are you planning to turn this place into the final battlefield?" Impressed, our protagonist thought. This boy, not only is he talented in combat, but also highly intelligent. The child prodigy smiled, looking at him intently and said, "Judging by the expression on the senior's face, I must be right. So if you don't mind, senior, your surname, maybe, starts with N?" Ziying took a few steps back, startled, thinking, "Shit!" The child prodigy gave a little smile and closed his eyes, saying, "Considering the unusual behavior of someone frequently in the news, and looking at the scope of the actions, it's not difficult to guess. The Asura class is all about carnage, and that guy in the news happens to be in charge of a slaughterhouse. The formations are close to the 5th defense line, and he volunteered there a few days ago. To avoid detection, I won't say anything else, senior. Of course, everything I said is just my intuition and wild guesses, haha. Please don't blame me, senior, if I'm wrong." Our protagonist narrowed his eyes, suspicious, and thought, "This boy has a camera on me or something, and he's so perceptive. Where did he learn to speak like this? Prodigies shouldn't be out in the open before they emerge, right? How does he know so much?" The boy then touched his chin and said, "By the way, I'm ashamed to say, although I've been in seclusion for 10 years, it's not like I've been offline or haven't watched TV." Realizing he didn't have much choice, Ziying declared, "You win." The child prodigy then touched his chest with his right hand and bowed his head, saying, "Senior, allow me, Chu Xinghe, to lead the Chu clan to the 7th defense line. First, it is my duty, and second, this may give you time for the senior's grand plan." Ziying remained silent and looked at him for a few moments, thinking, "So there really are people in this world with such extraordinary intelligence, individuals who could be called true confidants." He then touched the boy's shoulders and said, "Thank you, Xinghe. I need time, but the front line is much more dangerous than this. Promise you'll survive. I need you alive for what's to come. And if you see certain people on the 7th defense line..." Xinghe raised his finger, placing it in front of his mouth, and declared, "Don't worry, senior. I understand. I'll come back, and I'll protect them all." Ziying lowered his gaze as he thought, "Father, little sister." He then released him and said, "Xinghe, take me to your clan. Before you go to the front line, I will grant all of you a gift, my amplification formation." The boy responded, "Thank you very much, senior." "Ah, and senior, I also have a little sister. She can't speak, but her teleportation abilities are impressive. With your amplification, she could be a valuable asset by your side. Our protagonist listened to the proposal and remained silent for a while, considering. Sometime later, the headlines read, Chu Clan Prodigy, Chu Xinghee emerges, kills level 10 plus Class C Xenos Assassin Colossus, and reaches 9th position in Esper ranking. Mysterious Formation Master obliterates level 10 plus Class B Xeno Assassin, Iron Destroyer, and reaches 8th position in Esper ranking. Chu Xinghee leads Chu Clan to support the 7th defense line. On the streets, snow was falling during the city-lit night, and everyone was commenting, Wow, is this the legendary Chu Clan Prodigy? At this rate, they'll probably reach the front line even faster than those veterans. Everyone else is sent to the war by bus, and the officials at most by plane. These prodigies just fly directly. I thought things like this only happened in pre-invasion fantasy novels. With a prodigy like him fighting for us, we'll send those invaders back to the hole they crawled out of. Meanwhile, at the Ye City slaughterhouse, Ziying was sitting on the edge of a staircase eating a snack with an unapproachable expression, while Xinghee in front of him said, Senior, this is my little sister, Chu Tian. I leave her in your capable hands. I'm sure she will be of great help. Quietly, our protagonist thought, Little sister, you said. You certainly weren't joking about the little part. And then he said, Xinghe, are you sure you're not just asking me to take care of her? In front of him, a small girl was sitting holding a lollipop, a female and miniature version of Xinghe, a brown-haired girl with round, innocent eyes, clothes larger than her, and a gentle smile. This was Chu Xinghee's sister, Chu Tian. Behind the girl was her older brother, and not far from there, two ladies were chatting. I just read about a true prodigy, and now I'm stuck looking at that loser Nan Ziying. What bad luck. He still has the nerve to play with little children while the world is burning, one of them said. And the other replied, Exactly, that prodigy has talent, courage, but this loser has nothing. The little girl heard the criticism and, deducing they were talking about her brother, filled with rage and narrowed her eyes. Raising her small finger, she concentrated her dark purple energy and made circles in the air. Then, as if by magic, the people disappeared, leaving only a cloud of smoke. From outside, a scream was soon heard. Help! Someone! 2 elderly ladies have fallen into a sewer! Shocked, Ziying thought, Chu Tian? Don't tell me she is that Chu Tian in the Esper ranking? Then grasping the small girl's hand, he said, Chu Tian, it is an honor! The girl greeted him with a gentle smile, while our protagonist thought, with her I can reduce travel time. I can manage all the slaughterhouses from the 5th defense line up to... There's no need to arrange a job to cover up my necromancy. And it was in that small moment that he realized, my 4th ability, necromancy, has finally awakened. What? You want to handle the work of all the slaughterhouses in 20 cities along the 5th defense line? How can you manage that? Setting aside the enormous workload? The distance alone, Yuan said worriedly, discussing with Ziying in an alley. Our protagonist was leaning against the wall, relaxed, when he raised his hand, putting his finger to his lips, and replied, Relax. I've already taken care of those little details. Just focus on getting me the authorization. The woman calmed down a bit and said, Well, I'm sure that won't be a problem since most of the city's slaughterhouses are under pressure. But, Ziying turned and waved, saying, Thank you. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Yuan watched him leave, thinking, It seems his skills have grown significantly since before. He also doesn't seem to be someone who fears death, so why is he so determined to work to the bone here in the rear instead of proving himself on the front line? Ziying, on the other hand, was walking, thinking, with the huge influx of source stones from all these slaughterhouses and Chu Tian's teleportation ability, we'll be able to upgrade and deploy at an unprecedented speed. So approaching the little Chu Tian, he declared, All right, Chu Tian, let's go. The girl nodded and opened a rift in space-time, teleporting them to another location. Good job, keep it up, Ziying said, seeing that they had already arrived at the chosen destination. At the site, the system informed that there were 99,500,000 source stones remaining, and Ziying's necromancy was at level 1. Smiling as the girl was already petting a large animal by her side, Ziying thought, Let the summoning begin. We have source stones to burn. Then he declared, Chu Tian, to the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, 100 kilometers away. The girl opened another portal, still close to the animal, and in front of the creature's eyes they disappeared, leaving them confused. Reappearing on the edge of a cliff, Ziying asked, This is not the mausoleum. Did you teleport us to the wrong place? And the girl, still silent, pointed forward, reactivating her power. Ah, so there is a limit to the teleportation distance. It seems even the amplified single teleportation distance is limited to 100 kilometers, he thought, watching the portal reopen and the rays glimmering from the girl's finger. So they disappeared and reappeared at the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. A desolate place, with snow falling and a strong wind. Ziying immediately ordered, Chu Tian, go find a safe place. But before he finished speaking, the girl had already disappeared. "She's even smarter than her brother," he commented, observing her attitude. Our protagonist then raised his voice and declared, "Necromancy, awaken, spirit of the great Qin dynasty." A red circle expanded beneath his feet, and a green energy was invoked, filling the place. Ziying was surprised by the intensity of the light illuminating the mausoleum. A large spirit of an old man with a beard, traditional robes, and a translucent green body appeared. "Who dares to disturb the rest of this emperor?" he asked. The system informed who he was. "Ying Zheng, the emperor of Qin, level 10 summoning, cannot be summoned at his current level." Ziying watched him floating high above the mausoleum, already holding his sword while thinking, "Even after 1,000 years, that presence, that is the aura of a true emperor, a king among kings. Perhaps I can argue with him." Drawing his sword, which was already emitting red flames, he declared, "Your Majesty, my world is in danger. I beg you, lend me your strength, lend me your army." The emperor was deeply offended and replied, "Insolent child, do you think my soldiers are at your disposal, boy? If you desire my army, then prove that you are worthy." And with a gust of wind, he agitated the air in front of him, launching a wave of energy towards Ziying, who in turn activated his red aura and responded, "Very well, pardon the intrusion. Asura mode, activate." The impact of the energy wave threw the stones on the ground into the air while Ziying floated. The emperor drew his sword, his fluorescent green eyes shining, saying, "I have unified 6 warring kingdoms. Do you think you can impress me with such meager displays? You have the audacity to exhibit your mediocre talents before the dragon's throne." Then, delivering a powerful blow, he hurled himself against Ziying, who blocked the attack with his sword. Their red and green energies clashed as the attacks collided. Sustaining the emperor's blow, our protagonist declared, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Only in a fight can you truly know." However, the spirit grew even more irate and shouted, "Arrogant fool!" through the sacred beads hanging on his hat. Ziying charged his energy and delivered another attack. "Asura! Dragon Slayer!" With disdain, the emperor retorted, "You dare call that a dragon slayer? I'll show you what a true dragon slayer is." A translucent green spiritual dragon appeared behind the emperor, and Zheng, the emperor, declared, "Supreme power of the emperor." The dragon flew through the air, hunting Ziying to deliver its deadly blow. Our protagonist retaliated with Asura Demon Exterminator, summoning a large gorilla enveloped in red energy. With his hair flowing in berserker mode, black eyes, and a red aura, Ziying observed the great creatures fighting and said, "As expected of an emperor-level spirit, Asura, ultimate power, hell on earth." A large skeleton appeared, enveloped in a red aura, ready to consume the dragon. The stones flew, and the environment around the two was destroyed by the battle of giants. The emperor observed their movements and said, "Merely performances, nothing more." With a smug smile, Ziying replied, "Oh, is that so?" And unexpectedly, the skeleton broke the dragon in half, forming a cloud of blood. "How is this possible?" the emperor asked in shock. Continuing with his attacks, our protagonist raised his sword and said, "Forgive me, your majesty." The emperor saw defeat approaching, the blade of the sword ever closer to his face, and in a precise strike, Ziying cut the beads hanging from his hat. It was then, in the face of Ziying's display of power, that Zheng declared, "Enough! Enough! Enough, you reckless boy! One more blow and you will bring down this entire mausoleum on our heads." Our protagonist lowered his weapon and declared, "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor then stood before him and said, "All right, you've won, but I've been dormant for years. Before lending you my army, tell me the whole story first." After some time of conversation, the great emperor handed a small item to Ziying, who was standing before him, saying, "When my descendants need my help, how can I turn my back on them? This is a tiger tally. Combined with your summoning ability, it will be much easier to summon my warriors from the great Qin dynasty." Our protagonist thanked his majesty and declared, holding the small jade tiger that was glowing in his hands, "Warriors of Qin, heed my call. The enemy has invaded our borders. I summon you to defend our homeland. Rise, rise, rise." At the sound of his voice, green rays extended from the jade, traversing the entire mausoleum. An army of combatants appeared, translucent spirits emerged, and the system informed, "Necromancy, skill level 3, current summons 10 million Qin soldiers. Trait, unwavering loyalty, undead. The warriors will continuously regenerate unless specific conditions for their destruction are met." Around him, a spirit appeared while various symbols and spheres rotated around him. "The tree of forbidden elemental spell skills has finally been unlocked." A new notification appeared saying, "Caster of forbidden elemental spells, current level 1. Skill, to conjure 10 devastating forbidden elemental spells. Their power increases with each level. Harness the power of heaven and earth to amplify your power." Something gathered on the horizon of the sky, catching Ziying's attention, who quickly turned and said, "This is not good. I feel the presence of Xenos assassins." They are targeting two of the ancient prodigies at once, and from opposite directions? I cannot save both alone. The fighting spirits presented themselves, each saying, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, your servant is here. The emperor then declared, Come, let's take down these invaders. Ziying, however, turned to Zhang and asked, Your Majesty, please go east. I will deal with the ones to the west. Then raising his voice, he said, Chu Tian, teleport us. The girl fulfilled her role, and our protagonist reappeared 20 kilometers east of the Qin Mausoleum, in the so-called barren desert. At the site, a horde of creatures was attacking a boy who was floating in the air, with red lines coming from his hands. What the hell? I just came to check what's causing this huge energy wave around here, and I end up facing this? Speak of bad timing, said the prodigy of the Su clan, Su Chang'e, the so-called ghost-wielding master. Making the creatures collide, enveloped by his red threads, Chang'e cut them, saying, Collision of 100 bound ghosts. Die, you bastards. The green creatures collided with each other, but the iron destroyer emerged among them in the midst of an intense bright light. Chang'e began to run, saying, It's not enough, you parasites have to get involved in this too. His red threads bound one of the creatures and immobilized it, throwing it in front of him. Don't worry, he's your companion, he wouldn't hurt you, would he? He said mockingly at the creature, which found itself vulnerable to the destroyer's attack. The Xeno advanced, delivering a blow and tearing the creature apart. Get up, damn it! These aliens have no limits. They don't hesitate. They have no mercy, not even for their own allies, he said, seeing the veracity with which it attacked. Using his control abilities, he pulled his threads and controlled the creature like a puppet, while speaking in a mocking tone. Don't worry, you're strong, you can handle it. Show me what you're made of. Fight for me. The two fought intensely, exchanging blows that raised sparks and left trails of light. Another creature emerged from behind Chang'e, who noticed the surprise attack in time, and turned the monster to use it again as a shield to block the other attack. Seeing the strong impact of the collision between the two creatures that collided, he declared, Damn it, you're like a pack of rabid dogs when you attack like that. If I fall, I'll take all of you with me. You won't get out of here alive, alien scum. But at that moment, just as had happened with his other familiar, a friendly sword appeared. Huh? What's this? He asked, hearing the sound of the blades colliding. Fear not, young man. I have come to offer my aid in the name of another, Emperor Zheng declared, appearing before him. The boy, disbelieving, exclaimed, Qin Shi Huang, which was another name by which the emperor was known. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Let's finish this right now, the emperor replied. I'm still not sure what's going on, but thank you, your majesty, Chang'e said, hesitating. The creatures leaped towards the emperor, who raised his gaze and his sword, saying, So these are the invaders who dare to threaten my descendants and their homeland. Show them no mercy. Leave no one alive. The fighting spirits responded, Yes, your majesty, appearing behind each creature and carrying out his order, wielding their swords and plunging them into the bodies of the aliens in the midst of a chaotic battlefield, now dominated by ghostly combatants subduing the aliens. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers west of the Qin Mausoleum, in the barren desert, the prodigy of the Qin clan, Qin Sui, a blonde-haired girl, waited attentively behind her brother, Qin Ying, the plant summoner. Both were dressed in cold-weather clothes, ready to face the constant blizzard. Sui Sui, when I give the signal, run, don't look back, the boy said, but the girl retorted reluctantly, No way, brother, we're in this together. We fight together, we die together. As the Xenocolossi approached, surrounding them, he declared, Sui Sui, please, just listen to me. Then the boy touched the ground, making a large circle of yellow rays appear, and declared, Plant summoning, solitary wooden behemoth. A large wall appeared, preventing the passage of the Colossi, while a cloud of dust rose, covering everything around them. Now while you have the chance, run! Ying said to his sister with urgency in his voice, but before she could take any action, the destroyer leaped, breaking the barrier and surprising the boy. Vine binding! He shouted, summoning a series of vine branches that immobilized the mutant, preventing its advance. However, before the mutant was completely stopped, Sui ran and placed herself between the Xeno and her brother, blocking the blade the mutant had secretly projected to hit the boy. She had her back torn and the blood gushed strongly. The boy cried with tears in his eyes and bloodstains on his face. Sui Sui, how dare you touch my little sister? Strangulation! Then, a large branch wrapped around the creature, breaking it in half. The girl had survived and looking back warned her brother, Brother, I'm fine. Be careful. Above you. A colossal was approaching, preparing an attack, when a large red energy tunnel opened, neutralizing the threat. The two ducked to protect themselves as they saw the energy mix with the creature's blood. Ying asked, hugging his sister, What was that? Two figures then appeared before a large purple pillar and a voice could be heard. Chu Tian, teleport all those damned Xenos a kilometer south, now! Ziying and Tian appeared in front of the two. Confused, the boy asked, What Our protagonist, leaning on his sword, replied, "Don't move, don't speak. First, I'm going to amplify you tenfold." Then, extending his hand, he touched their foreheads. Initially reluctant, they soon surrendered. Green rays surrounded them, and as the Xenos approached, Ziying declared while carrying a large concentrated green energy sphere in his hands, "As soon as your amplification is complete, you will eliminate half of those damned ones. As for the other half, let's see how you Xenos handle the power of my forbidden spells." "Elemental lightning, forbidden spell, 100% overload," Ziying declared, stretching out her hand and releasing a surge of lightning and thunder that descended from the skies in the form of electricity. The Xenos were electrocuted, engulfed in lightning and energy. "Hey, Benefactor, you said you would only eliminate half," Qin Ying exclaimed upon seeing that Ziying's attack had affected a large portion of the Xenos. "Leave the rest to us," Qin Sui pleaded, wishing that the two brothers could prove themselves. "Sorry about that. I got a little carried away," Ziying replied, touching her mask as she thought. "I didn't expect the forbidden spell to be so powerful." Brother Qin hurriedly declared, "Watch out, there are still some around here." He then loudly proclaimed, "Vine bind attack, Hell's strangulation." Green vines rose from the ground, wrapping around the Xenos and piercing them, marking them with an acidic substance as they cut through. "I've seen enough of your combat power. This last coward is mine," Ziying declared, observing the Xeno approaching from behind. "Earth element forbidden spell, 50 stacks overload." A large tentacle of stone emerged from the ground, expanding towards the sky and impaling the Xeno. "Burial," he declared as stones flew around him and dust rose. Ziying lifted her gaze and the tentacle pulled the creature down, burying it beneath the earth while dirt, stones, and lightning surrounded it. Chu Tian watched everything, hidden and impressed by how our protagonist had taken down a Xeno as effortlessly as a human would swat a mosquito with a revolver. The brothers watched equally impressed. "Sister, I just thought of a way to call this," Brother Qin said, and his sister replied, "Me too." Then, at the same time, they said heavens revolved and earth in tumult, two different options, and they exchanged glances thinking, we're not exactly in sync, are we? Ziying looked at them and asked as the wind carried the dust away, "So what are you planning to do now?" The brothers knelt and declared, "In the name of the Omni Clan of the Inner Lands, we thank you for saving our lives and for your achievements. Please accept our deepest gratitude." Still getting used to the treatment, Ziying thought, "Do all ancient clans bow like this?" Then the two brothers stood up in a sign of servitude, and Qin Ying said, "Benefactor, our lives are yours. Any order you request from us, we will fulfill without hesitation." Qin Sui declared with the same enthusiasm, "Yes, Benefactor." Ziying pointed to herself and asked, "My orders? So, you know who I am?" And Brother Qin replied, "Well, not really." Sui reported, "We apologize, Benefactor. We should have asked your name first." Ziying looked at them neutrally and said, "That's not what I meant. It's fine if you don't know," while thinking, "I guess I was expecting too much. Amplification boosts aren't synonymous with intelligence. Not every prodigy is like Chu Xinghei." A voice then emerged, catching the group's attention and laughing. "Young friend, you really annoy me. You and this emperor could become great friends, despite our age difference." The figure turned to the emperor, who was enveloped in a green aura with ghosts accompanying him, and said, "Brother Shihuan, is this masked figure the person you mentioned?" The emperor replied, "Indeed, it is him." Su Chang'e, the man with light brown ponytail and a skull necklace, approached Ziying and declared, "Brother, thank you for saving me. Normally I should make a grand bow, but I'm not used to all this. Anyway, I, Su Chang'e, am in your debt." Our protagonist looked at him with his hands in his pockets and thought, "Finally, a prodigy who isn't speaking cliches." He then said, "All right, I have two requests. Take me to your clans and prepare for a collective amplification increase." Chang'e looked at him still in doubt, and the Qin clan brothers declared, "Thank you, Benefactor." Chang'e took a few steps and said, "Amplification? What amplification? And what's the deal with these scary guys, you two?" Before the prodigy could finish his sentence, Ziying touched his forehead, releasing sparks of red lightning, and said, "It's this amplification 10 times." The prodigy screamed and fell to the ground, enveloped in red lightning thrashing about. "Besides," Ziying spoke but was interrupted by Qin Ying, who suddenly shouted with great excitement, "Benefactor, what else do you need? Just say it, and we will go through hell for you." Ziying looked at him thoughtfully. "Should I tell them to go to the front lines? They're all waiting for orders. Unlike the others, these guys won't be affected by the battlefield for another year. While I'm currently strategizing in this area, I've gotten used to looking at the front lines. If this continues, will I really have to send them to the front lines?" Our protagonist closed his eyes and then turned, saying, "Just take care of yourselves." Chang'e got up, brushing off the dust with a smile, and said, "You know, you're terrible at expressing yourself. It's fine, you have your reasons for wearing that mask, but is it really so hard to tell us what you're thinking?" You tell your summoned army to protect our homeland, but you don't ask anything of us. Do you think we're useless? Some kind of burden? Are you just trying to be a solitary hero in the shadows? Changel stepped closer to Ziying, provoking him and making him remain silent. Sister Qin looked at him and intervened, saying, "How dare you speak to our benefactor like that?" But Ziying raised his hand, signaling her not to advance, and said, "He's right. I need you to take your clans to the 7th line of defense. Give me some time. A few days will be enough. And let me be clear, the battlefields are much more dangerous than these small skirmishes. If you are the prodigies you claim to be, you will survive. And when you do, find me at the 5th line of defense, and then I will reveal my true face." Qin Sui placed his hand over the left side of his chest and swore, "As you command, benefactor. The Gon clan will not disappoint you." Changel replied, "That's more than enough." Ziying then continued, "The 10 million soldiers of the Gon clan, I'm entrusting them to you." Changel smiled, hand on his waist, and replied, "Understood." Ziying then bowed and declared, "Thank you all." Brother Qin immediately signaled for him to stop and said, "You shouldn't, benefactor." Changel added, "Please rise," while the emperor watched silently, smiling and thinking, "The blood of emperors flows within you. Your spirit will never fade away." Meanwhile, new reports were published. The offspring of the inner territories removed from the Zhou clan were killed by supernatural forces upon emergence. The offspring of the Northwest Lin clan were killed by supernatural forces upon emergence. The offspring of the Southwest Zidao clan were killed by supernatural forces upon emergence. Xiao Liu and Tia Wang were observing the news in the lab during a meeting with Ziying and Chu Tian. "What the hell is happening? They're picking them off one by one right after they appear," Xiao Liu exclaimed. "Those kids, they were our future. The front lines are barely holding, and now the clan prodigies are being constantly killed," Tia Wang said, and her friend commented, "They should be the strongest among us humans. Who on earth can protect them?" Ziying observed everything, thinking, "The prodigies are awakening earlier in this life. This isn't sustainable. Even if I hurry to save them, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to save everyone." He then turned, walking, and declared, "It's like trying to empty the ocean with a bucket. We need to attack the core of the problem, or nothing will change. Chu Tian, let's head to the northern jungle." The petite girl began to activate her power, and purple lightning shot from her hands hidden in her long sleeves as she followed the boy who said, "Let's awaken the 5 great prodigies ourselves. Let's draw all the assassins that these Xenos have." Then, as the teleportation activated and purple lightning enveloped our protagonist, his hair flew with the wind, and he declared, "Watch as I capture them all at once." Landing among red energy waves and causing a great impact that shattered the stone ground, Ziying declared with red eyes, "Chu Tian, take us to the nearby Han tombs. My great ancestors of Han, awaken. The world needs you once more. Please respond to the call of Sun Fei's army. Emperor Wu, General Wei Qing, General Huo Kubing, those who offend the power of Han, no matter how far, will face our wrath." Amidst a vortex of red lights as stones floated with suspended gravity, the system displayed the effect of the summoned ability, Necromancy, skill level 3, currently summoning 10 million soldiers of the dynasty, of which 20,000 are soldiers of the dynasty. Summoning, Heart, Loyalty, Undead, increases command abilities and restructuring, unless specified otherwise for destruction. Destruction condition, Wanda. Level, summon will be permanently destroyed if X times are eliminated. Update required, 10 million new summons. Available resources, 105.3 million. Ziying stood up and declared, 20 million warriors of the Han dynasty, I command you, march upon the northern jungle and destroy the invaders. It is time for the 5 great prodigies to make their grand entrance. Let's begin with Asura. The top of the mountain exploded in red lights as Ziying's power expanded. Maximum level, hell mode on Earth, he declared, causing another explosion of red aura, with winds accelerating around him and dust rising. At the Paranormal Monitoring and Investigation Agency, they could observe his movements. It's him, the mysterious Asura. His aura is countless times stronger than last time. He must have become completely uncontrollable, Girl Chen said, sensing our protagonist's aura and creating an energy sphere in front of her stomach. "We need to report to the military team immediately. We are in the northern jungle," Su Leng declared urgently. Ziying was now in his berserker mode, long black hair in the air, black eye sockets with red irises, and a strong red burning aura. "Form ranks, front and back, strengthen the flanks, by the strength of heaven and earth, with thunder as my guide and frost as my chains. I will shatter the sky, freeze the very air, and seal this land." Lightning cracked around him, forming a massive storm. It was an absurd display of power. Our protagonist's aura intensified, and he opened his arms, saying, "Elemental sword, chi, hell, twisted earth thorn formation, frost formation, overlap 1,000,000 times, spread for hundreds of miles, formation, implant yourself." The ground around him expanded in dust, iron, and energy. with waves intertwining as his aura burned. Su Leng observed the machine's reports and declared, "Wait, another wave of energy. Formation magic from the same location." Girl Chen held her head and clenched her teeth, saying, "Could this be the mysterious formation master from the Esper rankings? My energy is gone, I can't see." Ziying raised his hand and declared, "Necromancy? Great Han spirits!" And in front of him, a wall of green spirits appeared. "Destroy the invaders, for the glory of the great Han." Among them were Emperor Wu and Huo Chubing. The spirits charged with battle cries, marching into combat and shouting, "Attack!" Observing through the telescope, Su Leng was impressed by the wave of energy and exclaimed, "What? What is happening now?" Girl Chen leaned in with wide eyes and said, "I have never felt such a powerful undead aura. They are the spirits of the dead." Su Leng's eyes filled with tears, and with a flushed face she said, "Are you saying that, besides Asura and the Formation Master, there is a prodigy, necromancer in the wild lands of the north?" Girl Chen's hands trembled as she spoke. "This energy signature is beyond anything we have ever recorded. It's not even on our 10-level scale." Su Leng turned and declared, "If we had to classify it, we can only say divine level." Chen turned, surprised, and repeated, "Divine level? Are you saying there are 3 divine level espers in the wildlands of the north right now? This is insane." Su Leng then quickly turned and with urgency declared, "That's right. We have to report this to the higher military command immediately." Inside the energy vortex, Ziying continued to unleash his power with arms wide open. "Forbidden spell, element of light, 100 stack overload," he declared. But he could have simply said, "Let there be light," as a massive explosion of light occurred in the sky, illuminating the entire area like a supernova over the earth. Did I fall asleep and wake up at dawn already? People wondered. "What? But it's 10 at night?" another declared, seeing the sky fully illuminated by the explosion. Everyone rushed to the windows. The city was bathed in light, and they wondered, "What's happening? Is this some kind of supernatural phenomenon? No, quick, check the trending news." On the internet, on television, in all media outlets, the news spread. 4 divine prodigies converge in the northern jungle. Internal military dispatched aircraft to investigate. Soon people were commenting, "Divine prodigies? Damn, I've never heard of that before." Another replied, "Dude, that light show in the sky. I bet it was one of them." Some looked on positively, saying, "Is this the peak of hope for our East?" Others seemed agitated. Even the internal army is involved. This must be something big. As everything unfolded in the interior command center, military helicopters flew across the battlefield. "Go! Take me to the northern jungle, northwest border, now!" one of the superiors shouted inside the vehicle. "Sir, even at maximum speed, it will take over an hour to reach the area," the pilot replied. "Less talk, more flying. Get us there as fast as you can," the leader responded. Meanwhile, our protagonist continued his mission to unleash every ounce of power he could muster. The red aura expanded as he declared, 500,000 steel wolves, 500,000 flaming steel yaks, 1 million rampaging monkeys, 1 million war elephants, gather! A group of ferocious beasts appeared, roaring in the region with red eyes. News alert! 4 massive beasts detected in the north, converging in the northern jungle. Beast specialist suspects involvement. People watched in shock, completely stunned. Wow! What's happening in the northern jungle? 5 divine-level beings, espers, all at once out of nowhere? Others seemed confused, not understanding. Where did they come from? Why have we never heard of them before? Others questioned. It wasn't completely without signs. We had those beast attacks near the city, but they suddenly stopped recently. They continued discussing. When you see it this way, it all makes sense. In the pharmaceutical factory in the city, Chen Lianyi, a woman with short purple hair, was talking to Su Xiaonan, a woman with black hair tied in a ponytail. Both wore tight black uniforms with military green jackets and gloves. "Hey, look at this. Remember that pack of wolves in the northern jungle?" Chen Lianyi asked. "How could I forget a guy like that? Controlling all those wolves. Do you think he's 100 times stronger than he was back then?" Su Xiaonan replied, arms crossed, scratching her chin. At the resource center, Zhang Yuan recalled the conversation she had with Ziying, speaking to herself. "Asura? Beastmaster? Why is my mind going straight to Nan Ziying? Could it really be him?" Meanwhile, in the East Sea, in the territory of the Lan clan, the sea roiled under the sky illuminated by the supernova. The prodigy of the Lan clan, Chang Kong, a muscular man with a thick beard and huge brown hair, was surfing on a whale. Chang Kong looked up and said, "A beast tamer of this caliber. I need to meet this person." Inside, at the Zhuge clan's farm, the prodigy Zhuge Yuan sped towards a massive stone creature. Wearing a black hoodie and gray pants, he smiled and said, "Forbidden elemental magic, mastered by someone who seems to be much more powerful than the northern jungle. This could be a golden opportunity for our Zhuge clan." Other prodigies from various clans also arrived, a blonde boy from the Xianshan clan, a boy surfing on a sword from the Huang clan, another with white hair riding a large tiger from the Yu clan, and a speedster from the Shu clan. Now, holding his sword and waiting, our protagonist said, "This kind of commotion, it won't just be the invaders who notice. All the ambitious prodigies will be drawn in. Now this is a good chance to amplify them. Everything is in place. All that remains is to wait for those Xeno assassins to show up." Back in the interior, the Xenos were now gathering, approaching the prodigy, Huang Xuan, humanoid creatures wielding double blades in both hands. "Am I, Huang Xuan, going to die here? No, I won't fall like this," the prodigy thought, finding himself cornered. Then regaining his composure, he declared, "Come and get me, filthy animals. Do you think you can underestimate me?" Suddenly, the Xenos stopped and turned their attention elsewhere, as if something was happening. Then they turned and beat a retreat. "What? They fled? What's happening?" Zhuan wondered, confused. The group of Xenos then united in one place, various creatures of different types, all with a single purpose. Humanoid and beast alike turned towards where our protagonist was, constantly releasing his aura. "Finally here, beast tides, inhuman. Let the massacre begin," Zaying declared, ready to slaughter them. "Massacre Asura!" Zaying declared, charging forward and slicing one of the beasts in front of her with multiple cuts. Stopping in the midst of the Xenos, she unleashed another attack. "Asura! Hell on earth!" She spun her sword, causing a massive explosion, leaving a red arc in the air and kicking up dust and stones as the Xenos were sliced apart. One of the Xenos, in the form of a purple-skinned demon, was attacked and devoured by two summoned wolves that bit into it, spilling blood as the creature howled in pain. The beasts fought among themselves, and Ziying's summoned beasts faced the Xenobeasts, while our protagonist floated on a tide of water and stones, observing everything and saying, "As expected, the tides of beasts and the undead spirits are much more formidable with amplification. But even with amplification, the beasts, apart from the Beast King, are still outmatched by those Xenos of the counter-type. The same goes for the undead spirits. If this continues, although it may be an exciting battle, it will inevitably lead to unnecessary losses." The tide of water and energy rose, lifting him in the battle, and Zaying shouted, "Beasts of the tides, undead spirits, hear my orders. I will draw your fire to the center, you surround them. Form a perimeter and crush them from all sides. Beasts of the tides, you target the steel killers and the trolls. Undead spirits, you fear no poison. Your targets are the venomous frogmen and the rotting behemoths." Listening to the orders, the beasts and spirits turned and obeyed immediately. The encirclement was formed. Zaying leaped into the territory of the Xenos, standing in the middle of a large circle of beasts, then declared, "Overlapping formation," and burying her hand in the ground, she broke the stones, causing a massive explosion and creating a tunnel of light that expanded into the skies. The impact created a dust wave that swept everything around. In the center, Zaying declared, "Chu-tian, I need your help with this next part." The little girl appeared behind him quickly, and he said, "If any of those Xenos break the formation and head towards the city walls, teleport me straight to—" He interrupted his speech, puzzled by the girl's expression, who pulled out a lollipop and began the teleportation process, swirling her hands. Suddenly, Zaying found himself face to face with one of the giant trolls. He was taken aback, unable to believe it, and the troll stood silent, confused. Then, Zaying reacted, shouting, "Forbidden spell, wind element!" and struck the giant creature with 1,000 cuts and an overload of 50 stacks, forming a fire whirlwind in its direction. The troll fell to the ground, the beasts approached him, and Ziying landed. Chu-tian appeared floating beside him, smiling and laughing. "One troll down," and our protagonist replied, "Good job, Chu-tian, but next time maybe you could aim a little higher," knowing he was dealing with a child. What he didn't expect was that, in the next second, he would be teleported again to face another beast. "Maybe I'll get used to this over time," he said, sighing, as one of the beasts rolled its eyes. He then shouted, activating, "Forbidden spell, lightning element, overload of 50 stacks." One more strike took them all down at once. Zaying remained enveloped in his berserker red aura, fists clenched as he said, "The prodigies are almost here. The army shouldn't be far behind either. I need to finish this now." He then expanded his aura again, lightning crackling around him, and a strong shockwave surged forth. "Forbidden spell, winged earth hunter, overload of 500 times, bury!" Our protagonist declared, and the stones rose, floating around the beast while the red light bathed the battlefield. The explosion spread, devastating everything, an unnameable power destroying the entire area around. "By the ancestors, and what kind of being is this? How can he manipulate the earth to such an extraordinary level?" Zhuge Yunnan, the prodigy of Zhuge, declared while observing from a distance. Suddenly, something caught his attention. "What?" he thought, seeing a light coming toward him, but before he could react, the red sparks hit his forehead. Zhuge Yunnan fell back, touching his head, eyes white, writhing and screaming. The body amplification was active. Ziying ran swiftly, touching all the prodigies who were watching from their hidden perimeter, placing his finger on their foreheads and saying, 10 times amplification! Activate! The red lightning surged from his body and shot toward the prodigies, who fell back, now being amplified. Complete amplification! Now get us out of here, teleport us! Ziying declared after amplifying all the prodigies present. One moment, sir! If I may be so bold, could you tell us your name? The Zhuge clan would be eternally grateful, the prodigy of the Zhuge clan exclaimed. We left a message for you and the army in the northern tundra of the Gobi. If you wish to reward me, just do as I say, Ziying replied, enveloped by the purple energy of teleportation, his hair billowing towards the sky and his red aura emanating from him. The teleportation was executed, and he disappeared in a sphere in front of the prodigies. He vanished after the amplification. That must mean he's not ready to reveal his identity, Zhuge Yunnan thought, and then pointed forward, saying, let's honor his request. To the northern tundra of the Gobi. Let's see what this message is about. In the northern tundra, where Ziying said he had left a message, helicopters were clustered crossing the snow-covered icy landscape. Is this the right place? Why is it so deserted? Where are the prodigy and the xenomorphic assassins? The supreme commander of the Internal Military Command, Shu Chuyang, asked. Yes, Commander. Our intelligence pointed to this location, but we don't understand, his assistant replied, standing next to him, until suddenly stones began to fly and monsters made of gravel rose from the ground. What is this? The commander shouted, trying to balance himself as the ground trembled. I knew it! The formation prodigy buried them! Every xenomorphic assassin! Zhuge Yunnan replied, landing beside him. I see, the commander responded. So you're telling me that you really found the 5 mystical prodigies? Who were they? Where are they now? He asked, looking at the prodigy. I only found the formation prodigy. He was wearing a mask. I couldn't identify who he was. He even disappeared right after amplifying our abilities, Yunnan replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Same here, the other one beside him added. But he said he left us a message, another commented. Until finally, a distant voice shouted, the message left by the 5 prodigies is right here. They carved something into this stone. The prodigies turned their attention, saying, let's see what it says, and ran over. Gathered in front of a stone with carved inscriptions, they said, take a picture of this. And the commander said, summon all high-ranking military officials and leaders of ancient clans to the 5th line of defense for an emergency meeting. Soon his assistant replied, yes, Commander, and followed his order. Ziying watched everything from afar, thinking, sorry guys, it's still not the time to reveal myself. This is the only way to get the army's help. I've taken care of most of the alien assassins in the inner territories, but if they knew the 5 prodigies were just one person, the retaliation would be 10 times worse. Moreover, human nature is unpredictable. In times of war, there will always be others who side with the enemy. If I reveal my identity now, everything I've done will be in vain. That's exactly what happened in my past life. Human conflict only accelerated our downfall in the last days of the war. Our protagonist then declared, Chu Tian, back to the slaughterhouse, and turned to the little girl, still with his red aura emanating from his body. The purple flames of Chu Tian's teleportation surrounded him again as he thought, now that everyone thinks I'm a coward, it will be hard for ordinary people or aliens to associate me with the prodigies. As a strategist working in the shadows, playing the coward is the perfect disguise. Meanwhile, the news continued. Prodigy Zhuge Yuan leads clan members to reinforce the 7th line of defense. Prodigy Xuanyuan Hong leads clan members to reinforce the 7th line of defense. Prodigy Lan Changkong, due to the defense against attacks from sea beasts of the Eastern Sea, regrets not being able to join. Online comments were also relentless. Why are so many prodigies from the inner territories suddenly rushing to the 7th line of defense? This must be connected to those 5 divine prodigies that appeared last night. Probably. But why haven't they revealed their identities yet? They're likely keeping it secret to protect them. They are our best chance to win this war after all. As the internet speculated and judged, an emergency meeting was taking place in the military conference room of the 5th line of defense. Commander Shu presided, saying, this is the message that the divine prodigies left us. According to this, those who could travel to the 7th line of defense have already gone. Today, we are here to discuss the message left for us, the army. What are your opinions, everyone? The first to speak was the leader of the Xuanyuan clan, Xuanyuan Rulong, an elderly man with a long beard and white hair. He stroked his beard and said, allow me to offer my humble interpretation. This is not an ordinary message, it is a grand strategy. The 5 divine prodigies are planning their final confrontation here, at the 5th line of defense. The source of the volcano refers to an artificial volcano, a mountain of crude oil. Once ignited, it will incinerate everything in its path. The water of the heavens must refer to an artificial canal. They talk about bringing water from the eastern sea and channeling it through the northwest endlessly. A forest of steel means creating an impenetrable jungle of metal, or perhaps cultivating colossal metallic giant trees. And the stones that burn the sky must refer to source stones, a large enough stock to engulf the skies in flames. Next, General Fang Lin, a man with short black hair and dressed in black, spoke. First of all, based on these cuts, this message was probably carved by the Asura prodigy. Second line of defense, the Asura is an unpredictable person, prone to going mad at any moment. Betting everything on the word of a single unpredictable individual is reckless. The next to speak was General Li Fei from the third line of defense, who said, General Fang is correct. Let's refrain from mentioning Asura for now. We still don't know who these 5 divine prodigies are, risking the fate of our nation, our very survival, on an enigmatic message from an unknown source. It's madness. It was then that Zhuge Chengming, leader of the Zhuge clan, cleared his throat and asked, Ahem, my esteemed colleagues, if you would allow me a moment. The discussion continued, and they did not stop, but he insisted until he gained his moment to speak. Ahem, my esteemed colleagues, if you would allow me a moment. Even if this message was carved by the Asura, the other divine prodigies were undoubtedly present. Otherwise, the Formation Prodigy would not have informed us about this message after amplifying our clan members. Commander Shu then spoke. Furthermore, consider their demands. The volcano, the canal, the steel, all of these point to great formations, powerful spells that require the very earth to fuel them. Rulong gestured and stood up, saying, The 5 divine prodigies chose not to reveal themselves for a reason, probably considering the bigger picture. Well said, brother Zhuge. We are on the brink of collapse. If there was ever a moment to take a risk, it is now. I have a feeling this will be the best decision the East has ever made. The ancient clans are united in this. Commander Shu listened attentively and declared, The 5 divine prodigies managed to eliminate thousands of level 10 alien assassins in less than an hour. There is no one else in the world who could have accomplished this. We are bound by blood. Our destiny is one. To hell with it. Let's do this. With a determined look and an aura of authority surrounding him, the announcement was then made. With the power of the entire nation, the Northwest will soon commence 4 monumental projects: the artificial volcano, the Great Canal Project, the Steel Jungle, the Mountain of Source Stones. Public opinion, however, had its divergences. What are they doing? Oh my God, have they lost their minds? Projects like this, we are already short on resources. This is suicide. Ziying watched everything from atop a building. Such a quick decision, truly fitting for the posture of a great nation, he commented. Congratulations, you made the right bet. You placed your faith in me, and I will not disappoint you. Chief Engineer Nan, these projects are quite similar to what we are working on. It seems the superiors really like our plan, Engineer Lee said, approaching him with a smile, until something caught the attention of everyone present in the building. What is that red vortex in the sky? Someone shouted. Ziying looked up at the reddened sky and said, It's coming from the 7th line of defense. Above, he saw the red vortex shining in the skies, forming more intensely like a storm, and thought, Oh no, that is the Xeno Void Portal, a dimensional rift. They shouldn't be able to open one that large for another 2 years, and now it's happening ahead of schedule. Father, my little sister, Chu Xinghe. Ziying immediately took off, already in his outfit and mask. Chu Tian was at his side, ready to assist him. With that portal open, they will flood the 7th line of defense. It will be a massacre. The front lines will be overwhelmed. I need to find a way to reinforce them, he exclaimed, leaping. Then, planting his hands on the ground and releasing his energy, he declared, 20 million warriors of the great Han dynasty, I summon you. To the 7th line of defense. 3 million tides of beasts, heed my call. The translucent green warriors emerged, rising from the ground, and the beasts appeared descending from the skies, all responding to Ziying's call. Chutian, is there a way to teleport us and the tides of beasts to the front lines? He asked. The girl bit her lollipop with all her might and concentrated fully on that movement, beginning to sweat and tremble until the lollipop broke in her mouth. Energy swirled around them, creating a large teleportation vortex when, suddenly, Chutian coughed, spitting blood. Chutian, we are over 1,000 kilometers from the 7th line of defense. Don't push yourself if you can't do it, Ziying said, going to help the girl. But, contrary to all expectations, she laughed, freed herself from his arms, stood up, wiped the blood from her mouth, and said, I can do it, and touched the ground to release her energy again. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the 7th line of defense, the dimensional rift is widening. Prepare for enemy contact. All units, prepare for battle. Prodigies, lead the attack. Esper Corps, you're next. Infantry, clear the survivors. Artillery, provide covering fire. One of the commanders shouted from atop the wall. Hold the line, even if it costs us our lives. The commander of the 7th line of defense, Wang Zai, declared, tying a bandage around his head over one of his injured eyes. Brother Nan, we are almost out of nuclear warheads, and even our artillery shells are running low. Is it worth continuing to fight like this? Commander Shu asked. Don't you dare say that, Lao Jiang. Nan Shanhong, the sharpshooter, replied beside him. Look at those prodigies down there. Remember the last time? We were on the brink of collapse, but then the prodigies appeared with their clans? They even brought an army of 10 million spirits of the dead. We achieved an impossible victory. It's the same now. We have to believe we can find a way out. Besides, what do some old dogs like us have to lose? Nan said. It's not death that scares me. It's that this endless war seems so hopeless. The prodigies may be strong, but they are still flesh and blood. They tire, bleed, and die. They are all so young. And then there are the children, the ones we lost on this battlefield, Commander Shu declared with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Nan remained silent for a few moments, as if unsure how to respond. Then he touched his friend's shoulder and said, That's even more reason for us to give it our all. Let's protect them with every last shot we have. Even if it comes to that, we will die for them. Commander Shu looked at him with a determined gaze and replied, You're right. He raised his voice, ordering, Everyone, attack! The espers launched themselves against the vortex, filling the red sky with all their might, filled with determination. Advance! Twin Army, come with me! Let's paint this battlefield red with their blood, the commander shouted, and the Green Army rose, marching onto the battlefield. Manifestation of the Sword of Dominion, Xinghe declared, floating in the skies enveloped by blue energy tendrils. An explosion occurred beneath him, and the arc of energy extended to the zeniths on the ground, causing portals to open above each of them. Swords emerged from the portals, heading towards the Xenos, and he shouted, Jungle of the Heart-Seeking Sword! The creatures were sliced by the swords, and the blue energy consumed them. At another point, Su Changjae manipulated the Xenos with his red thread, saying, That's right! Rise, alien scum! It's time for us to fight among ourselves! The Emperor commanded his troops into battle, ordering, The power of the Great Qin cannot be profaned! Encouraging his soldiers to advance. The two prodigy brothers cast their spells in unison. By the strength of the wind I launch, by the strength of the wind I launch, the grip of hell, strike of the vine alloy, summoning a wall of roots around them. 2 hours, 3,375 meters, fire, Nan announced loudly, spotting the Xenos approaching one of the prodigies. The battlefield was filled with constant explosions and fire. 10 hours, 2,978 meters, fire, hold the line against the new wave, fire. Enemy trying to flank on the left, eliminate them, the commander ordered as the bombardment continued. Then a giant appeared, a Xeno different from the others, standing out in the crowd. What is that thing? I've never seen a Xeno like that before, Wang Zai exclaimed, astonished, watching the creature approach. It was a giant Xeno with horns and chains crossed over its chest, holding a sword in its hands. Holy hell, what the hell is that? That thing is the size of the damn city walls, one of the prodigies shouted, riding. The giant Xeno attacked, swinging its sword and cutting through the area in front of it. The smaller Xenos were struck by the arc of the blade and sent flying, while the Emperor shouted, Call Bai Qi, protect Su Chang'e. Seeing the imminent threat of the giant, the soldiers promptly responded, Yes, Your Highness, and departed. However, Su Chang'e had already jumped away from the creature's attack line and replied, I'm fine. This creature is not a common enemy. Go help Your Majesty. The Emperor then stopped in front of his soldiers and announced, All soldiers fight with me. Let's take down that thing. The soldiers began to run towards the giant, but before they could act, the giant started slicing with its sword, attacking the area in front of it. The Emperor realized and declared, Damn, it noticed us. Then we fight it face to face. Seeing the enormous Xeno surrounded by his army of green soldier spirits, the Emperor raised his voice and declared, We are the warriors of Qin. We have faced countless enemies and died glorious deaths on countless battlefields. Now that we are alive again, what is there to fear? For the Great Qin. The army attacked with all their might, charging against the giant horned Xeno. Esper Corps, hold the remaining enemy forces with everything you have, one of the commanders declared. Infantry, face the smaller aliens, Wang Zai said, running while holding his flaming blue sword, with a bandage over his bleeding eye. Yes, sir, the soldiers shouted, leaping from the wall and charging into the battlefield. All prodigies, come with me! Let's capture their leader together, Wang Zai ordered, leading the prodigies in resisting the Xenos assault. The Green Army held back the Xenos, while the giant trampled everyone who approached. 200 kilometers from the 7th line of defense, a lightning bolt struck in the middle of the snow, and Ziying appeared carrying Chu Tian on his back. Chu Tian, can you keep going? He asked, concerned. Just 200 kilometers left, my brother is out there, she replied, blood trickling from her mouth due to the effort, but with a look full of determination to save her brother. Your Highness, take the army of the dead and hold off the other aliens. Leave this big guy to us. Su Chang shouted on the battlefield with his red threads stretched out. Do as Su Chang says, warriors, follow me, the Emperor commanded. Su Chang then leaped, stretching his threads to the corpses of the Xenos, saying, It's time to shine, dead Xenos. He used them as puppets, tying them by the arms and neck. Try to give me a firm grip on his head for 30 seconds, alien scum, Su Chang shouted. Xinghe then appeared in front of the giant Xeno and declared, Manifestation of the Domain Expansion Sword, and launched an attack that made 1,000 swords explode against the giant, cutting it and leaving only blue traces as they hurled toward him. Then, the Prodigy brothers approached, declaring, Vines of alloy, bind, block those aliens, banyan grip, one tree forest, surround them. The roots emerged, obeying their commands and breaking through the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Zai floated in front of the giant Xeno and declared, Keelan Flames, launching an incendiary attack against the creature, which began to be consumed by the flames and had to split its sword in two to defend itself. It may be strong, but even so, it cannot resist the combined power of our 5 espers, Wang Zai said, landing as the others continued their relentless assault. The giant raised its swords and plunged them into the ground, extinguishing the flames with the dust raised from the impact. Sui Sui, don't get distracted, keep attacking, they shouted as Wang Zai was thrown back by the creature's attack, along with 2 other espers. The giant continued slicing in front of it, maintaining a rapid pace of cuts, a frantic sequence of attacks that was hard to follow. One of the helicopters monitoring the situation in the air announced, Everyone back! I'm gonna blow this thing to pieces! Xinghe then lifted his gaze amid the chaos of battle, thinking, Wait, isn't that the voice of Senior Nan Shanxiang? With wide eyes. 3 minutes earlier, a crucial dialogue was taking place between Nan and Shu. Lao Jiang, maneuver the artillery, provide fire support, Nan declared. I'm already doing that. Where are you going? Shu asked. This alien is not a common enemy. We have a small ship loaded with a mini-nuclear bomb in the arsenal. Just in case, we need to be ready if the prodigies fall, Nan replied. Lao Nan, this is suicide. This should only be done if we have absolutely no other choice, Shu responded. There is no other choice. We are disposable. But if the prodigy team falls, it's the end for all of us, Nan replied. The two exchanged glances with the understanding that 2 military partners during war can have, and then, with tears in his eyes, Zhu replied, I will follow your lead, and turned to carry out the order. Now, flying close to the giant Xeno, Nan declared over the megaphone, All right, you gigantic monster. Let's see how you like the taste of human explosions. I hope you brought your appetite for fireworks. The ship began firing at him, and Xinghe knew what that meant. In desperation, he shouted, No, stop! But Wang Zai couldn't let the boy succumb to his emotions, and amid the flames shouted, Don't just stand there, focus all your strength on crowd control and support. Don't let your sacrifice be in vain. From the top of the aircraft, holding the bomb activation button, Nan declared, The weight of this war, it all depends on you now, kids. I will go first. Just as Nan was about to press the button, the voice of our protagonist could be heard. Forbidden spell. Wood element. A massive root emerged, cracking the ground and wrapping around the helicopter. Pull that helicopter back, he ordered with Chu Tian in his arms. Be careful, take it easy, Zhang said, guiding the route. Inside the helicopter, Commander Nan heard and thought, That is the voice of my son, with an incredulous expression as sweat trickled down his face. Everyone watched in awe, saying to themselves, What was that? He came. Benefactor, wow, what an entrance. Ziying then threw Chu Tian to his brother and said, Chu Xinghe, take care of Chu Tian, now! Then shut down all satellite communication devices. The boy took his unconscious sister, but feeling calm, knowing he had fulfilled his duty, in his arms and replied, Yes, sir. Wang Zai didn't understand what was happening and questioned, Who is that man? And why does he want us to shut down the satellites? Xinghe looked worried at his sister, who still had blood on her mouth, and replied, Just do what he says, Commander. You'll understand soon. At the command center of the Internal Territories Defense Line, those responsible for communication were trying to understand what was happening. We've lost contact with the 7th Defense Line. Send a reconnaissance team immediately, the commander informed. Yes, sir, the soldiers present replied, departing. Just now that giant alien raised a tornado. We fear the prodigies may be in serious danger. Don't tell me the 7th Defense Line has already fallen so quickly, the commander said, worried. Back on the battlefield, Ziying was still falling through the air in front of the giant when his transformation began. Eyes with black orbits and red irises took over him. Asura mode, full power, he declared, crashing to the ground and causing a massive explosion that caught everyone's attention. The espers present were astonished by the amount of energy released. When the Xeno struck forward, burying its sword, Ziying stopped the blow with his raised forearm. Well, well, look who we have here. The Xenoblade Titan of Bloodline A. Long time no see, you bitch, our protagonist said with red lightning being released around his body. Could that be the mysterious Asura everyone is talking about? No, it can't be. He just used forbidden spells. Could he be one of those rare dual-class Aspirs? Wang Zai wondered, completely stunned by Ziying's powers. Dual class? That guy is on a totally different level, Su Changjia replied, smiling beside him. What do you mean by that? Wang Zai asked, turning to him. An explosion then drew his attention back to the battlefield. The Xenotitan roared as Ziying struck him repeatedly. Is this? Wang Zai wondered, observing the imposing aura that our protagonist emanated, matching that of the entire army and the Xenotitan. I understand. So this is what you want, Wang Zai declared. Army of the Han Dynasty, advance with me, army of the Qin Dynasty. Fight with all your might. Don't let the Han army outdo you, the emperor ordered. Ziying then leaped and said, all soldiers and prodigies, take this chance to heal and catch your breath. We will handle this wave. Fall back. Xingyi turned with his sister in his arms and said, let's retreat for now. I'm sure he can handle this. It was then that the Xenotitan, now with small purple wounds opened on its body, declared, an exceptional talent. I must not underestimate. I cannot show any mercy. Ziying dodged one of its attacks, letting the blade pass over him, and activated Asura Berserker. With a mischievous smile on his face and his clothes torn, exposing his chest, Ziying charged at the Titan, cutting into it. Asura, Dragon Slayer, was the next form activated. He circled the Titan, creating red bonds around it, and activated Asura, Demon Slayer. Then with a spiral cut that pierced the Titan, he declared his final attack, Hell on Earth. The Titan fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He took down the Blade Titan like that? The five of us could barely scratch that thing. Although he is powerful, the Blade Titan shouldn't have been so easy to defeat, commented one of the espers atop the wall. But it didn't take long for the Titan to start moving slowly, and the pieces that had been sliced began to rejoin. The Blade Titan is transforming? They exclaimed. Ziying watched calmly, still with his Asura activated, observing the transformation. Is this a spherical form? The espers exclaimed. The Titan had transformed into a giant slimy ball with blades embedded around it and eyes scattered on the surface. Ziying, however, smiled maliciously and said, finally revealing your final form, huh? Now your weak point will be much easier to find. The final form may be the strongest, but with all your energy concentrated in the center, you can't move easily. He turned for a moment, and the Titan took the opportunity to spin one of its blades in his direction. Boy, watch out! His father shouted. A blue tornado rose into the sky, enveloping the Titan. Forbidden spell, wind element, 50 stacks, tornado, forbidden spell, lightning element, 50 stacks, Ziying declared, turning and running toward the creature with lightning coursing through his body. Using the Asura Demon Blade ability, he surrounded the creature with his cuts and then sliced it in half. The creature's core leaped out, a small purple jelly connected with black tendrils. Where do you think you're going? Ziying said while still in the air, landing near the core. He brought his fingers close to his face and made the activation sign, saying, Forbidden spell. Wood element. 3 large red roots burst from the ground, shooting toward the core in the sky. Ziying floated, wielding his sword, and charged his Asura cut, Hell on Earth, slicing through the core. A massive red explosion occurred, shattering the core before the eyes of the espers. Is it dead already? Is he a god? I knew he was strong, but I never imagined he was this strong, they said to each other, amazed. So our benefactor's forbidden spells are not limited to just the wood element, commented one of the prodigy brothers. Ziying's father watched everything in disbelief, saying to himself, my son is truly terrifying. However, Ziying's movements were not yet finished. He walked forward, declaring, Spirits of the dead, advance! Leave a path 1 kilometer wide and 30 kilometers long in the center. Beast tides, form a circle. Ziying touched the ground, and red waves emanated from his hand, creating red pathways that emerged near the wall. Stones began to rise. Gravity had been altered around him. It's time to set up some formations. 1.5 million elemental sword chi formations. 30-kilometer radius. Deploy. Beast tides. Tighten the circle. 1.5 million twisted earth spur formations. 30-kilometer radius. Deploy. 1.5 million frostbite formations. 30-kilometer radius. Deploy. 1.5 million lightning barrage formations. 30-kilometer radius. Deploy, he declared as a massive boulder began to float beneath him, rising from the ground. Forbidden spell, earth element, rise. From the primordial chaos of heaven and earth, the ancients shall rise again. 3 million undead amplification formations, 300-kilometer radius. Activate. Ziying began to float with his arms wide open as a great stone beast emerged behind him. The Emperor was astonished by such a display of power and raised his voice, saying, "There's no holding back now. This is our chance. Advance. Advance with unstoppable force. Unleash the power of Yan and Huang." He led his army, which spread across the battlefield, along with the extension of Zai Ying's waves of energy. Our protagonist saw a status window appear before him saying, "Formation Master, skill level 5. Requirements for the next level, deploy 50 million formations." He then smiled and said, "Just in time, 3 million Colossal Beast Slayer formations. Activate." But to his surprise, the system showed a message in a red window saying, "Insufficient source stones to meet the formation requirements. Remaining source stones, 36 million. With a frustrated expression, Ziying wondered, "Insufficient source stones? Was I accelerating too much after all?" "It's better for me to conserve my resources then," Zai Ying declared, smiling mischievously with her crimson flaming eyes. 3 million beast tides, 10 times single target amplification formation. Activate! A red lightning bolt descended from the heavens, pouring beasts onto the battlefield among stones and debris. 6 million remaining source stones, more than enough to set up amplification formations along the entire city wall. The final trump card, 50 times amplification formation, overload of 100,000 stacks, extend 30 kilometers along the city wall. Ziying touched the wall, and red lightning spread across it, creating a massive barrier throughout its length. Our benefactor set up extremely powerful amplification formations all over the city wall. I can feel the energy rising, an Esper declared, amazed. He's leaving us a trump card for the 7th line of defense, Su Changje commented, watching the red defense symbols form above the wall. Now I finally know who he is, and I also understand why he wanted to shut down satellite communications. A god with 5 abilities in one body. Humans would consider him an anomaly, let alone the aliens. Wang Zai replied, "Isn't it ironic? Humans are strange like that, always expecting a god to save them. But when a true god appears, they are easily consumed by fear and the will to destroy." Su Change commented, lowering his gaze. The Prodigy brothers approached and said, "The benefactor didn't hold back this time, not just because the situation is urgent, but also because we are on the front lines. He trusts us more than he trusted the inner territories." Su Change looked at them and said, "He told us to leave this to him, so let's do just that. There are 3 hours until dawn. We should use this time to heal and rest. We can't waste his kindness." He turned to the horizon where the glow of Ziying's explosions was visible. Our protagonist stood up, a large crack growing from where he touched the wall, leaving his mark. "No source stones, but I still have some strength within me. Even if it's just Asura, I will eliminate those aliens," he declared with a mischievous smile and advanced, cutting down the Xenos using his Asura Berserker abilities. "Child, I'm so proud of you," Nan declared, watching from above, where he saw a large pool of vibrating red energy. "You should be. After all, he saved your life. But isn't it a bit much to keep calling him child, given that he's a divine-level prodigy?" Commander Shu commented. "And what else should I call him, Daddy?" Nan joked. I guess not," Zhu replied, laughing, as a red rose of energy formed over the battlefield. "She's just exhausted, but her life isn't in danger. I'm here and my brother is out there. Well, he's literally out there. You don't need to worry. Dawn is almost here. Rest. You've been awake for 2 straight days." Zishan, Ziying's sister, spoke, standing next to Xinghe, who was sitting by his sister's stretcher. "I know, and I'm glad he's here, but he shouldn't waste time and energy on this. In the end, it's because we're too weak," he replied, with his arms resting on the stretcher. Zishan then touched him on the shoulder and said, "Well, you know there's a saying, smart minds often meet an early end. Have you heard it? Never mind, I know I can't convince you. Do what you think is best. I'll take care of the other injured." And she turned away, putting her hands in her pockets. "You can go," Xinghe replied, not making any movement. "I believe that deep down he's grateful to you," Zishan said, turning back for a moment. "I know," the Esper replied, smiling, until the weak voice of his sister caught his attention. "Brother," she said, slowly opening her eyes. "Tienner, you're awake," he asked. "Brother, how long have I been unconscious? How is the battle? Is he fighting out there now?" "Brother, many of his powers require source stones, and since we rushed here, I'm worried," Chu-Tian said, still speaking slowly. Xinghe then stood up, taken by surprise, and said, "Source stones, Tienner, wait here. I'll be right back." And he left, leaving the girl in the hospital. Back on the battlefield, Ziying continued to face the hordes of Xenos that kept coming. "Finally, this wave is almost over and it's about time. I've been at this all night," Ziying said, panting and sweating. "Tian'er is awake, you can go out," Xinghe said, appearing behind our protagonist. "Chu Xinghe?" Ziying asked, surprised. "Annihilation formations in front, spirits of the dead and beast tides behind. You organized everything well, but there's nothing here that you need. So get back quickly to your battlefield. That's where the future of humanity lies. We'll give you as much time as possible and do our best to stay alive to reunite with you." The amplification formation on the city wall is the final trump card, right? If it falls, we'll retreat. Ziying then stopped and smiled, saying, "You really, always so thorough and meticulous, taking care of everything. Aren't you tired?" And the Esper replied, "If it brings peace of mind to people, I'm happy to do it." Ziying passed by him and nodded, saying, "Thank you, brother," to which Xinghe replied, "Oh, one more thing before you go. An old soldier asked me to pass a message to you." Nan then appeared, approaching Xinghe and said, "You little rascal, we'll meet again after this war. I'll cook some of my special dishes then." Ziying just stayed quiet and replied, "Got it," until Xinghe handed him a piece of paper saying, "And this." Upon opening it, Ziying thought, "Xiao Shan? That bold girl." He saw the word respect written with his sister's name. Back at the slaughterhouse, the remaining source stones were 80 million. Relying only on the slaughterhouse formations to harvest source stones is too slow. I need to tame the next beast tide quickly, Ziying declared inside the slaughterhouse, and then began to think. Moreover, the spirits of the dead summoned earlier are all on the front lines now, so I need to replenish them quickly. I've already reinforced the front, but the Xenos will retaliate with even more force. I doubt they can hold out much longer. The 6th line of defense is practically useless. I need to finish setting up the 5th before the 7th collapses. Back at the research center, Tia Wang, her friend, and Xiao Lu were talking. You know, strange things have been happening everywhere lately. Last night, during the broadcast of the 7th line of defense, the battle was intense. And then boom! The signal was lost, Tia Wang said. Then this morning it came back, and there were dead aliens everywhere. Xiao Lu commented, laughing. Yes, it's like the place is haunted, her friend replied. Haunted? The only dead ones are aliens. If anything, it's divine intervention, Tia Wang declared. Right, it's a divine haunting, her friend said, trying to change the subject. There's more strange stuff beyond that. Recently, many plants in the northwest started mutating, Xiao Lu commented, smiling. Even the grass by the roadside has become dense and sharp, Tia Wang said. It's not just the plants. Lately, I feel like I've awakened something too. I'm much more efficient at work, Xiao Lu commented ahead of them. Now that you mention it, I really feel like I have endless energy these days, her friend replied. It seems that with every portal those aliens open, the spiritual energy of the earth increases. So while the alien invasion is rising, the awakening of the earth is too. Looking at it this way, it's not all bad, Ziying thought as he passed by them and overheard a bit of the conversation. Boss, you were in the slaughterhouse all night again? You need to take care of yourself, Xiao Lu said, waving to our protagonist, who waved back and smiled, saying, Don't worry, I'm going home now to catch up on some sleep. He then headed outside, where he found Chu Tian already recovered and said, Chu Tian, we're going to the Meteor Valley. It's time to tame a group of level 7 giant mutant eagles. Meanwhile, at another point on the battlefield, people were running in desperation, being attacked by giant eagles, shouting, A storm of eagles is approaching, an entire tide of giant mutant eagles. We can't hold this valley. Retreat! A giant eagle grabbed one of the espers with its claw, carrying him into the sky. Fist of the Great Flood, the boy declared, raising his fist and concentrating golden energy into it, before delivering a punch to the bird's chest with his free hand. However, the strike had no effect. What? I'm a level 5 esper. How can I not even leave a scratch? He asked in disbelief. The boy tried to squirm between the eagle's claws, shouting, Help! Anyone! Anyone at all! You cowardly, spineless people! None of you are willing to help your friend? Until the eagle seemed to change its course, a purple arcane circle appeared in the sky, attracting the creature's attention as if it were hypnotizing it. What is that? He wondered. Suddenly, our protagonist appeared with little Chu Tian by his side, landing on top of the giant eagle's head and saying, Tame giant steel eagle, heed my command. Do not attack any city. Do not harm humans. You must guard the Meteor Valley, gather source stones, and await further orders. A massive explosion of red energy erupted from the point where he stood, and a status window appeared showing the progress of the skill. Finally, another skill almost maxed out, Ziying said. You're the legendary divine-level beast tamer of the Northwest, aren't you, senior? The esper trapped in the eagle's claws spoke. I almost forgot about you, Ziying replied with a carefree look. Giant eagle, hurry up and free that guy, our protagonist ordered. No, I mean, you're not... The boy tried to protest, but the eagle opened its claws, dropping him into the air. The esper fell freely, screaming for help. Ziying then gave the eagle a light smack on the head, saying, Stupid eagle! You're so big, but where's your brain? Can't you see he doesn't have wings? What are you waiting for? Go quickly and save him! The eagle dove through the air and reached him, catching him by his clothes with its beak. Are your injuries okay? Ziying asked. Phew, thank you, senior, for saving my life. It's just a superficial wound, the boy replied. Who are you? What are you doing here alone in this territory of dangerous beasts? Ziying asked, jumping off the eagle as soon as they landed. My name is Huang Jia, and I didn't come here alone. Everyone else ran away. We are from the Huang clan of the Inner Territories, subordinates of the prodigy Huang Xiao. We were sent to the northwest border to explore and take possession of the spiritual mountains, Jia replied, panting, standing in front of him. Take possession of the spiritual mountains? Ziying asked, still unfamiliar with the concept. Yes, senior. You may not know, but the spiritual energy in several large mountains in the northwest border has suddenly increased in the last 2 days. Prodigies from various families in the interior are rushing to the northwest to claim these spiritual mountains for their cultivation, Jia explained. Ziying then looked up, thinking, this sudden increase in energy must be due to the Void Gate, the dimensional rift opened by the Xenos. After this, I will be able to elevate 1 million people in the northwest to divinity. If I summon another wave of spirits of the dead tonight, I should be able to use the spiritual mountains to activate the resonance mode of the spirits of the dead throughout the northwest. Our protagonist then spoke. Go back and tell the Huang clan that I have great use for all the spiritual mountains in the northwest and no one is allowed to take them for themselves. If anyone disobeys, no matter which clan the prodigies belong to, they will be killed without mercy. The eagles took flight, and Jia bowed, saying, Yes, I will deliver the message immediately. Suddenly, a piercing scream caught Ziying's attention, and he turned and asked, Huh? What was that sound coming from the mountains? Could it be Huang Jia's companions who escaped earlier? Giant eagle, go, let's check it out. He mounted his eagle, soaring toward the source of the horrifying scream. A massive green beast was walking through the valley. A mutated venomous lizard? Perfect! Let's tame another wave of beasts, Ziying said, guiding his eagle toward it. He jumped, declaring, The Xenos have their decaying behemoths, and now we have venomous lizards to balance the forces. He then struck the top of the creature with a wave of red energy. Scarlet pathways emerged through the valley, and he declared, Tamed beasts, 10 million level 7 giant steel eagles, 10 million level 8 mutated venomous lizards. Mutated venomous lizards, heed my command. Do not attack any city. Do not harm humans. You must guard the meteor valley, gather source stones, and await further orders. The little girl was atop the red-eyed mutated lizard, enjoying the size of the creature. As Ziying looked around and said, They're all dead. Well, those guys were disloyal and cowardly. They wouldn't have been much help if they were alive. Chu Tian, let's go to the Tang Dynasty tombs, the girl quickly replied. All right, and obeyed the order. Arriving at the Tang Dynasty tombs, scarlet stars descended from the sky, forming a crimson rain throughout the valley as the army of spirits made their presence known in that place. Ziying declared loudly, The Tang Empire, an empire that shook the world. Nations bowed before them, their armies were unstoppable. Together we will repel the enemies. Emperors and generals of the Tang Dynasty, I humbly summon you. One by one, they began to respond. Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, answers your call. Li Shimin of the Zhenguan era answers your call. Wu Zetian, the reigning empress, answers your call. Ziying, now standing at the center of a source of red energy, declared, By the spirit of every warrior who fell in service to the Tang Dynasty in the last 300 years, I call upon you to awaken. Although the flying general of the Dragon City has departed, no enemy shall trample our land. Your majesties, with the utmost respect, I propose that the 2 emperors and our empress command an army and divide their forces equally among the 3 great mountain ranges of the northwest border. I will await your arrival at Tangmodao Mountain, where the 3 mountain ranges meet. Crimson tunnels rose to the heavens, and the green army stopped before him, awaiting their orders. Very well, they responded, understanding what he had said. If anyone tries to stop you, try to talk first, but always be ready for war. Those who persist, kill them, Ziying declared. Don't make me laugh. These spiritual mountains belong to no one. Whoever occupies them first owns them. Huang Xiao, prodigy of the Huang clan, shouted, making a commotion with the news brought by Jia. But he is a divine-level beast tamer, young master. For safety, let's leave the northwest, the boy pleaded, clearly frightened. Ha, divine-level prodigy, what nonsense. Pure media pressure. I am Huang Xiao, a level 10 lightning prodigy, chosen by the heavens themselves. Others may fear him, but I do not, Xiao replied with an intimidating look. At night on Tangmodao Mountain, Xiao said, walking and leading the Huang group, he may have tamed beasts in the Meteor Valley, and I was willing to let him have that. But Tangmodao Mountain? This is the place where the 3 great mountain ranges of the northwest meet, where spiritual energy is most abundant, making it the best place for cultivation. Other clans have recognized my claim to this mountain. If that beast tamer dares to come here, I will ensure he never returns. Oh? You're going to ensure I never return, are you? Ziying said, appearing in front of him. So you're that cowardly beast tamer everyone is talking about? Xiao asked in a threatening tone. Senior? I've already delivered the message. But, Jia began to speak, addressing Ziying with fear. but was interrupted by Xiao, who shouted at him. Huang Jia, you've brought shame to the Huang clan. Get out of my sight. Don't let me see your pathetic face again. Ziying, however, did not like the way the boy was treated and started walking toward him, holding his sword with an intimidating look, saying, Honestly, he clearly has more brains than you. Given that you're a prodigy, I'll ask one last time. Are you really going to ignore the bigger picture and for your own selfish gain try to claim this mountain? Huang Xiao activated the golden lightning in his hand, saying, I am not just any prodigy. I'm already practically at the level of a half-sovereign king. If you back down and leave now, maybe I'll let you live. Don't think for a second that a mere beast tamer like you can do anything against me. Let me tell you, every beast on this mountain has either been killed by me or ran away with its tail between its legs. Ziying stood firm with his sword in hand, red lightning surrounding him and a defiant look on his face. Xiao understood the silent response and declared, Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for what's going to happen next. The red lightning from our protagonist spread towards him, surprising him, and he wondered, Lightning? Shouldn't you be a beast tamer? How can you use lightning? Ziying swung his sword and commanded, Enough talk. Lightning blade. Jia sensed the danger and tried to warn his young master. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao lifted him with one hand and placed his body in front of him, using him as a shield against Ziying's attack. Our protagonist watched Jia fall and in disgust asked, What kind of trash prodigy are you? You are worse than an animal. Xiao dropped Jia's lifeless body and replied, Servants are nothing but pawns, sacrifices to protect me. So what if you know some lightning techniques? I'll show you what real lightning is. Celestial lightning strike. He formed a sphere of golden lightning in front of his body and, with a manic smile, asked, Are you scared now? Want to beg for your life? Too late. Ziying maintained his stance, holding his sword as the red lightning surrounded him and replied, I won't use my blade because I don't want to be accused of intimidating you. Do you think you're better than everyone else, you despicable arrogant? Today I'll show you what it means to give someone a taste of their own poison. He expanded the red lightning around him, intensifying his power. Xiao surrounded himself with lightning, saying, I am the embodiment of lightning. Your pathetic tricks are nothing to me. And our protagonist mocked, Oh, really? Forbidden spell, lightning element, double overload. Xiao raised the sphere of golden lightning, using it as a shield while feeling surprised. Ziying's attack pierced through the sphere, hitting him squarely in the stomach as he screamed, unable to believe it was possible. Ziying walked up to him saying, You will learn what it means to be on the other side, trash, no matter how high and powerful you think you are. Level 10, half-sovereign king, you are nothing compared to my level 2 power. And he stepped on Xiao's face as he tried to deny the situation. Suddenly an earthquake struck them, and a voice emerged declaring, I am Huang Jutian, patriarch of the Huang family. Who dares to cause trouble in the spiritual mountains of the Huang family? Our protagonist looked up thinking, Another one? Does the Huang family want to see their lineage exterminated like this? Jushian raised his voice and said, Xiao, inform your father and the rest of our people to move here was supposed to be a blessing. However, I never imagined that you, the prodigy of the Huang family, would bring trouble. He then turned to Ziying and asked, Who are you? Why did you hurt the prodigy so much? The man beside him interjected, shouting, Patriarch! Do we really need to ask? He clearly came to take the spiritual mountains. My son must have claimed them first, and this person arrived later. My son refused to... The patriarch interrupted him and declared, The Huang family has always been reasonable. Let him speak first. If he is truly in the wrong, I will take him down myself. Xiao's father tried to protest, but against the patriarch of the family it would be useless. Ziying turned to him and replied, As expected of the patriarch. Very well, then allow me to explain everything clearly. I am one of the 5 divine-level prodigies of the Northwest, the forbidden spellcaster. Everyone was taken aback and began to comment, The forbidden spellcaster of divine level that everyone is talking about? I saw this in the news before. The 5 divine-level prodigies of the Northwest exterminated those Xeno assassins. Our protagonist continued explaining, To ensure the survival of humanity, all the spiritual mountains in the Northwest must be handed over to the 5 of us. They cannot be claimed privately. I warned your prodigy, but he refused to back down, driven only by his selfish motives, ruining our grand plan. The patriarch looked at him seriously and replied, He did that? So Xiao was really in the wrong. Xiao's father activated the lightning in his hands and impatiently shouted, Patriarch, is everyone just afraid of his title? You may fear him, but I do not. Even if I die today, I will avenge my son. I will avenge... Judian slapped the man on the back, reprimanding him. Impudent. Xiao's actions show that you spoiled him too much. Xiao's father fell to the ground, prostrated, unable to believe that the patriarch was serious. The patriarch declared loudly, Silence! Do you understand what is at stake for humanity? Our Huang family did not seek to claim the spiritual mountains to increase our strength, so that one day we could fight against the aliens. but your actions are putting the cart before the horse." He then turned to Ziying and bowing said, "Our family was wrong. Sir, please do not take it badly. As you need these mountains for a greater purpose, we will back down." Ziying returned the bow, saying, "The patriarch is truly just." Jutian ordered that Ziyao be tied up and taken away, declaring that he should be punished for his insolence. Watching this, Ziying thought, "When the Huang family can join the battlefield, I will empower them in due time." On Dragon Mountain, the Jade Army declared, "The 5 divine-level prodigies of the Northwest decree. Due to the needs of the Great Era, this mountain cannot be claimed privately. All other prodigy families must evacuate immediately." On Hua Mountain, the same was happening. They informed, "Those who disregard the greater good and refuse to listen will be killed without mercy." On Kunlun Mountain, the army contemplated the writings on a stone, saying, "Truly worthy, our descendants are wise and just, living up to great expectations." "Well said, Di Qing. Well said." Finally, at the summit of Tangmodao Mountain, Ziying raised his voice, declaring, "It's time!" And he spread his hand on the ground, causing red waves of energy to spread in all directions as he chanted, "Resonance of Dead Spirits Level 6. Activate. Through the 4 seas, the Emperor's wind blows, 1,000 years of virtue, the waters flow brilliantly. No more soldier's garb, our victory is near. Today we leave our burdens behind, under the limitless sky." The ancient passages of Qin, now humble, seem low, while to the north flows the Yellow River, a powerful current of cleansing. The waves began to penetrate the soldiers as Ziying continued proclaiming, "To the Jade Gate, the strength of the heavens sweeps fiercely. 10,000 li resonate the Hu songs that the Han hold." The waves penetrated the atmosphere, entered a hospital, hitting the soldiers and penetrating their souls as Ziying cried out, "Across the 4 seas, the Emperor's wind blows, 1,000 years of virtue, the waters flow brilliantly. No more soldier's garb, our victory is near. Today we leave our burdens behind under the limitless sky." The soldiers awakened, feeling a wave of energy and saying, "The song of Wang Qin's triumphant march? Where is this coming from? I don't know why, but I feel like a wave of power is rushing through my veins." At the support defense line, the workers commented, "Is it just me, or have I suddenly awakened some kind of superpower? Me too. Earlier I struggled to lift steel beams with help, and now I can carry them like toys." And Ziying finished her chant. The new era of the Holy Emperor inaugurates a glorious sight as loyal servants behold his grand vision slaughterhouse. But look at the land, where war has relinquished its hold. See, an era of peace. A calm autumn unfolds. Inside the research laboratory, they exclaimed, "It's real! We really awaken powers." Xiao Liu lifted a mutant bird crossbow with one hand and said, "Now I can lift this alloy blade, and I feel like I can even try to take down mutant birds. It's not just you, I've gotten stronger too." And carrying sandbags on the battlefield, an old man said, "Even this old man feels it. Finally, I've become a bit useful." The news broadcast declared the latest events. Preliminary reports confirm that last night, 8 million people in the northwest border, men, women, children, the elderly, the sick, all awakened the ability of Spirit Hunter. Base level 4. This is the greatest spectacle in recorded history. People looked at their own bodies, commenting, "I never thought I would see this day. At my age, I'm practically 1 foot in the grave, and now this. This is a divine blessing for our Northwest. No, it's a divine blessing for all of humanity. Now we have enough strength to integrate into the 5th defense line. Even if we don't join the army, our productivity will soar." More news was broadcasted. Last night, while the people of the Northwest gained abilities, the ancient sunken forests also transformed into a jungle of steel. Wood elementalists were sent to investigate. The area is highly dangerous, and the public is strongly advised not to enter recklessly. From the top of a mountain, Ziying was talking to Tian, who said, "Brother Nan, you are amazing. Did you orchestrate the mutation in the ancient forests too?" Our protagonist turned to her and replied, "Actually, no. This mutation is probably linked to the dimensional rifts that the Xenos have opened. Things are getting worse in the 7th defense line. We need to act fast. Since there has been a significant change in the ancient forests, let's go there." She agreed and activated her teleportation. In the ancient forests at dawn, a group encountered giant trees with glowing eyes on their trunks. As dust enveloped the scene, they commented, "The situation is worse than we thought. These trees not only mutated, they can move now. It's like a wave of beasts. And the direction they're heading, are they going to attack the city? Should we retreat?" A man stepped forward in the group, shouting, "Not before we understand their combat strength and tactics. Greedy vine, binding roots." It was Lily, the wood elemental. The vines rushed toward the tree but failed to wrap around its trunk. Lily was astonished, realizing it was futile. He couldn't control them. The trees approached, wrapping their roots around them and surrounding the group. He then understood that they not only had consciousness, but were also coordinating their movements. Lily formed a seal with his hands and ordered, "Attention, everyone, full strength, Forest Legion attack." A tremor ran through the ground. The trees surrounded them, and the largest mutant was uprooted, tearing itself apart. Frightened, they declared, "These trees are at least level 7 or 8. We are completely at a disadvantage. We can't hold them. We must at least send this information back." The largest tree turned its gaze toward them, and they soon began to wonder if they would meet their end that day. The tree fixed its eye on his, which trembled, sweating with fear, until the three stopped and realized, "Huh? The trees aren't attacking us? What's happening here?" The trees had bowed, with lines of red energy wrapping around their roots and trunks, and their eyes had turned crimson. From the top of a mountain came a great red glow and a voice echoing saying, "Ironwood Giant, obey my command. Do not attack cities, do not harm humans." They realized the trees were bowing to the light as the voice continued to speak. "Your duty is to protect the ancient forests. Gather source stones and await further orders." Amidst the crimson light and the arcane circles extending from its arm, Ziying's system showed her updates. New abilities unlocked. King's Aura. Subjugate and tame beast with the ancestral aura of the beast god. Ancestral Awakening. When a single wave of beasts reaches 100 million, the user can summon their progenitor to strengthen combat power. Forbidden Spell of the Beast Wave. When the waves of terrestrial and marine beasts converge, the user can cast the forbidden spell, Vital Storm. He read carefully, his eyes glowing a deep red, and said, "The Beast Tamer ability is almost maxed out. Waves of marine beasts. Vital Storm. It seems taming marine beasts is next on the list. I'll collect the source stones we got today and finish setting up the formations in the 5th Reserve defense line." Suddenly a terrible headache struck him. He collapsed unconscious, and Tien rushed towards him, worried, saying, "Brother Nan, what happened?" The little girl touched him with a concerned look and activated the teleport back to the slaughterhouse dormitory. A purple light hit the top of the mountain, and they were taken away. Sometime later, Ziying woke up in one of the dormitory beds, still with a throbbing headache, asking what had happened. Tien, in another bed beside him, replied, worried, "Brother Nan, you're awake! You fainted back in the ancient forests. You scared me to death." He looked at her and said, "Damn, I was out for a whole day. At a time like this, Tien looked at him with concern and declared, "Don't blame yourself for this, Brother Nan. Among the front lines, summoning undead spirits and taming all those beasts, you didn't sleep a second. No matter how strong you are, you're still human." Ziying sat up in bed facing her and replied, "Yes, compared to those aliens, humanity is simply too weak." The girl dropped her shoulders with a sad look and commented, "Brother Nan, you always carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. Aren't you tired? I want to help you, but I'm too useless." Our protagonist stood up and walked over to her, stroking her head and saying, "I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean to worry our little chief. I'm not alone, you know? I have you, my family, your brother, and millions of others by our side. Besides, you've helped me more than you realize. I wouldn't have come this far without you." She closed her eyes, trying to dismiss it, and replied, "If you're going to call me chief, then this chief will stop overthinking. I don't need you comforting me like a child, too. We're going to the 5th defense line next, right? This chief will take you there." Without giving much time to rest, they headed to the 5th defense line. Already at night, he positioned himself in the snow, creating red circles and activating his ability, spreading the fiery formations that extended for several kilometers. Green lights floated around him, and he declared, "I teleported all the source stones we collected from the slaughterhouse, the meteor valley, and the ancient forests." Tien asked if it was enough, and he replied, "More than enough to strengthen this entire line." He then went back to spreading the freezing and thorn formations that extended for 300 kilometers. Bombardment formations arose at his command, with thunder rumbling from the skies, covering the same distance and encompassing the snowy mountains. A notification appeared informing that the following formations had been unlocked: Hellish Sword, Purgatory Fire, and Abyssal Thorn. He clenched his fist and declared, "This wall of formations is finally complete, and my master level in formations has increased too. The 3 major projects should be completed soon. Then, we can use their power to deploy high-level formations and forbidden spells. As for the mountain of source stones provided by the nation, I'll save those for when the 5th defense line is under attack." In the broadcasts, breaking news emerged. After the mass awakening, infrastructure development in the Northwest has accelerated. The Grand Canal project, stretching 1,000 kilometers and drawing water from the Eastern Sea to irrigate 10 cities in the Northwest, is finally complete. Comments began to spread. At a time like this, they're still working on a canal project? What's the purpose? The awakened citizens of the Northwest should be sent to reinforce the front lines. What a waste of resources. Are there no prodigies from the interior who can put an end to this nonsense? What is the Northwest thinking? Meanwhile, a group of men commented, "I can't believe the first thing the Zhao family sees after coming out of isolation is these ridiculous 3 major projects. The Northwest is corrupt, and the people are restless. I, Qianbing, can't stand by any longer. I, Sun Li, am with you. Let's destroy these 3 major projects together." One of them turned and said, Brother Cheon, Brother Sun, how about we broadcast everything live this time and let the whole nation witness our righteous act? The other replied, Brilliant idea, Brother Zhao. The three boys set off, and a photo of them flying through the skies made the breaking news. Comments immediately began. Finally, some prodigies from the interior are stepping up to question the projects of the Northwest. Amazing. But what level are these prodigies? They claim to be at the Sovereign King level. Those fools in the Northwest will be in for a surprise when the Sovereign Kings arrive. By the sea, Ziying watched the waves with his arms raised, saying, As expected from the great nation, it's time to seize this opportunity and cast a forbidden spell. This will be the most terrifying killing field humanity has ever witnessed. He then extended his hands, creating a concentration of red energy and saying, Level 5 forbidden water spell, water dragon charge, activate. A red lightning bolt struck the waves as the command was given, launching the waters upward. Then a dragon made of water emerged before him, fangs bared as the sea roiled. The dragon stood before him waiting for his command. He extended his hand and ordered it to attack. Then he activated the Asura mode as the dragon came towards him, defending himself with a red energy shield using his arms. The dragon collided with the shield, exploding in waves. Ziying remained standing until he ordered the Asura mode to cease along with the dragon. The waves subsided, and he stood alone on the cliff, energy emanating from him. Blood dripped from his arms and his sleeves had been torn. He looked at his hands, still emanating energy, and said, Not bad. A single level 5 forbidden spell managed to push the defenses of the Asura form this far. If I stack and combine this with the power of the Great Canal, it could turn the tide. He then activated the forbidden spell Water Dragon Charge with a 5,000 overload. Seeing the red areas in the water before him, indicating that the spell was active along with the system notification, he commented, The Forbidden Sorcerer has reached level 6. It shouldn't take long to reach the maximum level. Meanwhile, Zhao and the other two were live streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now live over the Great Canal, one of the 3 great projects. Time to destroy it and give the people what they want. The comments on the stream. Wait, comments? Did you leave a comment asking for the next part here in the video? Next part here. Did you subscribe to the channel? Well, if you made it this far in the video, it's because you're enjoying it. So let's subscribe, give that like, and comment to cheer up our team. Okay, back to the story. The comments on the stream were flooding the screen saying, That's it. This is the kind of hero we need today. The 3 sovereigns are truly amazing. Decisive action. This is leadership. This is so exciting. Teach a lesson to those bastards from the Northwest. Give a warning to the whole country. That's right. The war is already hard enough. We can't waste precious resources like this. Zhao turned to them and smiled, saying, Brother Cheon, Brother Sun, I will take care of destroying this canal. Cheon turned to him and said, No, Brother Zhao. Let me take the first project. You handle the other 2. Sun interrupted him, smiling, and said, Hold on, everyone. True Fire Annihilation Charge. Vaporize. Red fire descended from his hands, and the 2 dodged. Zhao asked what that was, but Cheon was quick enough to realize that Sun wanted to play dirty and said, Well, if everyone wants to join in, let's do this together. The 2 attacked, using the skills Breaker Army / Chain Reversal and Earth Divider Mountain. A giant crystalline sword plunged into the ground, surrounded by red lightning, bringing thunder and stirring the waves of the sea. More comments flooded in as people watched the stream. Wow, this is epic. No wonder they are Sovereign King level prodigies. Is this what peak human strength looks like? I'm about to cry. Is it just me or does this seem exaggerated? It's almost like one canal isn't enough for the 3 of them. Meanwhile, on Tangmodao Mountain, Ziying observed the night with Tian as he said, As expected, with the power of the spiritual mountains, the energy of the dead spirits is growing. Snow fell from the sky and Tian approached, saying, Brother Nan, the people in the city who are awakening, their abilities will also get stronger, right? Ziying replied, Yes, pointing to stars on the horizon, saying, Were those 4 shooting stars curving in the air? Ziying looked at the star with concern and said, This is bad. That familiar feeling, it must be an A-class Xeno. Don't tell me they sent more assassins. The headache returned, but he couldn't stop questioning. And the water spells from the canal are out of control? Did those aliens find out what I planned? Are they trying to attack us first? If they came all the way here, there's no reason to hide. Our protagonist activated the forbidden spell of the canal and ordered the water dragon to attack. Back at the Great Canal, the 3 boys floated above the churning water. Sun complained, This insignificant canal, whether we evaporate, repress, or completely bury it, it's child's play for us. Cheon then commented, Such a simple task. It's no fun at all. Wait! Until something caught their attention and they exclaimed, Are you seeing this? The water is changing. What is that? The water stirred. Waves crashed against each other, and the water dragon danced in the air towards them, this time accompanied by 2 more. The 3 watched the dragons approach and shouted, A forbidden spell! Run! Through the stream, people watched as the waves engulfed the three and continued commenting. The three sovereigns were swallowed by a water beast? Does the Northwest Project really hold some hidden power? Did anyone else hear something about a spell just now? My screen went black. Was the live stream cut off? What the hell just happened? The three hit the ground with water droplets falling on them. When they looked up, they could see the dragon watching them with a murderous gaze. They began to crawl, trying to escape while calling for help. Our protagonist appeared before them, saying, "Aren't you one of those aliens? Cease!" And at his command, the water dragons dissipated, returning to the canal. Ziying asked who they were and why they were causing so much destruction. Zhao turned to him and replied, "We are the prodigies of the three great families from the interior. We are here to—" Ziying interrupted him with a judging look, saying, "Ah, I see. Ignorant fools." The three stood up, facing Ziying, and Zhao declared, "Indeed. But seeing you here, senior, we finally understand." Ziying thought, "Those three are sovereign king-level prodigies, just out of isolation. The alien assassins must be heading to their headquarters." He then declared, "Take me to your clans now." The three looked at him confused, but Ziying surprised them by saying, "Unless you want to see your clans exterminated, you better hurry." They became anxious upon hearing the word exterminated, and obeyed. Upon arriving at Skycrest Mountain that same night, what they found was a place engulfed in flames. Zhao fell to his knees on the ground, lamenting, "Father, clan leader, second uncle." Cheon looked around and said, "The Zhao family was annihilated? What's happening?" Ziying remained calm and said, "This is exactly what I feared. The work of an A-class Xeno. Now is not the time to mourn. If you want revenge, come with me, Chu Tian, to the Cheon family estate." Tian led them to the Cheon family estate in the Phoenix Mountain Range. There they found the same thing. Flames and destruction. Ziying ordered Tian to take them to the Sun family. Upon arriving at Jadapass Mountain, the Sun family estate, they encountered a large blackbird that spat fire, destroying everything. It was the A-class Xenoblazing Sky Eagle. A man jumped on the bird, his body emanating flames, his hair transformed into fire and burning intensely. He grabbed the bird and shouted, "You exterminated my family. I will take you down with me. Let's go to hell together, you damn alien. Extreme fire self-detonation." Sun Li cried out in despair, watching the scene. "Clan leader, damn alien, you won't get away with this." The bird turned towards them, unscathed even after the explosion, and said with a tone of disdain, "Humans are small, weak, and powerless creatures. You are nothing but corpses waiting to happen." Our protagonist drew his sword and leaped towards the Xeno with a sharp gaze, saying, "Oh really? Then today I will show you what humans are truly capable of." The three prodigies, Zhao, Qian, and Sun, advanced with determination, each invoking their abilities. Army-breaking slash, earth-splitting mountain, true annihilating fire. The red flames danced in the air. A long sword of fire descended from the sky, while the stones of the mountains fragmented under the force of the attack. The bird, with its enormous wings, struck the air forcefully, sending feathers toward the flames and hurling the youths away. They fell, rolling on the ground, and Ziying shouted, "You three are injured. Stand aside for now and just watch." In the next moment, a red lightning bolt cut through the sky and struck the bird. Ziying activated the ability Asura's Deathfall and followed with Asura's Berserker, delivering a powerful punch to the creature that pushed it to the ground. The prodigies watched, perplexed, and exclaimed, "What a potent Asura's killing aura! He must be the Asura of the Northwest, not a forbidden sorcerer." The bird, enraged, exhaled fire, concentrating all its breath and launching a tunnel of flames towards Ziying. However, Tian, quick and alert, touched him and activated her teleportation ability, taking him to a safe spot. Ziying turned to her, smiling. "Good job, boss." However, the bird was now focusing its fierce gaze in his direction. It drew its sword, the blade shining brightly in a crimson hue, and activated the ability Asura, Demon Slayer, attacking the bird with a flaming slash. The Xeno turned to him disdainful. "Not bad. You are worthy, not of death but of slavery." Ziying, filled with hatred, retorted, "Slavery? I'll make you swallow those words." With determination, Ziying activated Asura, Dragon Slayer. A colossal red dragon emerged above him, diving toward the bird as Ziying brandished his sword and said, "Do you think you can heal from anything? Let's see if you can test your healing powers when you're in pieces." The dragon collided with the bird, but the creature closed itself into a sphere, declaring, "Humans, ignorant, arrogant, die." Ziying, without hesitation, approached and shouted, "Enough of this nonsense, Asura! Hell on earth!" He pierced the bird with a crimson slash. The bird, wounded, mocked, "Useless, as long as the spark remains." But Ziying didn't let it finish and shouted, "Freezing formation! 50,000 overload, damn your spark!" Red arcane circles spread across the sky, and the bird became frozen in the air, causing astonishment among the prodigies watching from the ground. The flame eagle of the sky was frozen in pieces. This Asura knows formations too? Ziying turned to them and, using amplification, unleashed his power on their foreheads. The prodigies screamed, falling to their knees. As ice fragments fell from the sky, Ziying floated above them. You have seen your combat power, your strengths and weaknesses. This ice will only hold it for a while. Now is your chance. Avenge yourselves with your own hands. Zhao stood up, ready to speak, but Ziying landed and turned to Tian. Don't ask. After you avenge your clans, head to the 5th line of defense and prepare for war. A greater enemy awaits you there, an enemy of all humanity. Immediately, a news report spread. 4 Class A Xeno assassins have been sighted in the inner territories. The ancient and prestigious clans Zhao, Qian, Sun Sen, and Wang have been exterminated. Zhao Yang, Qianbing, and Sun Li, with the help of the Asura, took down the flame eagle of the sky. In the city, the citizens stirred. Those damn aliens! They are not satisfied with fighting on the front lines. Now they attack our promising youths in the rear. We need the divine-level prodigies of the Northwest to deal with them soon. Ziying, watching the city from the top of a mountain with Tian, declared, Chutian, let's gather a batch of source stones and head to the Eastern Sea. Let's tame some beasts and eliminate these assassins once and for all. She agreed and teleported him to a point above the Eastern Sea. Floating in the air with a crimson circle opened, he declared, To the east I gaze upon the height of Jishi, where the endless ocean meets my sight. Sun and moon, your journeys begin. As if from the depths they emerge and then depart. Starry skies above, a brilliant arrangement seeming to rise from the deep tide of the ocean where secrets are hidden. Powerful sea beasts, heed my decree. You will all bow and serve only me. The beasts emerged from the tumultuous sea, leaping toward him. Ziying continued, With a sound that shakes the heavens and a force that eclipses the moon, I summon your sharpening stones. A colossal tornado descended from the heavens, striking the water and growing to great proportions. He observed the tornado spinning and commented, Even I might not escape this easily. Tian, by his side, said, I'm sure Brother Nan can handle it. Now we just need to see if these assassins dare to come. At another point, a bearded man with long brown hair, Lan Chengkong, a prodigy of the Lan family from the Eastern Sea, watched the scene with a coconut in hand, astonished. Is that a fury of sea beasts in the distance? I've never seen so many beasts like this. Alert the whole clan. Prepare for battle. I will scout ahead. Wait for my signal. The clan members rushed to obey his command. Chengkong then invoked the water control technique, Dragon March, summoning a water dragon that carried him toward the tornado. As he approached, he commented, The Lan family has guarded the Eastern Sea for generations. I will not let these sea beasts run wild. Observing the water closely, he realized, Is that an alliance of tides of beasts from different species? How is this possible? They should be enemies. No, something is wrong. The way they are surrounding me, it looks more like an army. The beasts began to advance toward the prodigy, and Ziying, noticing the movement, exclaimed, You idiots, you've got the wrong guy. Tian, always attentive, reminded him, Brother Nan, you forgot to tell them don't attack cities, don't harm humans. And our protagonist then raised his voice to make his usual declaration. Don't attack cities, don't harm humans, kill the alien invaders. Chang Kong noticed the change in the beast's course and commented, Huh? The killing aura of the tide of beasts suddenly disappeared? Could it be? The beast-taming prodigy from the northwest? But before he could feel relieved, something behind him caught his attention. 3 large beings were rapidly approaching him, mutant beasts flying through the air, proclaiming, Master of the sea, if it's not slavery, then it's death. Sea beasts, your sharpening stones have arrived. Seeing the approach, Chang Kong commented, Wow, those assassins are all after me? They probably think I'm the beast tamer. All right, come and get me. This was bound to happen sooner or later. To be able to fight against the enemies of a divine-level beast tamer is an honor. Mutant whales leaped out of the water and sank their teeth into the bodies of the Xenos. Chang Kong was perplexed and exclaimed, Huh? The sea beasts are attacking first? Is that beast tamer commanding them? The beasts leaped, each group heading towards a different Xeno while Ziying coordinated them. Swordfish, the Cyclopean demon turtle is yours. Tiger sharks, take down the spiny serpent. Great whites, smash the glacial dragon. The spiny serpent writhed with a black aura and roared, Insects! Insignificant insects! It turned, opening its fangs and used glacial freeze, spewing frozen air at the present beasts, which became trapped in ice in the sea. At the same time, the other giant creature used a rain of spikes, spinning around itself and launching several deadly spines that pierced the beasts. The third creature used a skill that created a seismic shock, generating an earthquake that threw the beasts away. Watching from the shore, Ziying commented, These sea beasts can handle anything below level A effortlessly, but against level A, they're still out of their league. He touched the ground, activating the amplification formations by 50 times, and ordered them to expand across the sea. Seeing the expansion of the red arcs in the water, Chang Kong wondered what it was. The spiny serpent rose towards him and he turned, saying, "Huh? They broke through the sea beasts? They're coming straight for me. Come on, I'm ready for you. Today, I, Lan Chang Kong, will fight you to my last breath. Let's see if you can freeze me before I get my hands on you." Chang Kong charged in water tornadoes, speeding towards the sea serpent, but it used its ice breath to form a barrier that prevented him from advancing past a certain point. He hit the ice and was thrown back, saying, "Damn, their power is off the charts. Not even my water dragon can hold them back." Chang Kong fell as he was struck by the ice in an intense attack. The creature rushed towards him as he fell into the water, but before he perished, Ziying's red circles spread, and more tamed beasts rushed to his aid, biting the serpent Xeno. A red lightning bolt struck Chang Kong's forehead as he stood on a wave while the beast held the Xeno for a moment. He regained his composure and looked at his hands, seeing energy flowing. "This is an amplification formation? Water control technique? Endless ocean!" The waves surged towards the alien beast, which thrashed, saying, "This cannot be. Insects." Being hit by the waves and cuts of flames, it was torn apart. The spiny serpent and the cyclopean demon turtle had been neutralized by the explosion of water and flames. Ziying watched with his hands in his pockets and said, "Now the battle strength is almost certain. Forget about level A aliens. Even if a level S alien comes to this part of the sea, it will be skinned alive. Chu Tian, bring Lan Chang Kong here. I have something to say to him." The girl smiled and replied, "I know what you want to tell him." On top of a small mound of water, surrounded by beasts and stones, Chang Kong raised his voice. "Beast Tamer, Master of Formations, I am deeply grateful for the grace of life saved today. Could you reveal yourself so that this apprentice can thank you personally?" However, in front of him, who appeared was Tian, emerging from one of his portals. He was surprised. "Huh? The legendary senior is a child?" Tian smiled, deceiving him, and pulled him by the collar of his shirt. The girl teleported him back to the shore, where our protagonist was, and he fell to his knees, saying, "May I know who you are, senior?" Ziying gestured for him to be silent and said, "Don't ask, just listen. Lan Chang Kong, if you use the East Sea as bait to lure and eliminate the alien assassins behind this, could you take on that responsibility?" Chang Kong replied, "If it's for the good of our world, I will give my life without hesitation." Ziying then concentrated his energy in his finger, positioned it on his forehead, releasing a great crimson aura and saying, "Very well, then I grant you the power of the internal amplification formation of 10 times. From today on, you are the master of the East Sea. 100 million sea beasts are now under your command. If those alien assassins dare to appear on the continent again, you will lead the waves of beasts to lure and annihilate them." The man shouted in agreement, as his potential was unleashed and amplified. He fell to the ground recovering, but what would come next was more concerning. Tian turned, seeing a black cloud spreading in the sky, and anxiously said, "Look, a void portal. The 7th line of defense may not hold. Oh no, my brother, everyone!" As the alien beast advanced fiercely towards the human defense lines, Xinghe raised his voice and declared, "Attention! The main class alien force is here. Senior Nan orders us to abandon the 7th defense line. Retreat now. The 6th defense line has completely retreated. Concentrate all automated firepower on delay tactics. Buy as much time as possible. All units converge on the 5th defense line for this decisive battle." Wang Zai raised his voice behind him and ordered, "Total withdrawal, conserve your strength. We will defend at the 5th line." Xinghe gritted his teeth, starting to concentrate his energy, and declared, "Commander Wang, you lead the main force back. We will hold the line and buy time for you. Supreme Amplification Formation, activate. We must hold out long enough for the main force to retreat." The Cayenne energy circle expanded in front of them, blocking the Xenos and shining brightly. The Jade Army positioned themselves at the front and said, "You kids should go too. The 5th defense line still needs you. Leave the rear defense to us veterans." As he said, "We swear that even if only one soldier remains, we will not let these aliens pass." Xinghe tried to protest, but Su Chang declared, "The veterans have noble intentions, and as a wise person you should understand the bigger picture." The tamed beasts appeared around them, and Xinghe commented, "For the sacrifices our ancestors and the waves of beasts are willing to make, we will not falter in this battle for our survival." Su Chang looked up at the soldiers of the Jade Army and said, "This young man bids farewell to our ancestors and the noble spirits of the waves of beasts." News headlines ran with the words, "Complete withdrawal from the 7th defense line, leaving only the immortal spirit army and the waves of beasts to fight to the death. The 6th defense line relies solely on intelligent strike forces to buy time for the 5th defense line. With 300 million soldiers, the 5th defense line prepares for impact. Among them, 80 million espers. The true god of the Lan clan of the East Sea defeats a Class A alien assassin. All 4 major projects in the Northwest are now completed." In the streets of the cities, people stood under a twisted sky, all ready to fight, with determined looks, raising their voices. God has gifted us these brave spirits for this decisive battle. For this moment, the people of the Northwest are united. We will defend the fifth line with our lives. At the burning Heavenstone, our protagonist was accompanied by Cheon, saying, "It all comes down to this. Tonight I finalize the updates. Tonight I put the finishing touches on the plan. Source of the burning sky, power of the source stones, total absorption." The crimson energy converged into his body, being drawn into his chest. Source stones and reserves were absorbed, and he moved to the next location. In the steel forest, he touched the steel stones using a golden forbidden spell, which melted the stone, turning it into water. Waves exploded, and he declared, "With tempered water, swallow the steel and bind steel with steel. 100,000 forbidden spells of steel implant." The next location was the heart of the volcano, where he raised his hands and declared, "Awaken, my lava dragons. Embrace the land and sea. Devour the sky and extinguish everything. 100,000 forbidden spells of lava implant." Lava dragons emerged, stretching up to the skies. Ziying observed the notification bar that appeared before her and commented, "The maximum level forbidden spell, Origin of the Stars? Using a forbidden spell of this magnitude may be more than the earth can bear, unless I contain it, using it only at the most critical moment. Now only beast taming, immortal spirits, and formations remain. There's plenty of land inside, perfect for both beast taming and summoning the immortal spirits. Take us there." Cheon agreed and opened the purple portal around them. Upon arriving at the location, Ziying touched the ground, releasing her power, and ordered, "Ancestors of times past, one of the famous three kingdoms of China Wei." The Jade Emperor declared, "Awaken from the east, bold heroes, to contain the darkness, stories told." Ziying raised her voice again. "One of the famous three kingdoms of China Shu." And more soldiers marched, saying, "5 passages we conquered, 6 generals we felled. Our roar on the Dongyang Bridge echoed through the ages." Ziying raised her voice again and said, "One of the famous three kingdoms of China Wu." And one of the samurais supported his sword, saying, "On the rock of wisdom, our imperial power, our legends echo, always bright. I sing like the rising sun, our brilliant splendor, igniting mountains with our impressive light." Yuan the Great appeared riding and said, "Your hooves, a thundering tide, no force on earth can withstand our fury." Ming raised his sword and declared, "Clad in golden armor, we face the western wind, a battle of the ages, a memorable legend." Qing raised his weapon, saying, "With bow and horse, heroes gather through the sands, toppling invisible empires." Ziying raised her voice under the crimson sky and in front of the Jade Army and declared, "Honored ancestors, heed my call. Prepare for battle at the 5th defense line, march." She made seals with her hands as the army marched, the ground trembling and the beasts dancing to her command. Raising her voice, she declared, "The heavens expand, a vision without limits, but all below belongs to the power of the king. Throughout the earth your dominion prevails. All subjects bow, your word we obey. Release the beast taming, full power, poisonous insects, venomous snakes, all of you mutant beasts. Hear me and obey. Ancient power, awaken, amplify the power of the waves of beasts, with me, to the 5th line." Dragons made of insects, red lines, and serpents surrounded her. Ziying raised her sword with hands on fire, ready to advance, but soon spat blood, closing her eyes in pain. She fell to her knees on the ground, and Tian went to her, saying, "Brother Nan, you're overexerting yourself. You can't keep going like this." He raised a determined look and replied, "I have to continue no matter what. We have no time to lose." The girl tried to protest, but he stood up, interrupting her. "No excuses. Now only formations remain. Take me to the 5th line." All she could say was, "Brother Nan, yes sir, Chu Tian at your orders." In the 5th line of defense of Jia at dawn, Ziying was flying with arms wide open far above the clouds, expanding the formations and multiplying. Within a translucent and spectral formation, he raised his voice and declared, "Layers upon layers of lethal formations, protect our homeland." And at that moment, through all the exhaustion, the system reported, "Master of Formation God Genesis, skill level, maximum, ability, heaven and earth, humans, beasts, all great and small creatures can deploy formations. The 5 supreme abilities have been unified and mastered as one." Ziying shouted like never before, and an orb of energy emanated from him as if an explosion were occurring. He fell to the ground, and the orb expanded, his aura burning and expanding like cores. Tian shouted for him, unable to approach the orb. Ziying's muscles contracted as the energy in the ground beneath him shattered. He was about to break or evolve. Sometime later in the city, Tian and Ziying received the prodigies announcing their return. Ziying appeared before them with a new look, platinum mullet hair and a long coat. He smiled at the prodigies and said, "Good, you've returned just in time." Tian ran towards his brother Xinghe, shouting, Big brother! Mr. Nan's hair turned white." He then hugged him while the girl buried her face in his stomach and said, It's all right. You did well. Now your big brother is here. Qin Ying approached Ziying and asked what had happened to him. Our protagonist replied that this was the result of all his battle preparations. Change questioned, "So you're finally ready to lay your cards on the table?" Ziying gave a slight smile, tilted his head, and replied, "Exactly." Announcements were broadcast throughout the nation, informing about the situation. The alien forces have breached the final defense lines in the southern and northern glaciers. Both the northern and southern glaciers have fallen. The alien forces have broken the last line of defense in Kawasaki. Kawasaki has fallen. The alien forces have breached the last line of defense in Trikistan. Trikistan has fallen. The U.S. defense line is still holding, but with the emergence of an S-level Xeno, 1,000,000 espers have deserted. The alien forces have breached. Ziying stood before the united fighters and citizens of the region and began his speech. "Soldiers and citizens of the 5th Defense Line, the aliens are approaching. Before the final battle, I have something important to say. The so-called 5 divine prodigies of the Northwest, they are all me." People began to murmur among themselves, commenting, "What? How is that possible? Who is this guy?" Trying to sow chaos and break morale in the midst of all this. But Ziying didn't give them time to talk, and removing the mask from his face, declared, "It's me. All the elderly, children, sick and injured, evacuate to the cities of the Northwest. Secure the supplies. Only if the line breaks should you enter the fight. The formations will lead, followed by forbidden spells. Waves of beasts will go ahead, and spirits of the dead will be in the rear. Espers will cover any gaps, with civilians as the last line of defense." Along with the logistics team, Xiaolu commented that he always knew Ziying was special, their savior. Some agreed, while others pointed out that this wasn't what the girl usually said, but there were more important things at the moment. "So it was him all along." Ziying continued his speech. "All our military strength is concentrated on the 5th defense line. If it falls, there's no turning back. I made all preparations, but it's still not enough to win this battle, especially with those S-level aliens in the rear, or even SS level, SSS level. That's why I'm forming a suicide squad of espers to accompany me through the void portal and launch a counteroffensive. I don't need many, maybe 10, but they must be strong, ideally with complementary abilities." Surprising everyone, Tian was the first to step forward, declaring loudly, "I, Chu Tian, 9 years old, ancestral divine-level space esper. Once inside the void portal, finding a place for Brother Nan to rest will be my job." Then her brother said, "I, Chu Xinghei, 23 years old, prodigy of the 130th generation of the Chu clan. Maximum ancestral divine-level domain esper. I volunteer for the suicide squad." And so the volunteers followed. "Count on me. Su Changjae, 25 divine-level ancestral puppet master. If nothing else, I've practically mastered the art of voodoo. I can probably curse some aliens to death. I'm Qin Sui. I'm Qin Ying, 18, ancestral divine-level plant spirit summoners. Ready and willing. Me too. Lan Changkong, 23, ancestral divine-level water esper. My clan is handling things in the Eastern Sea. Nan Ziying, I hope this time you don't pass the blame to me. I'm Zhang Yuan, 22. I'll handle the supplies. My esper ability is, well, cooking. It's like divine level. Nan Ziying, don't forget you still owe me one. Take me along and we're even." Ziying looked at Zhang Yuan, the last to volunteer, and said, "For that ability of yours, I'm more than happy to have you on board." A red car stopped nearby, and 2 new volunteers got out. The blonde declared, "I'm Su Lang, 23, level 10 perception esper, essential for detecting dangers." And the pink-haired one said, "First, I'd like to apologize for my harsh words earlier. Zhao Keir, I'm also vital for reconnaissance. 20 years, level 10 time reversal esper. It may only be 15 seconds now, but I'm sure I'll get stronger." Ziying's sister approached him and said, "Brother, Dad didn't want to let you go alone, so I'm coming with you. Recently, I awakened some healing abilities on the battlefield. I'm practically Huatuo reborn." Behind her, 2 girls leaned against a large car and said, "And we, Chen Liani and Su Xiaonan. One healer isn't enough for such a dangerous mission, you know. Chief Nan, give us a chance to redeem ourselves for our past misunderstandings." Ziying smiled and, closing his eyes, responded while raising his voice, "I thank you all. In that case, I officially declare the formation of the counteroffensive suicide squad." At the moment the aliens approached, Ziying announced and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The Xenos leaped in to attack, and immediately the spells began to activate. Ziying raised his voice, activating formations, forbidden spells, and ordering waves of beasts to advance. The Jade Army's dead marched, joining the battle. Wang Zai jumped alongside his soldiers, shouting, "We have a 50-fold increase here. There's nowhere to run, you damn fugitives." The battle intensified until Ziying gave the order. "Suicide Squad, march!" The group advanced as Tian created a portal in front of them. Ziying took the lead, shouting, "Follow me, let's destroy this void portal and end this reign of evil." And so the first season of 10,000 Races Guardian of the Rear ends here. When they passed through the portal, they arrived in a small dimension where there was only a modest cabin. The place was a pocket dimension created by Chu Tian, specially prepared for everyone. There, time flowed the same way as outside. Like a wise person, the little girl explained how the place worked. This is perfect for resting, cooking, eating, healing, making medicine, storing things, and everything else. Think of this place as a mini-universe completely separate from the outside world. I call this place the cozy cabin. Ziying, with a cold look, reminded Tian that the mission they had, the duty they needed to fulfill, did not allow comfort. Change placed his hand on Ziying's shoulder, warning him. Brother, you're human, right? Not some spirit or alien who breathes air and feeds on dew? Even if you're strong, how long will you last without eating, drinking, or sleeping? 3 days, 5, a week? Do you think that will be enough to deal with all the aliens? Su Changje's words did not cease, and he gave Ziying a lesson. You're way too tense. Who said we can't rest in the middle of a war? Don't forget, we've been awake for 2 or 3 days straight. Your hair has turned white from so much stress. Change asked him at least to let everyone look around and recognize the good intentions behind that refuge. Xinghe agreed with him, reminding Ziying that facing the end of the world, they couldn't disappoint the children. As they approached the cabin, Lan Changkong glowed with excitement. This is the house of my dreams. Seeing the posture and expression of the brute, the protagonist's sister, Nan Zishan, felt much more masculine in comparison. Chen Lianyi and Su Xiaonan clicked their tongues. They still couldn't get used to the old man with a childlike soul and effeminate features. Seeing how everyone was enjoying the place, Ziying looked at Qin Sui and Qin Ying. Aren't you curious? Aren't you going to take a look? But the two kept stern looks. We, brother and sister, swear to follow our benefactor to the end. Realizing he wouldn't easily convince them, Ziying decided to take them inside the house. Su Changje was one of the first to pass through the door, but upon seeing the interior of the cabin, he was surprised. Lan Changkong couldn't believe it. His dream house was a nightmare inside. Even Zhao Keir couldn't resist asking if the little girl who created that world was going through an existential crisis. Inside the house, there were several beds that looked more like coffins side by side. On the walls above them, there were photos of each person. The place seemed like it had come out of a fairy tale, or a strange old dream, which awakened many memories in those present. Confident, Tian stated, I'm glad everyone liked it. Su Chang sarcastically asked, Little sister, how did you know? The protagonist, for his part, liked the style of the beds. It seemed life embraced the afterlife. Tian sighed, disappointed with Ziying. She hadn't made the house thinking so deeply. She had just prepared something ahead of her time. Su Changye jumped on one of the beds and soon lay down to sleep. Next to him, Lan Changkong also settled on another bed, attesting that it was extremely comfortable. Strange, yes, but when they closed their eyes, everything would be fine. Zhang Yuan decided to check the kitchen, while Qin Sui and Qin Ying wanted to plant some vegetables. Chen Lianyi wanted to know where the pharmacy and infirmary were. Zhao Keir didn't want anything grand, just to know if there was a bathtub to take a bath. Ziying noticed how peaceful the place was. This was a perfect end of the world. Xinghe, beside him, asked him to learn a little from Su Cheng, who was already sleeping deeply in front of them. In the kitchen, Zhang Yuan stirred a pot vigorously. This is practically our opening meal. I need to make a feast. We have enough food and meat stocked to last a year, but after today, maybe we won't be able to eat all together like this anymore. Then Qin Sui entered the kitchen, bringing Yuan some fresh vegetables that had been planted by her brother. Yuan was surprised by the fast growth, but soon remembered that they cultivated with summoned spirits. Still, she was curious why they bothered to plant if they could just summon vegetables. Qin Sui revealed her brother's wish. He always says vegetables need to grow from the soil, especially with a bit of earth. It seems more real that way, even if we can't be together in the future. Before Qin Sui could continue with something sad, Yuan interrupted her. Don't say things like that. Just give me the vegetables and go away. All this oil and smoke are bad for your eyes. In the pharmacy, Chen Lianyi and Su Xiaonan were impressed. They couldn't believe the equipment brought by Chu Tian, but they put aside the question of how all that material was transported there. Instead, they wanted to focus on creating potions that would increase everyone's power in battles. Healing potions and stamina boosters were the right choices. In the infirmary, Nan Zishan sat on one of the beds. A single white sheet everywhere. That little rascal has some eccentric ideas. Outside the house, some people were creating magic circles to allow movement. They were still 300 kilometers away from the void portal. Chu Tian herself wanted to stabilize an area at least 30 kilometers from the portal so that she and Zhao Keir could have more peace in their searches. After the teleport formation was completed, everyone returned inside the house. Curious, Keir asked Chu Tian why she didn't create a new Earth for everyone, since she could create a portable dimension. Tian replied bluntly, "Are you straight by choice? Obviously it's because it's not possible." Keir's weak spot was hit, and she became furious. "What did you say, you brat?" Luckily, Su Leng was nearby and grabbed her by the hair. "Be quiet, Keir. She's only 9 years old. She just slipped up, even if it's true." Chu Tian sighed, ignoring Keir. "It's okay to be straight. At least you will live. For me, creating the cozy cabin cost 50 years of life. Maybe I won't even live long enough to be called a plank. With a heavy heart, Zhao Keir apologized deeply. What she didn't notice was Tian's mocking sigh, as she had completely deceived her. At that moment, Zhang Yuan began placing dishes on the table. Not knowing everyone's preferences, she prepared a bit of everything. The smell of the food was amazing, and the aroma was so strong, it even managed to wake Su Chang. Sitting at the head of the table, Ziying wanted to formulate a plan since everyone was awake. Lan Changkong couldn't believe he would do that at that moment. He wasn't even going to eat. Instead of talking about plans, Xinghe wanted to deliver some information to everyone. Now, both the front and back portals were active. The front portal led to the 5th defense line, while the back portal led directly to the void portal. There was also a side portal. Once activated, it teleported a person to the reconnaissance point, 30 kilometers from the void portal. Xinghe warned that Su Leng and Zhao Keir would be responsible for maintaining the reconnaissance point when they weren't resting. Zhang Yuan, Chen Lianyi, Su Xiaonan, and Nan Zishan, not being on the front line, would take care of the cabin's logistics. After assigning all these roles, Xinghe asked Ziying what he thought, but everything she had designated was already in line with his thoughts. However, Nan Zishan soon disagreed with the plan. I may not be powerful, but I can offer support on the battlefield. If someone is seriously injured, I can help immediately. And for my safety, Chu Tian will stay with me. As soon as her name was mentioned, the little girl eating a chicken leg introduced herself with a smile. Nan Zishan noticed her brother's worried look and quickly said, "Don't hold back just because I'm your little sister." Sighing, Ziying allowed Zishan to go to the front lines. With everything decided, Ziying asked everyone to eat and rest because in 3 hours they would start moving. We will do shifts in the future based on how the battle unfolds. If anyone has any objections, speak now. Chen Lianyi and Su Xiaonan felt a little uncomfortable hearing that they were not frontline fighters, but since it was true, they obeyed orders. After all, they were more useful in the cabin. Soon, people went back to worrying about food and started chatting among themselves. Lan Chengkong's age became a curious topic since no one believed he was only 23, and the fact that Su Chang was trying to be polite drew even more attention. Even Chen Lianyi putting tofu on a donut became a subject, and her culinary philosophy turned into a conversation topic. A few hours later, inside an energy cube, Su Leng and Zhao Keir traveled. Su Leng analyzed 1 million awakened signatures outside the void portal, this without counting the number of aliens. Keir judged by their equipment that this was the Indian army of Buddhas seen in the news. The two girls transmitted through the portal that 1 million Buddhas were waiting outside the void portal. All were at least level 8, and the strongest among them had reached the level of ancestral deity. Now that they had enough information, Ziying and his group were ready to take down the dogs guarding the first gate. At the front of the group, Tian asked if everyone was really prepared. Remember, after we pass through this gate, it will be a completely different world. With the girl's command, energy began to gather at the portal in that gate, spinning round and round. As soon as they crossed the entrance, the group faced a gigantic golden Buddha, surrounded by hundreds of smaller Buddhas who had not yet reached its size. The powerful entity recognized Ziying's presence. "Nan Ziying, I heard you intend to lead a counterattack on the void portal. We were waiting for you. Listen, boy, the aliens are true deities, personifications of Dharma. All force has no fixed form. This is the supreme liberation of the Tathagata. Our compassionate Buddha says, if you surrender." Su Changye couldn't believe what he was hearing and interrupted. "Surrender my ass! You curry-breath clown! You're nothing but a whining little dog playing deity. I'll sew your mouth shut. I'll beat you until you turn into an egg if you don't shut up. Let's see which Buddha will save your miserable life." Having Su Chang on the battlefield made everything more lively. With the words of the man who would not tolerate such blasphemies, Ziying led the squad's counterattack. The golden Buddha, created by the Indian Buddha, raised its hands. Under the earthly man's command, the golden Buddha began to move. It extended its hand, and the Asura skill launched a powerful ghost punch at the squad. However, a crimson energy enveloped Nan Ziying. With his scythe in hand, he would make even the Buddha tremble before the fall of deities. The Buddha's attack was broken by the swing of Ziying's scythe, shattering into countless golden fragments. However, the Buddha controlling that golden entity declared, "The golden Buddha's body is immortal and indestructible." Contradicting this claim, Xinghe used a skill, the shield manifestation. Immediately, barriers appeared around the group, preventing the golden fragments from falling on them. From a distance, Su Leng warned that the 1 million Buddhas were combined in a formation. Thanks to this, the golden Buddha would continue to regroup no matter how many times it was destroyed. Ziying stared at the Buddha with his red eyes. "We can't drag this battle out. We need to break their formation." At that moment, 10,000 golden fists appeared around the group. Watching the battle from afar, Nan Zishan was extremely worried. The group couldn't even get close to the golden Buddha, much less hit it. However, Chu Tian beside her disagreed. "You really underestimate your brother and the others. Getting close to them will be a piece of cake." At that moment, Ziying gave a signal to Chu Tian. a purple glow appeared around the group, and a portal began to form. Before the multitude of fists could hit them, they were teleported. The group appeared above the golden Buddha's head, leaping toward it. Raising the scythe, Ziying led with a skill that overflowed energy into the skies. Asura lightning, cursed strike. The leader of the Buddhas quickly coordinated for all the others to chant a mantra. Under his command, the 4 main Buddhas chanted the mantra, which protected them from the attack, something that did not happen to many others. Seeing how many remained, Ziying ordered the team to deal with the 4 prajna protectors, as he himself would handle the leader and the rest. The goal was to keep each Buddha separated to destabilize the formation. Su Changje understood the command and quickly conveyed the idea. Each of us will fight one. No fighting over the same Buddhas. The younger brothers count as one. Qinying couldn't believe that he and his sister were being called younger brothers, but their complaints were ignored. Su Changje quickly advanced toward a monk while activating his cursing skills. Puppet arena activated. Hey, you old mustachioed geezer, whatever dirty trick you have, bring it on. The protector, Vagar, frowned. Your mouth needs some serious schooling. Su Chang provoked the protector, daring him to try and teach something. On the other side, Chu Xinghe used a powerful aura domain to isolate one of the protectors, provoking him into battle. The protector Anup became furious. Those who seek Buddhahood must save themselves. I advise you to stop while you still can. In another area, Lan Changkong conjured a sea of water isolation, but the protector Deepak quickly shielded himself with a golden sphere. The highest good is like water, beneficial to all things, and that is indisputable. Sir, you are going against the flow of things. Facing the last protector were the Chin siblings, who created thorny vines to attack their target. Raja frowned, irritated. Amitabha, I'm not in the mood to talk. While each fought a protector, the protagonist used his summoning skill. Rise, fallen warriors, fight for me. Dozens of jade warriors appeared around Ziying the moment he summoned them. Extending his sword, he commanded, Destroy these false Buddhas, attack, Vajra power. However, the jade Buddhas didn't get far as the protector passed through them, striking with powerful blows. Such breathtaking skill. That is why the divine favored you. That is why they want you to join them. Ziying didn't care about the protector's words, as he would be next. The Buddha, keeping his hands together, began to judge Ziying while releasing powerful golden energy. Greed, anger, and ignorance, the 3 poisons of Buddhism. You are guilty of all. Greed for the world, anger at the deities, and ignorance of karma. Since you have committed the 3 sins, you must taste their fruits. Thousands of sayings appeared around Ziying, launching a powerful psychic attack that tormented his mind. To break free from this spell, he acted quickly. Forbidden spell. Sound element, deep silence. After silencing the storm, the protagonist broke through the attack, advancing against its creator. Nothing fuels my hatred more than those who pretend to be superior beings. Greed, anger, ignorance. You are too greedy for a Buddha, angry at the resistance, and ignorant for betraying your own people. You have no right to judge me. Nan Ziying's attacks began to fall on the Buddha's mantra dome, tearing space and spreading energy in all directions. While attacking, he vented his indignation. I'm trying to become an Asura for humanity, but what about you? You didn't even hesitate to abandon your people for false purposes. Who is the true Buddha here, and who is the evil entity? Before the mantra shield, Nan Ziying used another forbidden spell, the enraged flames of Asura. Gradually, he tore down the shield, as well as the Buddha's false mask. Furious at facing such blasphemy, the old man revealed his true golden Buddha form, Vairocana. Ziying couldn't help but mock him. True Buddha form? Given to you by the aliens, wasn't it? You say all forms have no fixed form? Seeing you so attached to a true form only shows how weak you are. Sakya became furious when confronted with the facts. He, who swore to be the reincarnation of Tathagata, did not want to hear such insults. However, his words only made Ziying mock him even more. I have never seen such a fragile Tathagata. You think that just because your name is Sakya, you are the Buddha Sakyamuni? You're more like a little pest with yellow eyebrows from some forgotten temple. Tired of Ziying's provocations, Sakya made his golden Buddha gather an absurd amount of energy, as bright and golden as the sun itself. With that powerful attack created, he returned the mockery, You are full of sins. I will cast upon you Avicii, one of the terrible 6 paths of reincarnation. A shower of light attacks fell upon the protagonist, destroying all the ground around him. Despite the danger, he remained standing, snorting. Avicii, I am already living in a decrepit place. You won't show me a worse one. Ziying held Sakya's attack with all his resistance. Then he decided to launch a counterattack. You think this is a formation? Let me show you what true afterlife is. 5 elements formation. Activate! As soon as Ziying activated his formation, Sakya's attack shattered into countless pieces. Still incredulous that his divine-level formation was broken so easily, Sakya saw Ziying leap toward him like a wild beast. Raising his sword, the protagonist jumped on Sakya while mocking, You are nothing and your formation is a joke. If you have nothing more to show, then now it's my turn. Sakya quickly conjured a cloud movement technique, but a powerful molten rock serpent appeared under Ziying's conjuration. To protect himself from the dragon, the Buddha created a golden shield, but a new Asura ice serpent appeared, charging toward him. As the serpents advanced against the Buddha, Ziying activated a golden formation, the sealing formation. From its power, countless chains were created, wrapping the sphere, protecting Sakya like a shield. In an instant, the protective shield was destroyed and the false entity was bound. Desperate, Sakya tried to scream, calling for help from the aliens who had given him such power before. Then, answering his call, he disappeared, swept away like sand in the wind. Seeing the Buddha vanish, Ziying was confused, but soon guessed it must have been the work of some Class S alien. In Ziying's past life, such beings had appeared suddenly, and after their arrival, humanity did not last long. Since Ziying had not seen many of them in his life, he did not have much information about their races or powers. At that moment, Ziying heard a voice he knew very well. "Son, help me." Hearing his father's voice, he turned his head, eyes sharp. That Buddha had captured Ziying's father. With a malicious smile, he shouted, "Stop right there or he's dead! Give up, Ziying! Aliens rarely show mercy to others, but they chose you. Surrender now, and they may spare you and your people." In Sakya's arms, Ziying's father begged for help in tears, imploring his son to save him. A whirlwind of energy exerted great force against the barrier the Qin siblings had created, but the root shield wouldn't hold for much longer. At the same time, Lord Nan was threatened by the leader of the Buddhas. "Stop right now or I'll kill him!" The Qin siblings realized the big problem they were facing. "Damn, that's our benefactor's father!" At that moment, their barrier gave way, exploding quickly and throwing them backward. That was the cue for little Tian to use her teleportation. The magic enveloped them in a purple whirlwind, dropping them exactly where she and Ziying's sister were. Nan Zishan quickly ran to them, wanting to heal them with his sacred light. Tian still commented, "All right, I'll delay that protector. Then I'll think about how to help Brother Nan save him." As she prepared to use spatial teleportation, an imposing voice interrupted her. "I don't have time for this." A large hand extended toward them as the voice commanded, "Now disappear! Go 100 miles away from here." Meanwhile, Su Chang'e and another ally faced the apparition of the great golden Buddha. With a firm gaze, a companion told everyone to keep focus and concentrate on the fight. They all needed to trust Ziying. One of the Buddha's arms wielded a whip, but Chang'e tried to control it with the threads of his skill. "I don't need you telling me what to do. Don't expect me to get distracted by some old black devil. By the way, what the hell is wrong with your damn divine whip? Too short to even reach me, huh?" Completely irritated, Deepak shouted, "Insolent! How dare you insult a sacred artifact?" Then he activated one of his skills, Divine Punishment of Shiva, Burning Lotus of Karma. But Lan Changkong was confident in his control and, with a firm smile, said, "It's just fire and poison. Stop the drama. Call me the chosen firefighter because that's my specialty." Seeing the whole situation unfold, Sakya, who still held Lord Nan as a prisoner, squeezed his neck even harder against the crystal, shouting, "Are you really not afraid that I'll kill him?" Then he turned to our protagonist and continued shouting, "Nan Ziying, if you don't kneel and surrender now, I'll kill him this instant." Ziying, covered by his crimson energy, spoke firmly, "Father, I need to ask you something. Do you really want me to kneel to save you?" Desperate, Lord Nan shouted, "What kind of question is that? Of course I do. I'm your father. Are you just going to stand there and watch your father die?" The situation was getting more complicated for their side. Tian, who had reached the hero, commented, "I can try to teleport Uncle Nan, but it's risky." However, Ziying said it wasn't necessary and confirmed, "Your main task is to protect my sister and the others. I can save my father alone. Just teleport me there, as close as possible." She nodded immediately. Sakya began to laugh, suggesting Ziying not try any tricks, threatening to kill him in the blink of an eye. But the protagonist wondered, what kind of trick could I use? Besides saving my dear father, of course? In the blink of an eye, Ziying was teleported behind them, preparing to strike. But something happened. A figure dissolved while murmuring, "Why?" Ziying took the opportunity and also said, "Because you seriously underestimated my old man. So alien rank S, aren't you going to show your true form?" The alien was a very strange being, as if it had tentacles on its head and was twice Ziying's height. It said, "Don't they say humans value family above all? How can you be so indifferent when your own relative begs for help? Or was there a failure in my performance?" Ziying replied immediately, "A species without emotions could never understand what it truly means to be human." The alien raised its hand, surprised by such audacity. Instead of the Buddhas, it was clear it wanted Ziying to join them. "This is the last privilege I offer you, insect. Miss this chance and I," said the ET, but the response came sharp. Ziying made a big leap while stating he didn't need that. "Just die already," he said. The blade cut through the air violently, but the alien reacted. "Stubborn insect, then don't blame me for using the cruelest methods," it roared. But Ziying was already in the air, and his response came as a blow, dry, direct, without patience. "Shut up!" The flaming attack shone fiercely before the alien. "Lava slash!" he shouted, launching the blow with brutality. The enemy screamed in agony. With a smile and sparkle in his eyes, the protagonist said, "Looks like your power is just smoke and mirrors, changing shape, creating illusions, but your real attack and defense are weak. All those millions of Buddhas were fooled by your illusions, blinded by appearances, but my obsession is to exterminate every one of you." Confused by that little arrogant human, the alien commented, "Nan Ziying, I still can't believe you don't care if your father lives or dies. Maybe you didn't care before because he was fake, but this time he's real." At that moment, an invisible attack was directed at him, one that made him remember his past for a few moments. His father carried a small baby in his arms, saying, "Sorry, dear, I came back late. Thanks for holding the fort, but the good news is we scored a big victory against India. They probably won't bother our borders for years." The mother, lying down and resting, cheerfully asked what they should name the little baby before them. "How about Nan Ziying?" she concluded. A few years later, little Ziying was crying, rubbing his eyes in front of his father and said, "Some mean boys were picking on me." Lord Nan, like any father, just asked, "Did you fight back?" But the excuse was that they were bigger and stronger, and there were more of them. For that reason, Ziying was scared. Lord Nan crouched down, held his son's shoulders firmly, and looking into his eyes said, "So you got scared and started crying before even trying to fight back, huh? They left you alone just because you begged?" Ziying began to stammer, explaining that this only made them tease him even more. Then his father continued, "Listen, son, next time, try not to be afraid. Fight back, all right? Even if you can't defeat the whole group, grab one of them and fight with everything. Give it your all and see what happens." In the following days, Ziying did exactly as instructed. He grabbed one of the boys who teased him and started punching him non-stop. "Nan Ziying, are you crazy? Let him go," said one, trying to break up the fight, while another shouted, "Help! Nan Ziying lost control." His father was lurking, watching his son's actions with a smile, thinking, "Son, they'll never dare to pick on you again for the rest of their lives." Soon after, Ziying was back home, and this time his father was all battered. He couldn't understand why, after all, it was his father and he should be super strong. So how could he be hurt like that? Lord Nan explained, "Ah, boy, your old man coming back with a busted face and still with his head on straight is quite a victory. Do you really think the battlefield is like those fantasy stories? The battlefield is brutal. Sacrifices are common on the battlefield. My comrade was captured once and we had to kill him with an explosion." And his last memory was of the day the reporter asked about the call-up of the veterans. His father, brave as always, did not hesitate to answer. "Duty calls and obligation responds." He just missed saying an Adsumus to make it perfect. Ziying's Asura aura was shining, his eyes filled with unmatched seriousness as he wondered how that alien knew all of this. "From your father's mind, of course," the enemy replied. "Pathetic insect. With your power, killing me wouldn't really be hard," but his words were cut off as he focused on the great golden Buddha behind him. Lord Nan was being crushed by the creature. Blood began to drip from his mouth. Then he was released, falling hard to the ground. At that moment, the alien commented, "Don't get me wrong. I didn't cause these injuries. He hurt himself attacking the defense lines. From another point of view, you could say I actually saved him. So now it's his turn to repay me." His father's body was being taken over by a strange energy. Strength poured through his eyes as he groaned in pain. While Ziying watched his father's body completely change before him, his attention was caught by Su Leng, who spoke through the communicator. "Captain, I received a message from the command of the 5th Defense Line. Mr. Nan Xiangshan is officially listed as missing in action." Ziying understood that message well, for now the image before him had changed. Coldly, the alien mocked, "Now I am completely fused with your father's blood. Your father is me and I am your father. Letting me go means letting him go. Killing me means killing him. Nan Ziying, do you really have the courage to do that?" Ziying stared at him seriously in deep silence. At that moment, he knew what he had to do, but still struggled to find the strength. Amid the lingering silence, Lord Nan, controlled by the enemy, began to laugh, saying, "Just as I thought. Insects are weak creatures by nature, bound by emotions. In that case, I'm leaving." The great golden Buddha then activated his underground escape technique. Ziying was still confused. He no longer had that great man to ask what he should do, but still tried. "Father, what should I do?" And in that brief moment of lucidity, Lord Nan responded, "Son, save me," which shocked the alien that he still retained his consciousness. Without hesitation, Ziying raised his energy like a blazing fire surrounding him. He plunged his sword into the ground and declared forcefully, "Damn it, old man, stop messing with me." Then he unleashed his ability, Forbidden Spell, Lava. The fire began to consume everything around, and the enemy, confused, wondered, "He said exactly the same thing I said when I was imitating him. But now, for sure, this is the real one. What the hell are humans after all?" Both the alien and Lord Nan laughed together as one entity. Ziying's father said that he wouldn't understand even if it were explained, but that this was the very reason humanity persisted. From above, Ziying apologized as he was consumed by the flames caused by his own power. Lord Nan simply replied, "Your old man will be waiting to see you again, you brat." Ziying was already on the ground. surrounded by glowing embers, swearing that the day would come. Crying and sobbing, he shouted his promise. "I swear that day will come, but for now, please just rest a little. As soon as I finish this mess, I'll take you home so you can make something delicious for us to eat." It seemed everything was dissipating as Ziying's sister exclaimed, "Get out of here, you damn parasites!" The Chin siblings lamented and apologized to Uncle Nan, blaming themselves for delaying everyone. However, Nan Zishan, though shaken, replied that it wasn't their fault but a decision made by both of them together. Finally, she added, "It's just hard to suppress my emotions like my brother can." She channeled all her energy at that moment and used her holy light healing ability. Tian then asked, "Brother Nan can summon spirits of the dead, right? Why not bring Uncle Nan back now?" The answer came immediately. Probably for the same reason he didn't bring back the others who died on the battlefield. He wants them to rest in peace. After the war ends, he will give everyone a chance to reunite. After all, on the battlefield, even the undead can die again. And that is the true end, disappearing into nothingness. With a deep sigh, Tien remarked, "He always tries to carry everyone every mission alone. I guess it can't be helped." Angry, she began stomping on the various insects around, complaining how hard it was to kill them. Sister Chin approached, wanting to help, and released some of her power, until everyone was caught by surprise. Raja, one of the Buddha's 4 guardians, was floating on top of an insect, shouting, "Bastards! Where is my dharmic body? What did you do with it?" The Chin siblings realized their opponent was still active, and stated it was their responsibility to clean up this mess. While the guardian complained about the missing body, the siblings leapt toward him, saying those dharmic bodies were nothing but illusions created by the alien. Then they shouted, "Wake up! Your false gods are all dead!" To them, this seemed impossible, but now that the bodies had disappeared, they felt at a disadvantage. Lan Changkong commented, "Strange, isn't it? The moment your dharmic bodies disappeared, it was as if you all became completely different people. You were so arrogant before. How did you suddenly become such cowards?" Su Changge, who also controlled one of the guardians, replied, "It's because you were blinded by those stupid illusions. You thought you were some kind of cursed gods. You completely forgot that all their powers came from their own potential. So when the illusion broke, their entire belief system collapsed, and bam! Suddenly they think they're weak and vulnerable. They got scared. Basically, they're idiots." Suddenly, with their strength lost, Nan's team's power penetrated, defeating one by one the 4 guardians and destroying them completely. Our hero then used another skill called Inferno on Earth, and a great tornado swept across the entire territory, followed by an order to his team. "Let's clear this battlefield once and for all." In the skies, only sparks of a great battle remained. On the ground lay the defeated bodies of the Buddhas. The team then commented that only the sibling duo remained. "Should we help them?" someone asked. But Xinghe, leader of the Chu clan, answered firmly, "No need. They need to grow on their own." Meanwhile, on the sibling side, one of the guardians was still alive. "Damn! Everyone's been defeated. It's over," lamented Raja. In the background, the siblings followed his tracks, saying, "Stop right there! Where do you think you're going?" Raja extended his hand toward the boys, and various insects began to emerge from him. "Saline shell from the deepest darkness, refuge of demons, release your power, seashell parasite." This attack was countered by one of the siblings who chanted, "Seed! Reverse parasitism!" The seed sprouts stuck to the insects, trying to prevent any movement. Their power reached the last guardian, who curled up until he was completely paralyzed and thrown to the ground. "Why doesn't Buddha want to save me?" he lamented, face down in the rubble. The sprouts that bound him began to grow, forming a large and majestic tree. One of the siblings approached and said, "I think it's because Buddha only helps those who help themselves." Ziying raised his sword to the skies and began to summon his powers, invoking the dead. "If you truly seek liberation, I'll give you a chance. All of you, rise. Go to the 5th defense line. Atone for your sins with your service as the undead." The resurrected bodies marched toward the next line. With everything calmer, Zhang Yuan emerged from the teleportation portal, bringing an incredible breakfast for her battle companions. As the day had dawned, Su Changja approached, trying to help carry the boxes, asking if she had prepared everything alone, finding it very dedicated of her. The answer came immediately. "Hey, this is all I know how to do. If I don't work hard, do you think I want to be fired?" Everyone began gathering near the tree created by the Qin siblings' power. Upon hearing Yuan call, "Everyone, come get food. Chu Tian, teleport Su Lang and Zhao Kei too." The Qin siblings, along with Ziying and the Chu clan leader, watched silently as the dust settled from that great battle. Looking around, Ziying turned to Ying and said, "Plant a tree for me near my father's place. Otherwise, I don't think I'll be able to find him later." And so, a green, shining tree was planted in a matter of seconds. Not far from there, the rest of the group watched, and Change, with a melancholy look, commented, "If they don't eat now, it'll get cold. Chu Tian, bring those people. It's time for them to eat." Everyone was already seated with their plates set, and together they began to eat, thanking Yuan for what she had done. Changje still tried to cheer up Ziying, saying he needed to eat well to keep his strength. Tian did the same with Zishan, even feeding her food directly. as the girl remained motionless. The same happened with Ziying when everyone respectfully placed some food on his plate. He stayed silent, looking at all that food. His gaze was sad, but in the end he knew he needed to eat. "Hey, stop spacing out. Come on, eat. We have work to do after this," Chang'e said to everyone, who had been moved and forgotten to eat. It wasn't long before all the plates were empty. Ziying then began to speak. "Suleng, I need you to compile a bestiary of aliens. Share it in real time with the soldiers on the 5th defense line. I'll dictate, you write." After her confirmation, Ziying started listing the name of each creature, their rank, specialty, and weakness. He added notes and instructions on how to eliminate them. Suleng recorded everything, announcing, "News from the 5th defense line. A rank S alien, the Sonic King of Bats, has appeared on the front line. Casualties are severe. Reports indicate it came from the direction of the Kawasaki Nation. The fall of that nation is linked to it." Meanwhile, at the 5th defense line, a huge crimson portal had opened, alarming everyone. "Damn! The void portal just spat out another huge wave of rank A aliens." Various disgusting, crawling creatures with unique characteristics began to fall from the portal. Nan at the front led his squad and simply ordered, "Chu-chan, come back with me to the 5th defense line. We need to provide support. Everyone else, take care of all the rank A aliens here." Meanwhile, at the 5th defense line, the front of the formations was in complete chaos. Flames raged everywhere before the wall. In the sky, multiple portal circles were pouring out creatures and laser attacks, like scenes from an alien invasion movie. Amid forbidden spells, more and more creatures descended, each with unique shapes and powers. Some were hit by energy bursts coming directly from the battlefield. At the front of the beast tide, the beasts roared desperately for a good fight. The undead spirit line resisted at all costs and encouraged the others to advance. Many used techniques like the lone blade, or wielded 18 spears with one hand, standing firm against the forming horde. Suddenly, a huge whirlwind of energy descended from the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The soldiers present wondered what it could be. Soon many began to scream, crouching and twisting. "I can't see any attackers nor hear anything. What kind of attack is this? It feels like all my energy is about to explode." One soldier struggled to stay calm and guide the others. He tried to use the Crimson Abyss silent breath technique. He pointed his hand forcefully upward, where he saw creatures emerging from the black clouds, and shouted, "Judging by the attack's trajectory, it must be coming from those dark clouds up there." Noticing the shape of the creatures, he exclaimed, "A sound humans can't hear. Don't tell me it's a sonic attack." They were using sound waves to destabilize the internal energy of humans until self-destruction. They were rank S creatures, and the soldiers still didn't understand how lethal they could be. Staggering side to side, one soldier ordered, "All espers on the field. Retreat immediately to the underground bunkers. Conserve your strength. Notify Nan Ziying urgently." Meanwhile, in the sector known as the Slaughterhouse, the fight was also tough. The necromancers were commenting among themselves that since awakening their abilities, they were annihilating enemies like never before. "Not even in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be this strong," said one. "Yeah, I guess we're old but valuable, ha-ha," replied another. However, the sonic attack spread, hitting all humans present. They covered their ears and staggered on the ground, trying to resist the unbearable pain. Screams echoed throughout the battlefield. Ziying managed to arrive just in time thanks to Chu Tian's teleport portal. Seeing one of the bats attacking the city, he commented, "Sonic attacks? This is getting really bad. I need to figure out how to acoustically isolate this city and protect our forces." Then he positioned his hands and intoned, "Forbidden spell, sound element, deep silence." With over 1 billion overdrive, he created a sound barrier covering 500 kilometers. The spell cost more than 100 trillion origin stones, leaving him with only 500 trillion. People began to notice the attack had ceased and attributed it to the hero. It wasn't long before one of the soldiers ordered the warriors to return to fighting and take advantage of the opportunity. The necromancers, still recovering, commented, "What was that just now? It felt like I was going to explode." Another replied, surprised, "That can only be a really strong monster coming from the 5th front." Curious, they decided to check the live transmission from the front line to better understand what was happening. Irritated by the whole situation, Ziying firmly ordered Tian to teleport him and demanded she stay in the rear. After nodding, she did as requested. The portal opened and launched Ziying directly in front of the creatures, who noticed his presence immediately. One of them made a swift swooping attack, dodging Ziying, who cursed, "Damn, it's fast! I think I have no choice but to use lightning." He combined 2 forbidden spells, one of wood and another of electric cutting. Ziying maneuvered with agility, launching lightning in all directions. But to his surprise, not even the electric attacks could keep up with the enemy's speed. It was clear, conventional attacks were not enough even to scratch that creature. The enemy opened its mouth and unleashed an attack that generated darkness throughout the environment. Taking Ziying by surprise, the spell was quickly broken by a light spell. The golden blade cut through the air and dispersed the fog. He dodged another surprise attack, and face to face with the monster, realized the enemy was about to launch another sonic wave. Quickly, he activated a cancellation counterattack. "Ugh, a single forbidden spell can't block everything? I have no choice but to find the right amount of accumulation that really works, he murmured. Trying everything to contain that devastating power, he began to use overdrive, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, until reaching 1,000,000. Wrapped in a greenish bubble, he thought, to cancel a sonic explosion, at least 100 million layers of forbidden spell are needed. With the origin stones I have left, I can only generate 4 billion more layers. I can't get into a war of attrition with this thing. Behind him, Tien shouted desperately, Brother Nan, its attack range is insane. At that moment, Ziying, observing the city, noticed the acoustic barrier was extremely thin, about to break. Once again, he positioned his hands and shouted the sound element spell, demanding an overdrive of 3 billion. Turning to Tien, he warned, This isn't working. Chu Tian, find a way to teleport me and take this thing far away from the fifth front. The creature, much larger than him, hovered threateningly over Tien. Then, without them noticing, it activated its devastating sonic scream. The attack hit Tian directly. She couldn't resist and spat blood. The roots summoned by Ziying held her and guided her safely to the ground, where one of the soldiers supported her. From above, he shouted, Wang Zai, take care of Chu Tian! Don't let her leave the acoustic barrier! Turning to the enemy still maintaining the overwhelming scream, Ziying decided to return the favor. With sound element spells and sonic interference combined, he began to form a golden circle around himself. With narrowed eyes and a firm voice, he declared, Since normal attacks barely affect you, how about tasting a bit of your own poison? The golden circle around Ziying exploded in concentric waves, unleashing sharp sonic bursts in all directions. With a firm voice, he roared, Forbidden spell, sound element, sonic explosion, 100 million times overdrive. The waves collided with the creature. The explosion of light and sound echoed across the entire front line, and for a brief moment, everything seemed to tremble. Although the spell wasn't perfect, it was enough, and Ziying knew it. The creature screamed, its eardrums pierced by the reverse force of its own element. The veins in its wings pulsed, and a distorted sound escaped its throat. The scream was now different, not an attack, but one of pain. Staggering in the air, it roared with hatred. Pathetic insect, die! With a spin, it concentrated purple and black energy between its claws. A sphere of sonic destruction began to form. Ziying stood firm on the rock, facing the attack and ready to respond. He raised his arms, channeling the enemy's sound pressure and focusing it all into a single point. With his aim set, the purple sphere collided head-on with his concentrated spell. The impact was devastating. The sonic explosion cut through the air like a vibrating spear of pure pressure. The monster screamed, interrupted mid-attack, but the cost to Ziying was high. Still falling, he shouted, Vines, form a shield. The roots responded to the call, wrapping him in protective spirals. Still, the damage was intense. His calculations were clear. Only 150 trillion origin stones remained. Even a stack of 100 million focused sonic waves is just a drop in the ocean against that, he thought as he spun in the air. My stones can only handle one more forbidden spell of 1.5 billion. I can't waste it. I need to win this with a single strike. His thoughts raced along with his heartbeat. Ziying realized that relying solely on forbidden spells would leave him without resources. It was an endless drain. Sonic waves, relying only on forbidden spells to create them is limited and the consumption is absurd. Then a bold idea emerged. What if I use forbidden spells to transform a normal voice into a sonic wave attack? Ziying planted his feet on the ground, raised his sword surrounded by a red aura and roared, Yeah! Forbidden spell! Sound element conversion! His voice tore through the field like wild thunder. A new energy expanded from his throat, turning the scream into a lethal weapon. The giant bat, sensing the danger, charged with renewed fury. The impact was brutal. A red flash formed as the two powers collided. Weak, muttered the beast. Even with smoke rising from its open wounds, Ziying hovered in the air, panting. His technique had been creative, but his vocal power alone wasn't enough. True. Just my voice isn't much, he admitted. But what if it's the voices of hundreds of millions of people from Solaria? His vision extended over the city below, where civilians and soldiers still resisted. Above, the beast roared again, preparing one last charge. Ziying raised his hand forcefully. Another explosion echoed, cutting the fiery sky. The growing pressure spread despair across the ground. One soldier shouted, staring at the destruction above. Nan Ziying, are we going to lose this? Ziying turned with a determined look. Though tired, he was still the front line of this world. Landing, he intoned his cancellation spell, turned to the soldier and said, The sound isolation barrier will only last 10 more seconds. Give the order now. Make the entire city scream in unison. The officer didn't hesitate. He immediately nodded. The communication spread through emergency channels to the command center's loudspeakers. There, a figure appeared on the screens. Cathay is on the brink of collapse. Everyone in the city scream with me. The orders spread like lightning. Cathay will prevail, first echoed from the screens, led by a blindfolded officer. Then civilians in the underground bases raised their voices in unison. Cathay will prevail! The streets vibrated with the echoes. From rooftops, alleys, and rubble, thousands of voices rose. The sound cut through the sky like a spiritual tide. Doctors, soldiers, elders, and children all shouted together, "Cathay will prevail!" Not even the undead soldiers remained silent. Guided by the last spark of consciousness left in their bodies, even the summoned specters chanted the cry with supernatural fury. On the other side, the hordes of aliens responded with their own roars. But Zai Ying was ready. He raised his sword to the heavens, his body pulsating with crimson energy, then roared, "Forbidden spell, sound element, absorption." The enemy gritted its teeth, eyes burning with fury, and shouted, "Sonic sight, crush." Purple waves aligned like spirals spinning in the air, ready to shred everything. But it was too late. Zai Ying had already absorbed the cry of millions. Now he channeled everything in a single direction. Forbidden spell, sound element, sonic wave conversion, 1 billion times overdrive. The city's scream became matter, the energy shaped into a crimson dragon, flaming and alive, a creature forged by Cathay's collective will. The enemy beast, still trying to concentrate its attack, roared one last time, but the response came like thunder. Ziying's sonic dragon advanced, tearing the sky like a comet. The creature barely had time to react. "Cathay will prevail!" roared the dragon, the voice of millions vibrating in every scale of energy. The beast was hit head-on. The impact was brutal. The dragon coiled around it like a flaming serpent, roaring with absolute force. The entire city echoed that name. The will to resist was now sound, weapon, shield, and promise. Zai Ying locked his eyes on the enemy and shouted, "Hear the roar of Cathay's dragon! Repent for your arrogance against humanity!" The creature tried to respond with its own scream, but it was useless. The impact was final. The crimson dragon pierced its body, exploding it into fragments. The sky opened with thunder sounds breaking the firmament. Fragments of the creature fell like ashes. Silence. Zai Ying remained on the ground, watching. "I need to return immediately to the Void Gate before more members of the Bat King's army appear," he said. He turned to the officer holding Chu Tian. "If another Rank S alien appears here, notify me without delay," the guard responded with a firm nod. "Understood." Zai Ying carefully held Chu Tian, asking if she was okay. With a weak but firm voice, she asked, "Can you take me back to the cozy cabin?" Without hesitation, she extended her hand, opening a magic portal with her last reserve of energy. A purple whirlwind formed before them, lighting the way back to the shelter. But she lost consciousness immediately afterward, leaving the protagonist in shock. "Chu Tian!" he shouted urgently. The portal was still active, and he knew there was no time to lose. "I need to get her medical treatment before anything else." Without hesitation, he ran through the vortex, disappearing among the spirals of magical energy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Void Gate, a new battlefield was forming. The sky was furious. Magical lightning crossed the frozen skies like divine serpents. Amid the destruction, Xinghe raised his hand surrounded by black energy. "Domain! Annihilation!" Creatures fell by the dozens, disintegrated by the purple beams that cut like living blades. Further ahead, another warrior fought with sarcasm and precision. "Only a few of those bastards left. Too bad none are high rank. If they were, I'd make soup out of them." Lan Changkong was also present. He appeared among the rubble, spinning a huge tornado of water energy. "I learned my lesson the last time you cornered me, worms, but now, I'm not the same idiot from that day." The Qin brothers were present. With a fierce movement, one activated his ability. "Thorn, whirlwind, hell, strangle them!" The green vines cut through the air, winding among the monsters with relentless violence. On the battlefield, the warriors briefly celebrated the relief of victory. "Phew! Finally over. Now we can breathe. Looks like I even burned my breakfast. I'm hungry again." The group gathered over the still smoking debris, but one's mind wandered elsewhere. "Is Nan Ziying okay on the other side?" Chang Kong turned and replied, "On days like today, no news is good news." There, everyone knew it was true. Then one of them raised his gaze to the sky and commented, "Hey, did you notice the Void Gate hasn't sent more Rank A aliens since the last wave? Maybe there's a pattern in the timing and type of their teleportation." Chang reacted to the observation. "Damn, bro, I think you're onto something big." The Chan clan leader, Xinghe, immediately took control, saying into the earpiece, "Suleng, take charge of recording every alien wave teleported from now on. Note the time, type, and rank of each arrival." She responded firmly, touching the communicator. "Understood." But before the group could reorganize their ranks, the sky trembled. Spatial rifts opened like cosmic wounds. From them, blue eyes began blinking among the liquid darkness of the vortex. "Damn," murmured one of the soldiers, seeing the darkness take shape above them. "What the hell is that thing?" From the skies, a living red mass descended, accompanied by a horde of blue eyes. It was not just a new enemy, it was an entity, something even the Void Gate didn't seem to control. When Ziying arrived at the medical wing, Chen Lianyi and Su Xiaonan were surprised to see Chu Tian injured and quickly asked Ziying to place her on the stretcher. Su Xiaonan hastily took out a healing potion they had developed to help Chu Tian recover. She poured the glowing potion into Chu Tian's mouth while commenting, "This potion is quite mild. It will take some time for her to regain consciousness, but her internal injuries are severe. Even when she wakes up, she won't be able to use her powers for a while. At that moment, Su Leng sent a mental message to Ziying warning about the rank S alien that had appeared. With Ziying saying he would arrive soon, Su Leng added, "Captain, Chu Xinghe asked me to tell you the following. He wants you to trust that they can handle things on their own. If they can't even overcome this, they don't deserve to be on your team anymore. Also, Captain, you have a more critical mission. We just received the news. America has fallen." Worried, Su Leng revealed that a rebel army of 1 million experts was currently advancing with the rank S scorpion monster, the Rift Hunter, toward the 5th line of defense, with an estimated time of 5 hours to reach it. Ziying's stock of stones had been heavily used in the battle against the Sonic Bat King. Without sources of stones to enhance them, forbidden spells, formations, undead spirits, and tamed beasts wouldn't work. All he had left was Asura mode, and that wouldn't be enough. If Ziying wanted to get more stones, it would be difficult to find them in Solaria. They would have to be obtained outside the borders, but without spatial teleportation, he didn't think he could do it in time. Trying to help, Chen Lianyi revealed she had developed a medicine that massively increased someone's power in a short time, but Su Xiaonan was worried about such a medicine. This medicine essentially burns life energy. It could be good for emergencies if someone wasn't injured, but in Chu Tian's current state, this kind of drain would be irreversible. Ziying also refused to use the medicine on Chu Tian. He couldn't do that to a 9-year-old child. He was willing to use the falcons and hope everything would turn out fine. Chen Lianyi apologized for making the suggestion, but something shocking happened. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian got up, asking through clenched teeth, "Give me that!" Nan Ziying quickly made Chu Tian lie down again while holding her hand. "Chu Tian, sweetheart, you need to rest. What you just heard was only a dream." Calling Ziying a liar, Chu Tian said she wouldn't fall for that just because she was called sweetheart. Worried about Chu Tian's life, Ziying's voice deepened as he ordered her not to be irresponsible, but that made Chu Tian snort, reminding him, "I was irresponsible enough when I pretended I couldn't speak, and irresponsible enough for following you. I'm an irresponsible child, you know? How could I stop being like that? You know better than anyone that wars are like this." Chen Lianyi was shocked when one of the pills flew out of the bottle in her hand. Chu Tian had used her powers to get one of the pills and hastily swallowed it. Amid screams of pain, Chu Tian's body, full of energy, was lifted into the air. Ziying quickly caught her in his arms as she sighed, almost as if her soul was leaving her body. Having absorbed the power of the pill, Chu Tian pushed Ziying's face away. Overflowing with energy again, she jumped off the bed excitedly. "I've never felt this powerful before. It would be a shame not to use all this power. Let's go." Questioning if the child was sure of what she was doing, Ziying heard her confidently say, "Forget other countries. I could even teleport you off the planet without problems now." Seeing the effect of the medicine, Ziying asked Lianyi for some, just to keep them stored. Since it would be risky, Su Xiaonan asked them to at least take some potions to help deal with the pill's side effects. Before the duo left, Zhang Yuan brought 2 bowls of rice porridge at the right temperature to stay warm. Ziying and Chu Tian took their bowls, thanking him and quickly eating the porridge. Meanwhile, at the void portal, the alien had already covered the entire area. Warning that Ziying wouldn't help them, Xinghe said they would have to defeat the Class S alien on their own. Since the monster with infinite eyes hadn't shown its strength yet since its arrival, Su Chang'e said he would use his puppets to escort him. With the lines connected to the defeated monsters, Chang'e made them re-energize again to follow his orders. He sent the horned monsters to the Class S alien, making them attack it. However, as soon as they reached the layers of the Class S alien, all the monsters melted, showing the corrosive power of what was above them. Unexpectedly, the corrosive effect was also melting Chang'e's strings. Hastily, Xingyi cut his partner's strings before the enemy's power reached him. Since the monster was corrosive, Xingyi thought the first thing to do would be to stop it from moving further. Since he couldn't use swords or the brothers' abilities against something corrosive, Chang'e asked Lan Changkong to try his water ability. Immediately, Lan Changkong used the oceanic ability Water Cube, trying to envelop part of the corrosive slime monster. A cube of water formed around it, sealing it. However, the monster did not lose its movements and spread a layer of ink on the edges of the water cube. The corrosive ink was thrown out of the water, frightening the group in front of it. Hastily, Chinsui and Qinying used a joint power, creating a root shield. They quickly expanded the shield, from 10 meters to hundreds of meters in seconds. But Chinsui felt they wouldn't hold for more than 10 seconds, blocking the rain of corrosive liquids. They continued to repair the shield while thinking of a plan. Although Changkong's water cube was melting, it hadn't disappeared and had completely contained the alien's advance. Now, since they needed to figure out how to defeat the monster, Xingyi suggested attacking with fire. Changkong thought no one there was a fire element user, but the Qin brothers had a solution. Qinying explained, "We can create flammable plants. We just need a spark to ignite them." Xingyi quickly brought a solution to the problem. His chi sword could create sparks, so they just needed to coordinate their actions. works. Plants thicker than a human were created, spreading over a vast region. Shinge, creating waves of chi, enveloped the entire stretch of the plants while being carried by them until he used a skill, the sword chi collision. The braided plant, charged with the sword's chi, was ignited as it traveled toward the rank S alien. Hit by the fire, the alien split, regenerating the parts that were destroyed and launching a counterattack. A large explosion occurred, caused by the combined attack, throwing Shinge away as he was caught in the blast radius. Several corrosive particles traveled toward him, and in the midst of the fall, he had no way to dodge. However, Change's strings moved quickly, wrapping around Shinge's waist and pulling him away from danger. Lan Changkong also moved, creating a water barrier to protect everyone from the corrosive splashes while they came to check if Shinge was okay. While still struggling, Qinying warned, "The shield's repair speed can't keep up with the corrosion." His sister concluded, "The shield is about to be completely corroded." Thinking of something, Shinge asked Lan Changkong if he could control the acid rain. However, Changkong said he couldn't because fundamentally, they were two separate entities, not water, but he could still control the water that had been corroded. Shinge observed that fire attacks destroyed the alien's main body and had effects that slowed regeneration. To defeat the Class S alien, they would need to get through the corrosion, find the core, and burn it. Only then could they turn the tide. Thinking about how to get through all this, Changge asked, "Do we need spatial abilities? Nan Zishan has the spatial bubbles that Chu Tian left." Nan Zishan quickly appeared, surrounded by a sphere. She didn't know if the spatial bubble could safely pass through the corrosion, but it was still the only thing they could use. Inside the spatial bubble, she approached the giant corrosive slime monster. Even under the corrosive rain, the bubble still held strong. The group below got excited to see that it had worked. Approaching them, Nan Zishan wanted to quickly heal Shinge, who was injured, but he himself said there was no time for that. Asking her to use the holy light, Shinge wanted to test if such power could stop the corrosion. Raising his hand high, Zishan used the light shield ability. Although the shield was able to stop the acid rain, Zishan didn't think it could hold for long. With her current power, the medic could only use such a long-range ability at most twice. Hearing her comments, Shinge thought it would be enough and said, "First, expand the holy light barrier, replace the brothers, and protect everyone." Strengthening the holy light shield, Zishan made it cover a vast area. As soon as she finished, Shinge moved to the next step, entering the spatial bubble. "Next, I will advance to cut the monster with my sword chi to find its core. Qing Ying, Qin Sui, create some flammable plants with explosive seeds. Su Changge, use huge puppets to encapsulate the explosive seeds and deliver them precisely to the core." After passing the plan to everyone, Shinge saw them nodding in agreement with the mission. Next to Nan Zishan, Shinge reassured her, "Don't be nervous, just follow my sword chi when I make my move." The spatial bubble advanced, rising into the sky. When they got a little closer to the alien, both raised their hands. Pointing 2 fingers upward, Shinge used the mastery of myriad swords, while Zishan used the infusion of holy light. The alien, seeing the human duo advance, opened its slimy mouth, unexpectedly gathering a large amount of energy. However, before it could do anything, several swords imbued with sacred power flew toward it. Cutting through the corrosive slime, Shinge managed to expose the monster's core. Unexpectedly, Zishan began to get exhausted, worrying Shinge. Knowing they wouldn't get another chance, Shinge shouted for Su Changge to attack quickly. Changge obeyed the instruction, making his puppets rise once more. Raising the monsters as puppets, he passed the mission to the Wood Brothers to create the explosive seeds. Quickly, the seeds stuck to the puppets' bodies. The puppets, imbued with the seeds, traveled toward the core, which tried to create a protective layer around itself once again. The closer the puppets got to the core, the faster they were dissolved. However, by acting quickly, they managed to throw the seeds near the core. With this, Chu Shinge was able to proceed with the plan. Raising his hand, Jingi shouted, "Domain field, chi sword collision, sparks, spread!" A fireball was launched at the monster's core, exploding flames and sparks in all directions. The corrosive alien's core was engulfed by flames, and a devastating explosion happened, throwing slime and eyes in all directions. With the acid rain becoming even more overwhelming, Shinge hurriedly traveled with Zishan so that everyone in the group could enter the spatial bubble. They needed to get out of there quickly, as everything was exploding. With the whole group inside the spatial bubble, they had little individual space but still managed to escape the acid avalanche that was about to fall on them. Being close to each other, Nan Zishan curiously asked, smelling a bad odor, "How long has it been since you all bathed?" Shingi, closest to her, answered quickly, "My family had a very strict upbringing, so we always valued cleanliness. Take a look if you don't believe me." Lan Changkong, who was near Changge, thought he was the one who smelled. "Su Changge, do you stink?" Avoiding blame, he questioned them. "Why are you looking at me? Even an idiot could tell it's not me who stinks." Qin Sui, pressed against the wall of the spatial bubble, ended up taking the blame. "Maybe it's me. My brother always said that the earth was the most precious thing, so I couldn't help but keep the dirt on me, even when bathing." Worried about his sister's mindset, Qin Ying asked her not to take his words so literally. Laughing, Suchanga showed that the blame was on the Wood brothers, not him. Changing the subject, he asked if they really needed to be piled up while talking, since they were already so far from the corrosive monster's explosion. Zishan realized that was a good point and destroyed the spatial bubble, releasing everyone onto the ground to breathe freely. Taking the opportunity, she approached Qin Sui, smelling her. There really is an earthy fragrance, but it's not the smell I sensed earlier. Relieved, Qin Sui felt she didn't need to bathe because of that. Finding her sister's mentality a bit silly, Qin Ying slapped his own face. I don't think she means you don't need a bath. Confident, Chang'e approached Nan Zishan. Come on, take a sniff of me. My natural smell? Even ghosts sing its praises. With Zishan approaching both Chang'e and Lan Changkong, she noticed the bad smell wasn't coming from either of them. Realizing it could be him, Xinghe tried to dodge and change the subject. Well, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Doctor, do you still have the strength to heal me? Worried, approaching Xinghe, Zishan asked if his wounds hurt a lot. Mocking, saying he was just joking, Xinghe told her to rest, as there was still plenty of time to be healed. Crossing his arms mockingly, Chang'e teased, It hurts, how could it not hurt? It hurts like hell. If he's not treated soon, he won't survive. Irritated, Xinghe replied, No one will think you'll go mute if you stay quiet for a moment, you know? Returning to the tree created by the Wood brothers some time ago, some thought about resting, like Chang'e, who told everyone to sleep while he would keep watch. Lan Changkong couldn't fully trust Chang'e, so he decided to keep him company, since he still had some energy left. While there was a moment of peace in the place in Antarctica, Xing and Chu Tian were surrounded by penguins. It was the girls' first time seeing real penguins, but it was quite sad to see them lifeless. Since Chu Tian liked them, Xing said, After we win the war, I will summon their spirits to be your friends, okay? Chu Tian was surprised to hear that Xing could do that, and confirmed in a general scenario. Of course, both winning the victory and summoning the penguins, I will be able to do. After leaving the penguins aside, the duo walked to a trench where huge crystals were. That was the last source stone mine on Earth. Ziying believed that after collecting all those stones, which filled a huge valley, it would be enough to last until the end of the war. Raising her hand, Ziying easily obtained the source stones, absorbing them with her power. Having collected source stones from various locations, after gathering those from Antarctica, he reached 100 quintillion stored source stones. Immediately after the collection, Ziying used the summoning spell. Oh, great Antarctica! Legendary warriors of past eras, hear my call and awaken from your frozen sleep. Go, reinforce Cathay's fifth line of defense. Fight once more for humanity, for planet Earth. Several spirits fell from the sky, and small spiritual penguins appeared. Next to Nan Ziying, Chu Tian remembered that he had summoned the spirits of fallen warriors from every nation they passed through and asked, You never summoned the heroic spirits of Solaria. Why? Observing the spirits of the penguins, he commented, Because of a selfish wish. My selfish wish for Cathay. I hope that one day, after this war against the outsiders, the human world can be free of internal conflicts forever. No more power games between nations, no racial wars. Then, ordinary people can live and work in peace, enjoying the simplicity and prosperity of life. Receiving a gentle pat on the head, Chu Tian replied to Ziying, Brother Nan, you are an idealist. Your ideal world is very hard to exist, but also very beautiful. I really want to see this world you talk about. I'll have many penguin friends there, won't I? Ziying confirmed, yes, you will. Thus, Chu Tian opened a teleport portal for Ziying to travel to fight against the Rift Creator, as well as the rebel army. In the arid field, a large scorpion with a flaming stinger was accompanied by thousands of awakened. Arriving at the place, Ziying commented excitedly, Well, you certainly chose a good location. Plenty of space, excellent energies, ideal for a burial. The scorpion looked at the protagonist, commenting with bright eyes, You must be the legendary Lord Nan Ziying. I am the Rift Creator, a humble creature who has long admired your reputation. Well, I am surprised. Not only is your command of our language the clearest I have ever heard from an alien, but you are also the most polite I have met right off the bat. Unlike other outsiders, either they can't form a sentence, or they just keep shouting, insects, insects, and trying to attack. Everything. Even that Alluriarch wasn't so articulate. The Rift Creator revealed he understood how Alluriarch had managed to deceive millions of Buddhists with his illusion, but until that moment, he could not understand his goal. The Rift Creator's compliments truly surprised Nan Ziying. The gang that had joined the alien, led by Captain João Americano, who wielded a square hammer, recommended that Nan Ziying surrender like a good boy. Resistance is useless. For Earth's future, America must be the most advanced and influential nation. We made the best decision for humanity. Putting the country first even against the world, João celebrated with all his companions. Faced with such betrayal against humanity, Chu Tian fell to the ground, disgusted. Ziying almost rolled her eyes. You deserted and still act so dramatically? Seriously, not being a movie actor is a waste of talent. You could win all the awards. Seeing how Ziying continued to mock, unwilling to surrender, Cheon declared seriously, "Very well, I will crush you." The Rift Creator was already getting somewhat irritated with Cheon. "If you want to fight, fight now. Why so much talk? I need to see if you're worth it. If you fail, it proves you're worthless." Cheon saluted the Scorpion's command. With the lightning hammer in hand, he furiously charged at Nan Ziying. Facing an old man, the protagonist just wanted to smile, as he wasn't even worthy as a warm-up. It would be better if everyone fought together to make the battle fun. Using Thor's hammer, Cheon attacked, but his blows didn't even hit the remnants of the snow. Even with electricity hitting him, Ziying felt mere tickles and mocked, "With that pathetic energy, you dare call yourself Thor?" Furious, Cheon summoned a Thor dragon to attack. The thunder monster flew towards Ziying, who mocked, "You call that a dragon? Have you ever seen Cathay's dragon?" Raising his sword and creating true golden thunder, the protagonist prepared to teach Cheon what real power was. Using the forbidden magic of the electric element, amplification, Ziying created with the same Thor dragon magic, a dragon several times larger than the one he faced. With a single bite, the dragon created by Ziying devoured the dragon created by his opponent. The golden dragon did not stop its attack, diving at Cheon, opening its mouth fiercely to deliver an additional strike. Cheon hurriedly used a lightning shield to try to defend himself, but the lightning created by Ziying was far more powerful, destroying the shield as well as everything around, while Cheon screamed in disbelief, "This is impossible, I am the best." In the end, he turned into a walking skeleton, destroyed by the attack. Chu Tian, arms crossed, mockingly commented, "He was quite obsessed with greatness, wasn't he? More like an idiot." Faced with what happened, the Rift Creator told the crowd following him, "Your captain proved his uselessness by being defeated. And you? When it comes to useless trash, I don't mind removing it personally." Everyone fell silent until a warrior dressed as a sailor, with pigtails and a blonde beard, stepped forward shouting, "Great soldiers, advance with me! Let's avenge our captain!" Johnny used a forbidden earth element spell, flying towards Ziying. The protagonist was already prepared and mocked, "You won't give up until you're 6 feet under? Still, the fighting spirit is impressive. In the end, you'll soon become my soldiers. Today, you'll be the first to experience my new technique." Around Ziying, a bluish spiritual energy created a great wind tornado, the cutting gale. Along with the gale, Ziying added a sound wave, amplifying both. The gale spread, engulfing those traveling towards Ziying. The cuts of sound and wind decimated many of the protagonist's enemies, and Johnny was forced to be the only one to resist, thanks to the Iron Bastion skill. Johnny created a vast array of stone towers around him to protect and hide himself. Looking at the iron pillars, Ziying scoffed, "A nice tomb you built for yourself there. But burying you alive would be a shame, don't you think? How about I help you find eternal rest?" Manifesting an earth dragon, Ziying mounted the beast, which roared as it charged toward its target. With the convergence of sound waves, Ziying focused on the target amid the stones. The earth dragon destroyed everything in its path, finding Johnny among the stones. Without understanding how someone could master all attributes, Johnny felt the earth dragon's claw attack, facing his end amid the despair of being swept away. Turning that place into Johnny's tomb, Ziying mocked, looking down at him. "If you wanted to be great again, then I'll give you the chance." Touching the ground, Ziying declared, using undead energy, "Undead summoning! All of you, fight for Earth, fight for Cathay. Go and reinforce Cathay's 5th line of defense." Cheon, Johnny, and all others who were part of that army rose once again in spirit form, strongly declaring Ziying's commands, saying, "We will reinforce the lines. We will fight for Earth." The Rift Creator, watching the spirits fly across the sky, leaving the battlefield, praised Nan Ziying for his immense worth, revealing his sadness knowing he would choose not to live in submission. "Lord Ziying, a great battle between us is inevitable." Ziying replied to the alien, "You are the smartest I've ever met, even more than that Alluriarch. I'm almost admiring you." However, Ziying would still treat an enemy as an enemy. Summoning several of the remaining warriors, Ziying made them attack the alien. The gigantic scorpion launched a furious fire attack, sweeping the spirits while heading towards Ziying. "Lord Nan, how about a bet? We'll have a battle of wits. If I win, you will serve me. If you win, I will serve you." Smiling mockingly, Nan Ziying replied, "The offer is good, but if you lose, it will be your end. And if I win, I will accept your service if you're worth it." Immediately after the taunt, Ziying created a reverse cyclone that advanced against the scorpion's powerful flames. Destroying the tornado with its flaming body, the Rift Creator declared, "I accept your terms." Creating several fireballs, the scorpion launched them like meteors at Nan Ziying. The protagonist quickly raised 2 fingers, gathering elemental power. As the fireballs approached, Ziying shouted, "Glacial formation, amplified 50 times!" Thus, a series of explosions occurred with the clash of the 2 powers. The fireballs fell onto a wave of ice without even shaking it. Determined not to yield, the giant scorpion created an even more powerful sphere of fire. Transforming it into a lava ball, he hurled it at the ice formation, which stretched out with icy spikes. Creating a magic circle, Ziying strengthened the glacial formation 100-fold. The lava ball fell onto the glacial formation like a true meteor entering the atmosphere, but it shattered into crumbs. As his first attack had failed, the Rift Creator declared, "Lord Nan, your little formation will not stop me." Several celestial fire meteors appeared at the alien's command. Nan Ziying gritted his teeth seeing so many attacks at once, the same ones he had used something extremely precious to block. This time, he didn't block the attacks, but advanced, leaping into the sky. Then I will have to use my final move, one I have never used before. Raising his sword to the heavens and overflowing with crimson energy, Nan Ziying shouted, "Forbidden Spell Overdrive! Stellar Genesis! Cosmic Shift!" The meteors that the Scorpion had launched changed direction under Ziying's command, being thrown upwards. They did not stop until they were flung out of the atmosphere into true cosmic space. The alien was shocked by Ziying's ability. "You've never used that before. Did you use it to protect Earth?" "With such power activated," Ziying declared, warning the Rift Creator that cyclones, projectiles, or fire meteors would no longer work against him. Any trick would have to be used if he still wanted a chance. Using the power of Asura, Ziying launched the Dragon Hunter attack, delivering a slash from the sky to the earth. The giant scorpion blocked the attack, unexpectedly throwing Ziying away while commenting, "If I had a choice, I wouldn't fight you." Even with the scorpion against fighting, Ziying questioned whether he still wouldn't surrender, because if not, he could stop the small talk. Using the Overload skill, Ziying created a magma dragon that cut through the skies. The dragon bravely advanced against the scorpion, heating its surroundings. The dragon fell upon the scorpion, showing that the powers of both fighters were equal. There was no way to determine who would be the winner. Having traveled with the dragon, Ziying jumped onto the scorpion's carapace. The Rift Creator would not let Ziying attack him in close combat and used his sharp tail to strike, forcing him to retreat. The scorpion's attack, which hit him, even destroyed the ground beneath like an earthquake. Ziying, observing the scorpion's behavior, felt that he tried too hard to protect his back. Since the scorpion's tail also seemed to move only over his back, Ziying discovered that must be his weak point. Now that he had found the scorpion's weak spot, Ziying felt things would be easier. Using the Overload skill once again, Ziying struck the ground, using the convergence of myriad earth, a skill similar to an earthquake that spread his energy. Immediately after, Ziying used the thunder element, creating huge tribulations in the cloudy sky. With the dragon and lightning attacking from the skies, and the energy attacking from below, the scorpion found himself trapped. Hastily, he began to shout, "Stop, I surrender! I swear I will submit to you, to serve you for life." Smiling maliciously, Ziying questioned how he could believe him, an alien and one of the smartest. "How will you prove your worth and loyalty to me?" Ziying stopped his attacks and gave the scorpion a chance. "Remember, if your answer is unsatisfactory, the countless lightning tribulations can descend immediately." The scorpion quickly replied, "Mr. Nan, I understand your concerns. Proving this is really difficult. If you are willing to make a bet, could you first recall your magma dragon? I need to use my tail to prove it to you. I swear this is not a trick." Ziying didn't care and commented, "It's not really a bet, and even if it's a trick, it doesn't matter. You wouldn't beat me in a rematch anyway." The scorpion thanked him for his wisdom. Moving his tail, the scorpion took out a small pouch with green spheres that he hid beneath his exoskeleton, revealing that it was extremely vulnerable. "These are my offspring, the seeds for the continuation of the Celestial Scorpion Clan's civilization, the last seeds. To express my loyalty, I am willing to entrust them to your excellency's care." Ziying was somewhat surprised and drew his sword, frightening the scorpion, who backed away. Ziying shouted, "How do I know these are your descendants and not some kind of weapon? And how would I know you're not just trying to make me help hatch your eggs for an even bigger invasion?" Ziying heavily struck the scorpion's tail, destroying it. The scorpion's stinger fell to the ground, and its internal fluid spilled like a fountain. The scorpion took the opportunity and stated, "I did not activate my carapace's defense, allowing your excellency to hit me. Now do you trust me, sir?" Affirming he trusted him only a little, Ziying asked why the scorpion had made such a decision. The scorpion revealed, "Because my race and the human race in essence are the same. We were both invaded, both faced destruction. At my core, I am a resistor, just like you. Seeing you, I feel I am seeing myself." This was new to Ziying, an invader declaring himself a resistor, and he questioned, "Is there no low level to which you wouldn't stoop just to survive?" The scorpion, however, corrected him. "Your excellency finds it hard to believe, I fear, because you do not know the truth behind the so-called invasion of the 10,000 races." Asking about the 10,000 races, Ziying heard the scorpion story. "It's all just a game orchestrated by a superior civilization in the universe known as the Celestials. The so-called 10,000 races are nothing more than enslaved participants, invaded and expelled from their respective planets by the Celestials, and Earth is simply the arena chosen by the Celestials for this game. The war humanity faces is merely a clearing of the field before the duel between the 10,000 races." "So now you understand why so many races call them insects." Surprised, Ziying discovered the truth. In the eyes of those beings, the skill wasn't even qualified to participate. They were just ants to be swept away before the duel. After hearing something shocking, Ziying asked the Scorpion to talk about the invasion of his planet by the Celestials. The Rift creator revealed that the Celestial Scorpion people originally lived on the planet Ensisera and 8, being the governors of that world. After tens of millions of years of evolution, development, civil wars, and external conflicts, the Scorpion species had finally reached peace and tolerance, something that did not last long. A Celestial descended upon the planet, ordering them to participate in the tournament of the 10,000 races. The Scorpions refused, launching massive attacks against the Celestial. However, they paid a high price for their arrogance and ignorance. The Celestial's power was on a completely different scale than theirs. The Rift creator's companions, all of his species, were eliminated one after another. The Celestials seemed to possess the ability to command all cosmic elements. The entire war lasted less than half an Earth hour, in which the Scorpions were decisively defeated. Tragically, the remnants of the race did not resist, and as a result, were annihilated. They preferred death over becoming eternal servants. The Rift creator ended up being considered a traitor to the Scorpion clan, but not because he did not want to resist. He simply could not bear to see his civilization wiped out in the blink of an eye. As the last survivor of his race, he revealed that he had been transported to Earth and forced into this hunting game. Frowning upon hearing that an entire race had been wiped out in less than half an hour, Ziying asked, "I'm curious why you bet everything on me, especially considering that from the beginning, your attitude towards me seemed to seek this." The Rift creator responded to Ziying with something unexpected, "Because I sensed in you an aura similar to that of the Celestials." Astonished, Ziying asked how that was possible. The Rift creator explained that, although it was just a spark, the essence of the aura was the same. Especially during the battle between them, the elemental control Ziying demonstrated was unmistakable to the Scorpion. Ziying absorbed the Rift creator's comments and thought about his past life. Before reincarnating, he had noticed a peculiarity in his 5 great skill trees. There really was a possibility that his rebirth was connected to such Celestials. However, he could not imagine what their purpose would be if that were true. Unexpectedly, the Rift creator revealed something more. "I also felt in you something that resonates with the civilization of my race. Instead of being eliminated by you in this game, I choose to submit and make a bet." Since what the Rift creator said made some sense, Ziying decided to give him a chance and asked how he could be useful. The Rift creator quickly pointed out, "First, in terms of power, I can crush any alien below rank S. I also should have about a 50% chance of victory against other rank S aliens. Additionally, I know the mechanics of the Void Gate and how to destroy it." Ziying didn't consider that a bad deal and extended his hand, warning he had one condition. "From now on, you will obey all my commands until we win this war. If your bet pays off this time, after we win, I will let you return to your planet and continue your civilization." The Scorpion Rift creator agreed to the condition, lowering his body. "My deepest gratitude, Your Excellency." Thus, Ziying called Chu Tian, informing her it was time to return. However, when she arrived where Ziying was, Chu Tian looked confused. "How is this thing still alive, and what's with that pose of hers?" Ziying took the opportunity to introduce the Scorpion to Chu Tian. "This is the Rift creator. He will be part of our squad now." Chu Tian remained confused, but obeyed Ziying's command to create a portal to take them back to the Void Gate battlefield. She created a large portal, bigger than the Scorpion, but he couldn't pass through it, causing the opening to dissipate. Worried, Chu Tian revealed, "He's too big. I can't teleport him back all at once." Apologizing, the Rift creator explained he could shrink, or even take on a human-like form, though he would lose combat abilities. Telling him to stop the small talk, Ziying instructed him to transform quickly since they wouldn't need to fight. The Scorpion obeyed and an energy enveloped him. This energy changed his body shape, assuming the form of a human woman with bronzed skin and muscular legs. On her back, the Scorpion tail remained, still threatening. But when the transformation ended, the Scorpion kept a bald face that didn't even match the body and asked, "Your Excellency, is this appearance acceptable?" Gritting her teeth, Chu Tian felt a strong urge to hit this alien. Ziying also gritted his teeth, equally disappointed. With a downcast and somber look, he instructed, "Rift Creator, change to a male human form, something that fits Earth's appearance." The Scorpion nodded, and the feminine parts of his form disappeared, giving way to a broad chest. This time, however, he made his tail appear on the front of his muscular body. Chu Tian's and Ziying's eyes widened, realizing something was very wrong with the tail's position. They couldn't contain themselves anymore, and attacked the Scorpion, who got beaten amid Ziying's shouts. "Do you have something against the human appearance?" Chu Tian also scolded him. "What was the idea behind putting your tail on the front of your body?" After apologizing, admitting he still had much to learn, the Rift creator correctly assumed a human form, placing the tail at the back. Chuden even helped him by grabbing a cloth for him to wrap around his waist to avoid any embarrassment. On the battlefield, Chang'e was sitting, watching the Void Gate. Next to him, Chang Kong asked, "Has the Void Gate been too quiet for several hours?" Changge attributed this to what Shinge had mentioned. The aliens' teleports must follow some pattern. Suddenly, a portal opened, and through it passed the Rift Creator, answering the duo. "That's right, there is a pattern!" Immediately, the two took combat positions upon seeing the monster that did not look human. However, soon Ziying crossed the portal and introduced, "This is our new companion, a rank S alien, the Rift Creator." Lan Changkong and Su Changge were shocked by Ziying's words. Familiarizing himself with the duo, the Rift Creator pointed upwards and explained, "The Void Gate is only activated and opened at sunrise. Currently, most rank A and lower aliens are teleported en masse. Rank S aliens are transported only in small numbers and only at noon. So, there's no need to keep watch during the night." Crossing his arms, Ziying asked what the method to close the Void Gate was. The Rift Creator revealed that inside each gate, each race had their corresponding teleport passes, transit space, and teleport center. "We need to pass through the passage, reach the transit space, eliminate the aliens there, and destroy the teleport center. This should prevent any other teleports for that race." Worried, Ziying asked if the teleport centers could be rebuilt after being destroyed. The Rift Creator admitted it was possible, but that goes against the rules of the game. If a teleport center is destroyed, it means game over for that race. The Celestials will then take care of exterminating it. Worried, Lan Changkong asked if they could really defeat that celestial existence. Although the concern was legitimate, Ziying asked everyone to take one step at a time. Changge, on the other hand, was more worried about something else. Excitedly, he put his arms around Ziying and Changkong's shoulders, pulling them close and said, "Forget those bastards. Didn't the Rift Creator say the next wave only arrives at sunrise tomorrow? That means we can go back to the cabin, eat, and sleep." Laughing, knowing his brother Su was right, Ziying agreed to follow the plan. Thus, Chu Tian created a teleport so they could return and share the information with the others. In the cozy cabin, Ziying, with Chu Tian by his side, introduced the Rift Creator to everyone already gathered at the large table, where a lavish feast awaited. Still surprised, Changge commented, "An enemy becoming an ally is really a development I didn't expect." Sulang welcomed the arrival of a new friend and invited him to eat, asking him not to hesitate and to consider the place his home. With an emotionless look, the Rift Creator repeated the instruction given to him. The next moment, he opened his huge mouth, sucking up all the dishes like a giant celestial vacuum. Ziying was dumbfounded, as were the others who were shocked. Having devoured all the dishes on the table and created a big mess, the Rift Creator asked, "Guys, was I polite? Can I ask for another dish then?" Furious, everyone jumped on him, punishing him for such greed. Smiling, Zishan commented that the guest probably didn't know that "don't hesitate" was just a polite and courteous way of speaking. Sighing, Changge added that he still had a lot to learn. In the end, the Rift Creator got beaten by everyone in the house and was thrown out through the roof. Lying on the ground, unable to get up, he said confusedly, "Seriously, this is very similar to my race's culture. Is someone very polite really beaten? If I had known, I would have asked for 10 tables of food." Since there was no other choice but to prepare more food, everyone left the house to organize a barbecue. Immediately, Qin Sui and Qin Ying used their powers to gather fruits and vegetables. Using his power trivially, Lan Changkong washed all the spices from tomatoes to eggplants. Changge and Xingyi also got into action, one slicing the vegetables, the other dicing, making use of their skills. With the fire element, Ziying created a large bonfire where he grilled the pork. Having recovered, the Rift Creator approached. "This time, I will show a good performance." Quickly, Ziying intervened. "This time, wait for us to eat first. Only then you eat. If it's not enough, go to the battlefield tomorrow and eat until you're full before returning." After the food was ready, everyone sat in the garden with skewers and grilled barbecue on their plates. Ziying handed a skewer to the Rift Creator, saying, "Tomorrow we enter the Void Gate, so let's take this moment for everyone to share their ideas. First, Rift Creator, you will be responsible for eliminating the alien races that come out of the teleport gate. Any problem?" With the first duty assured, Ziying asked who would handle a rank S alien if another appeared. Changge raised his hand, thinking aloud, "There are many bodies out there. That makes it easier for me to use my technique, and with Rift Creator's cooperation, we can hold out." Adding his sister to this role, Ziying believed it would be easier to defeat a rank S with healing support. Su Changge looked provocatively at Xinghe and said, "Won't that make them split up?" Faced with the provocation, Xinghe retorted, "Su Changge, your words are sourer than old pickled cabbage." On the other side, Su Lang raised her hand. "Leader, Kair and I also want to go to the battlefield to warm up." Remembering that they already knew the aliens' spawn patterns, Chen Kair said they wouldn't need to stay in one fixed point for reconnaissance anymore, and could also grow stronger on the battlefield. Hearing the duo's will, Ziying instructed them to join Su Changge's group the next day. Chu Tian, Chu Xinghe, and the others would enter the Void Gate with him. With the assignments defined, Xingyi suggested sharing what they had learned in the last 2 days' battles to check what they had assimilated and analyze others' techniques. Changge was the first to comment. The Qin brothers' technique seemed limited, so he thought they should focus on potion and explosive arts. Chen Ying agreed and recommended Lan Changkong try to use his power to turn water into ice or mud. Chen Lianyi joined the conversation, stating she could create customized acids and freezing agents, while Xiaonan revealed having developed regeneration potions for everyone. The next day at the Void Gate, several low-rank aliens prepared for an attack. With the gate opening, Xing declared, "Everyone, get in position, prepare for battle!" Shu Tian immediately used her spatial link, the teleport ability. The group flew toward the gate, with Xing leading, shouting, "Follow me to bring a storm to that place!" As soon as they crossed the gate, part of the group felt dizzy. Quickly, Xing instructed, "Keep your sanity, harmonize your breathing." The place they were teleported to had several passages. Observing the desolate planet with only energy doors, they realized that, by appearance, the rank of the races must be organized according to the shade of each passage's color. The darker, the higher the rank. Heading toward one of the passages, Xing instructed, "Let's first go to the teleport passage of a low-rank alien race to see the situation and then decide." Since everything was different, they imagined each passage was designated based on each race's spatial establishment. On the other side of the portal, two kobold-like aliens were talking while guarding a wooden gate. They talked about going to battle soon and about their planet's main forces arriving the next day. Suddenly, the wooden gate they guarded exploded in a fireball. Through the passage, Xing and his group walked slowly. Soon they spotted a mountainous castle, probably the main teleport station, in a very large area. The guards in the stone city, seeing the invaders, roared, "Ants are invading us! Eliminate them all!" However, the fire tornado created by Xing devastated the area between him and the stone city, engulfing all the kobold guards and throwing them through the air along with the castle. Soon, the stone city exploded in a mushroom-shaped cloud. A notification appeared before them. "Jin Shiking, game over." A golden planet immediately shattered, scattering its fragments across the cosmos. Aghast, Lan Changkong shouted, They were eliminated with a single attack?" Xingyi commented that maybe they weren't even needed, just sending Xing alone would suffice. Holding his head, Qin Ying even wondered why he was there. Checking his stock of source stones, Xing noticed that, even using the forbidden spell, they had not been consumed. Apparently, the spiritual energy was so abundant inside the Void Gate that it cancelled the need for them. However, unexpectedly, an energy arose in the veins of Xing's hands, making him grit his teeth as he observed it closely. Imagining that was the price to use abilities inside the Void Portal, Xing wondered what the final cost would be. Worried about Xing's reaction, Xingyi asked if something was wrong, but Xing reassured him. Rising from the ashes of the explosion, Xing called everyone to continue the attacks, because the faster they closed the teleport gates, the safer the world would be. Xingke knew Xing didn't want to talk at the moment, so he decided to save the questions for after their return. Running to one of the rank S portals, Xing ordered the others to split up and go to the lower-ranked ones first, letting Chu Tian move freely to assist them. Finding an area of golden-colored portals, Xing imagined there were rank S aliens on the other side. Noticing a pattern drawn on the portal, Xing questioned, "Isn't this used for succubi? Do only those of rank S receive a special marking?" Looking around, there were several portals with drawings of races that had already appeared on the battlefield, like the Sonic Bat and the Rift Scorpion race, the latter erased, possibly because their entire species had been wiped out. Xing then ran into the portal. Upon crossing it, he found himself inside a tunnel of mental power, a psychic passage, and wondered, by the way, is this teleport gate one way? If the Celestial doesn't open the gate, can the beasts inside not get out? But we can enter easily? Then why does the Celestial do this? If it's just for fun, why not release them all at once? Is the Celestial really doing this just for amusement? On the other side of the passage, in a large natural outdoor hot spring, several aliens identical to the one who had taken over Xing's father's body were gathered. One of them commented, "Today is our day, right? I don't know what the situation has been since the elder sister left last time." Another alien reassured him, "Don't worry, there are only low classes on the planet we're invading. We can destroy them with our intelligence." Unexpectedly, the group saw the teleport gate shine intensely and be knocked down. They were confused because the invasion time had not yet come. When the two who were talking realized the ants were counter-attacking, it was already too late to save their necks. One of the aliens quickly stood up, "Prepare for battle, use mental attack." Faced with the collective mental attack, Xing found himself in trouble. However, using a mental defense at maximum power, he managed to block the attacks. Two aliens transformed into slime, merging for a seduction attack. They turned into beautiful women, trying to embrace Xing, who almost succumbed to the aphrodisiac scent of the illusion. The women touched his face, trying to make him surrender to pleasure. Closing his eyes, Xing replied, "All right, I will," and immediately added, "I will crush you and your ancestors." With a swing of his sword, Xing launched an energy attack that cut through the surroundings with the fury of humanity, roaring, "How much do you underestimate humanity? Do you really think we'll fall for these cheap tricks?" One of the transformed aliens fell back into the hot spring, hurriedly warning a species companion, "The information is wrong. It didn't work." Immediately, several aliens used umbilical cords coming from their heads to try to connect to Ziying. But swinging the sword charged with a dark crimson energy, he frustrated their plans. One last cord had not been cut because Ziying didn't notice its presence. He tried to attack the aliens with an overwhelming strike, but at that moment, his opponents found crucial information. They all transformed into the people Ziying cherished most, his team. However, laughing, Ziying mocked, "Do you really think you know why they are important? With this stupidity, you underestimate humanity." Striking the subworld on the ground, Nan Ziying wiped out the aliens. A fierce wave of pain and agony swept through the space monsters, and with an explosion of crimson cuts, Ziying made them disappear. Having faced a familiar monster, he found the fight much easier than last time. Now, it was time to attack the Sonic King Bat Tribe. In the battle against the bats, the alien beasts immediately used their sound waves, but in counterattack, Ziying used the dragon's roar. The golden dragon didn't even notice the bats. It simply devoured them, annihilating them like hot lava passing through fine silk. Quickly, with its powerful breath, the dragon wiped out all the bats, turning the planet into a cauldron of lava. With a worried look, Ziying saw the mark on his hand appear once again. In the fight against the succubi, he had only used Ashura abilities, and at that time, such a curse had not appeared. It became clear to him that the mark was really a price to pay in exchange for sparing the source stones. Ziying ended up commenting, "Unfortunately, my stock of source stones, even without considering joining the battlefield outside the Void Gate, will not be enough. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this price doesn't seem high at the moment, and regardless of the final price, we will win this war first." Thus, Ziying headed to the world of the Specters of Decay. Outside the portals, Chu Tian was organizing some information. Everyone seemed to be doing well in the worlds they had invaded, so Chu Tian didn't need to do much. He even blamed himself for not having grabbed some snacks to eat while waiting. Suddenly, a huge explosion happened in the portal region. Chu Tian's voice slowed down, and he couldn't even move properly. In front of him, a gigantic alien dragon appeared, roaring in his direction. With the dragon's roar, Chu Tian was thrown backward. In a slow voice, he tried to shout, "Someone, please save me!" Nan Ziying immediately appeared, advancing at his maximum speed toward the dragon. Raising his sword, he unleashed the Forbidden Thunder element spell. The prison of desolate thunders fell upon the dragon like iron bars running through the alien's entire body, making it roar in pain. Chu Tian hurriedly sent a message to the Qin brothers. They promptly used magical vines to pull Chu Tian into one of the lower-ranked portals. The brothers saved Chu Tian, and Qin Sui caught him in his arms, preventing him from falling. The poor little girl cried, eyes full of tears. "I was almost devoured." Gently stroking Chu Tian's head, the brothers calmed her. Being called a child by Qin Ying, Chu Tian recovered, arguing with him, "I wasn't really scared. Why would I be afraid when you two aren't?" Outside, the battle between the lightning and the dragon intensified. Suddenly, the lightning attack was stopped by the dragon, and the spatial bubble created by Chu Tian burst. As if possessing the ability to freeze time and space, the dragon fled, traveling toward the spatial portal. Unable to pursue the dragon, Ziying immediately intended to warn Chang'e of the danger. Outside the portal, the Rift Scorpion used its stinger to shoot several projectiles, the celestial fire meteors. The explosions reached across the battlefield, destroying the invading aliens. The rest of the team had an easy time thanks to the Rift Scorpion, who alone dominated the battlefield. They even made snacks while watching him defeat and devour the invaders. After filling his belly, the Rift Scorpion took on his human form, scratching his head while showing that he had defeated all enemies. "You praise me too much, but what I did was just a small effort." Chang'e hurriedly scolded upon seeing the scorpion transform into a human, knowing he couldn't fight like that. "Keep fighting, and what if we get caught by our prey?" In the moment of relaxation, Su Chang'e received a telepathic message from Ziying, warning that a rank S celestial dragon was about to pass through the portal, a dragon that froze time and space. As soon as Ziying warned, the dragon passed through the portal and immediately opened its mouth, gathering a large amount of energy for a dragon's breath. Several fire spheres were created by the dragon, which threw them toward the Rift Scorpion, intending to punish him. Chang'e hurriedly shouted for the Rift Scorpion to be careful, but it was too late. The giant scorpion couldn't move and saw the large fireball traveling toward him. Quickly, Su Chang'e used the celestial puppet net. Creating a net, Su Chang'e managed to trap the dragon, preventing its attack. Using the Contract Shred skill, Su Chang'e tightened his lines around the dragon, closing its wings and wrapping it up. However, furiously, the dragon broke free from the lines, unleashing a dragon's breath. With the dragon's attack, even the puppet strings were frozen, allowing it to escape. Su Chang'e saw the only possible action was to save the Rift Scorpion. Creating new strings, he wrapped them around the scorpion to pull him away. Thanks to this, he managed to remove the Rift Scorpion from the line of fire of the dragon's breath, which created a large crater. Ziying's sister quickly approached the scorpion, scorpion, using her sacred light healing skill to restore the alien scorpion's shell. However, the dragon did not intend to let him escape and flew toward Chang'e, who was protecting him. Chang'e confidently blocked the dragon's path. "The rift scorpion is our companion now. If you want to eliminate him, you'll have to go through me first." The giant scorpion cried from its 6 eyes upon hearing it was treated as a companion. While healing him, Sejun smiled, finding it funny. "You big silly, what's wrong? Crying and whining over silly things." Suleng closed her eyes, using her perception. His ability to freeze time and space is similar to the paralyzing art. It lasts for 10 seconds, but when he releases his dragon's breath, he can't use any other skill. Chen Care, making a prediction, warned, "Su Chang'e, be careful. He's going to use the dragon's breath." Just as Chen Care predicted, the dragon unleashed its powerful energy attack. Dodging the breath with a big leap, Su Chang'e mocked, "We are not afraid of you. You think that paralyzing art you're so proud of is something great? When the ancestral monkey was already playing with that trick, your race was still inside an egg." Furious at the words of the inferior human, the dragon flew toward him, opening its mouth to devour him. But at that moment, Su Chang'e used his string skills to raise puppets. Gathering a large number of puppets, he began a great transformation. But the dragon would not let him finish. Even with Suleng's warning, the dragon used a claw attack, destroying the puppets. In the next moment, thanks to the prediction once again, Su Chang'e managed to avoid the dragon's tail attack that would have caused severe damage. The duo who made future predictions realized their efforts were not working. The time between reporting what the dragon would do and the action itself was too short. If they weren't faster, everything would be in vain. Knowing there was another way, Suleng pushed herself to the limit, trying something new. Opening her arms, she released her energy, using a perception link, a sharing of sensations. Even with crimson tears streaming from her eyes, Chen Care used the Eyes of Prediction skill at maximum activation, a technique she could only maintain for 10 seconds. Chang'e immediately shouted, "Rift Scorpion, cover me!" The scorpion quickly nodded at the command. Rift Scorpion used his specialty, launching fire meteors against the red dragon, which advanced towards Su Chang'e. Irritated by the fire attacks, the dragon stopped, preparing a new freezing breath. Since the dragon could do nothing while using the breath, Su Chang'e took the opportunity, throwing the celestial net while ordering, "Destroy him!" The webs fell over the dragon, and immediately upon wrapping it, Su Chang'e pulled them. However, the attack was not enough to defeat it, and even wrapped in the lines, it continued to gather energy for its devastating breath. Su Chang'e, who shared Suleng's senses, discovered the reason why his attacks were ineffective. Is the reverse scale on, the dragon's forehead giving it regenerative abilities? Trying to prevent the dragon's plans from continuing, Su Chang'e launched a second attack, this time targeting its forehead. Unexpectedly, he managed to remove the dragon's reverse scale, a gem located between its eyebrows. Now, without it, the dragon would be nothing more than a flying worm against humanity. Snorting mockingly, Su Chang'e captured the red crystal. "This reverse scale is mine now." Su Chang'e immediately pulled his lines and, as if cutting butter, turned the dragon into cubes of meat that fell from the sky. Su Chang had defeated the dragon, but not everything was over. Su Leng and Chen Care immediately suffered backlash effects from having pushed their abilities to the limit, falling from the sky. Moving quickly, Su Chang'e managed to catch the two girls. The Rift Scorpion hurried toward them, intending to help carry them, but Zishan intervened. She was the most useful person in that situation, immediately creating a healing dome to stabilize the two's lives. Regaining some consciousness, Su Leng commented to her friend, "K'er, we are finally no longer a burden." Snorting, K'er replied with a forced smile, "I never considered myself a burden. At least I was a phoenix claw." After the two recovered thanks to Nan Zishan's healing, Su Chang'e thanked them. "This time we owe you a lot for breaking that deadlock. No one on our team is dispensable." Taking a vial, Su Chang'e handed it over, revealing it was a quick recovery medicine made by Chen Liani. K'er found it strange to hear such kind words from Chang'e's mouth and commented, "I always thought a dog's mouth was only good for barking." Although irritated by the provocation, Su Chang'e allowed her to tease since she had been a great help. As soon as they took the potion, Su Leng and Chen K'er stood up, overflowing with energy. Their recovery was complete. Seeing they were now fine, Chang'e looked at them mischievously, making Su Leng run away. Since Chen K'er stayed, Su Chang'e grabbed her by the braids and lifted her. "Who was the little puppy complaining that my words were too nice?" Struggling, Chen K'er shouted, "You rascal! Let me go! I'm an old lady!" Chang'e smiled, hearing K'er's words, and teased her. "Old lady? You're more like an old witch!" Besides Zishan, Su Leng watched the two quarrel like children. Approaching them with a somber look, the Rift Scorpion commented, "Look at them, exactly as they were in childhood. It brings to mind the chase under the sunset on our home planet. My youth, I realize now, was truly wasted." At the same time, the Wood brothers arrived at the last rank B teleport center of the alien races. Next to their sister, Qin Ying commented that it would be a good opportunity to test their new skill. Placing his hands on the ground, Qin Sui created, with his energy, several abyssal roots. Soon, a large tree, the tomb seal of the sky pillar, appeared. Then Qin Ying put his part of the joint attack into practice. Extending his hands, he verbalized, "Annihilation of the back root, collapse of the seismic structure." The roots created by him destroyed all the soil, growing in size and wrapping around the tree created by his sister. As the two techniques intertwined, a great explosion occurred, sweeping all monsters nearby. The brothers were extremely satisfied and gave credit to Su Chang'e's suggestion. Qin Sui even felt their strength had increased since arriving at that place. Qin Ying was sure it was because of the dense spiritual energy in the area. Having cleared all the rank B teleport portals, they would have to attack the rank A ones. So, Qin Ying gave a pill to Qin Sui so they could recover and rest before proceeding to the next mission step. At another portal, large red birds crossed the skies, spewing fire from their mouths to attack Lan Changkong, who released a large amount of water to block them. As soon as he created the water, Changkong used a special vial, the freezing agent. A glow appeared among the birds, turning the water created by Changkong into sharp blocks of ice. To take down two birds with one stone, Changkong shaped the blocks into ice spikes and launched them like an inverted meteor shower, hitting the enemies flying overhead. Soon, all the birds were frozen, becoming a large iceberg. Changkong needed to thank Su Xiaonan for the freezing agent, as it was extremely useful. With this, he had now become a dual-element user, water and ice. Far from the portal where Changkong was, humanoid aliens raised large swords, attacking Xinghe, who counterattacked with his sword aura domain, creating a whirlwind around him. With this mechanism active, Xinghe saw that fighting the aliens would be just a waste of time. His concern was much more to reach the primary target, so the battle would be quicker. The giant aliens joined forces to protect the teleport tower with their large, dark swords, launching a cross-attack against Chu Xinghe. Even having his plan discovered, Xinghe smiled maliciously. He was not intimidated. On the contrary, using the mirage domain of the sword aura, he advanced, creating several copies of himself, all wrapped in the aura whirlwind to attack. The aliens could not distinguish which was the real human and which were fake. The only thing they could do was attack them all, hoping luck was on their side. This allowed Chu Xinghe to advance carefree. Passing through the monsters, he jumped toward the large teleport mechanism, mocking for having fooled the two giants. "Who said a domain master must stay inside it? You were defeated because you are limited." Xingyi's sword descended on the large mechanism, delivering a devastating aura strike that broke each of the gears. In a time tunnel, Chu Tian accompanied Ziying, updating him. "Brother Nan, Su Chang'e and the others have cleared the battlefields they faced, and my brother and the others have already cleared the areas of the rank A alien races." Seeing how fast they had progressed, Ziying asked Chu Tian to wait for everyone to rest and then teleport them to where he was to destroy the teleport portal of the celestial dragon race. Since they had not yet discovered the strength or abilities of the rank S races, Ziying declared he would go ahead, asking Chu Tian not to enter that space unless called. As soon as he reached the end of the miraculous tunnel, Nan Ziying brandished his sword, destroying another passage to force entry. However, as soon as he saw what was on the other side, he was left speechless due to the surprise and the heat of that place. If you enjoyed today's recap and want more Manhua content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.